Is the strongest in another world a hero? A demon lord? No. It's a fairy desu. Ch 2650. Chapter 26. Taking a stroll and an emergency request. Adel, hurry up. Yes, just a bit. Okay. Today is a first stroll with Irina. However, there will be a lot of opportunities finding me if I stroll normally, so it is a rule that concealment must be activated by the two of us. Well, it's interesting things when looking from above a human's town. So interesting. Looking from above, Havel had a rectangular shape. The entrance can be found only in the north and south. Merchant shops were aligned on the main streets, and at the center are the Merchant and Adventurers Guild, while Abu San's house is near the eastern wall. The rest are all just residential areas. Here and there are no slums in a town of this level. We were flying along with the wind as we watched the scenery from above. Then a soft touch pokes my head. Let's ride a cloud, Adel NN. When I turn around, I saw Irina making a cloud that looked like cotton candy. It was wide enough for the two of us to lay down, so it's okay to get with the both of us. Why is it like this? Why doesn't it collapse even though it looks so soft? It sure gives a mysterious feeling. Nahi, even though it is soft enough to change shape, it wraps up the body as if it's some high-quality cotton. Isn't this ignoring the laws of physics? Does it feel good? It feels good. In double ways than one double. The feel of resting in the soft sensation of clouds while listening to an angelic voice beside me feels really good. The two of us were close together while licking the world tree's honey ice cream while heading towards the forest. We moved close to the forest where I trained Sigurd. We moved to the ground, pulled out sheets and prepared our lunch. It was a sandwich with orc meat, fried eggs and world tree's leaves. The fried eggs were from small birds that are as big as fairies that live on the world tree. We collect the eggs from them. Let's eat. It feels like we're going out like a couple, but it is a very fluffy and warm feeling even if we aren't really doing anything. My happiness levels are breaking through the roof and Irina is smiling 3 times brighter than usual. Thanks for the meal. After finishing our meal and drinking honey juice, we started a lively game of tag. Although my status is astonishingly high, it was almost useless. Irina is just abnormally good at hiding. Once you lose sight of her, it would be extremely hard even for Testania-san to find her. Even I find it hard to find her on visual sight only. When looking for her by sensing magic power, I was only barely able to find her. Found you. You're right. I'm caught. Ha 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 ha. Once you got sight of her, it will be easy to catch her. After grabbing her waist and hugging her, she seems to be really enjoying it. I'm being healed, possessing concealment skills and a small body. Demons would rarely find them. If they are hiding on grass and someone reaps them, they deploy defensive walls. I can see the many advantages of fairies. Irina, I think it's probably the right time to leave and aim for the capital. New? It will be a bigger city, and there will be royals like Testanius, a bigger town. Unanimously, the journey toward the kingdom has been approved. And after all that, I am now giving a lap pillow to Irina. It will be just a while more until evening. Oh, are you getting sleepy? Sweepy. Irina is already at the point where her eyes are almost closing. If I think about children around her age, then it's almost nap time now. Well, I lay down Irina with a lap pillow though. When I was stroking her smooth hair, she went to sleep while smiling. I also closed my eyes for a while, and later it was already sundown. My legs. Hey, are you? Please spare me. When I woke up, it was already evening. At that time Irina played around with my numb leg. It was torture. I also suffered from stiff neck. We rode a cloud again when we returned to the town. The setting sun on a distant mountain. The sky's gradation changes from a whitish sky to a night sky. Stars are already coming out. The moving clouds disappearing beyond the mountains are probably forming into rain clouds. It sure is peaceful. Wisdom? Oh, have you learned some difficult words? If possible, I would like someday to be able to make friends with more people, of course along with Irina T. Oh, welcome, come back. Adel-san, staff from the Adventurers Guild was looking for you. When I entered the inn that I stayed in, the inn lady's daughter said that to me, but I decided to put it on hold for today. I'll see what it is tomorrow. So why did you ask me to come today? Right. About that, you see. I was getting really impatient and wanted for you to come over here sooner. Did anything happen in the city today? Well, there's nothing of that. It seems that the subjugation troops still haven't returned. It doesn't seem to be a problem related to the town but is urgent. It's probably not just an ordinary request. Ah, you did mention about an emergency request. If possible, I would like for you to accept it. If I don't go and refuse, there will be huge penalties for the adventurer. I guess I can't just decline it. To follow this skilled master's schemes, it doesn't really leave a good taste. I told the inn's poster girl that I won't be coming back for a while, and then left the inn after that. An adventurer sure feels like working for a black company. Though I asked for Rena-san to find you at the inn, but it seems that you were absent. Just how long were you away from the inn? Is that how you ask for a person you threatened with an emergency request? Oi. Drew-san, who was waiting for me at the entrance, urges me to come in. He asked me to talk while having a drink, but that won't deceive me. So, what's the problem this time? Ah, a messenger from the subjugation unit arrived around this afternoon. It seems that the adventurers will be returning this morning. Finally everything's going back to normal. So was it completed? Yo, you. At the same time as he drank his alcohol, he smashes his hand on the table. The subjugation force escaped. They said that the Red Dragon was far stronger than they thought, and they came back from a losing battle. Shit. Drew-san doesn't hide his impatience as he slams the reports he was holding down on the table. What about dead and injured people? About 80% of them are injured. Miraculously, though no one died. About half of the injured will probably be incapable of continuing their business. That really is a lot of damage. It could even be considered a huge disaster. It seems that a lot of them ended up having missing limbs, and probably ending their adventurer lives. Not to mention that the ones that have received those injuries were the extra adventurers who would have only been a burden for the request. Most of them were beginner ranks. So it's not like the effect on the town will be a huge, but realizing its future effects, the damage will be far more horrible. A lot of young ones have been affected after all. So what's the urgent request for me? Drew-san raised his face that was facing down, then looked at me with a hint of tension, then asked, "Can you defeat that Red Dragon?" That one fought over 131 people, right? I have never fought one. So how strong is that? It is considerably strong enough that even 5 rank parties were taken down. Ranks? I guess they were also added on the subjugation team. Because their strength should be around the same status as Drew-san, everyone would probably be around 60-80 in level. So if they weren't able to defeat such dragon, its level should be around 3 times higher. Not to mention the status would be way different considering its race. There might be a possibility for me to be injured, but I can probably beat it. After calculating possibilities, I was confident that I can somehow defeat it. However, I cannot ascertain just how strong it is. But, you have already considered it as an emergency request, right? Will you really do it? Then this. All materials are to be donated to the town. I understand, so will you process it now? And then Drew-san began processing the request like an excited child. Oh, I wonder if there was a complaint. It might have been also okay for me to receive penalties and not accept the request. But I'll probably have to find a place to settle down again, or they might even try to bind me. I received the request from Drew-san and verify its contents. Emergency request, Red Dragon subjugation completion reward. 2,500 gold coins. Request contents: must subjugate the Red Dragon who settled in the Hill of Liza. Requirements for completion: defeat of Red Dragon, recovery of materials, designated rank - designated number of applicants, 1 person. What a terrible amount for a reward. It's even higher than any of the reward I have accumulated. If you are able to complete this request, you might be promoted to S rank. At worst, it will be A rank in an instant, so please do your best and complete it. Well, that was out of my expectations. But, becoming S rank, is it? The opportunity of meeting royals might increase greatly. My motivation rose a bit, and if we have that much money, we can just travel for a couple of years without doing adventure work. Since I will be explaining this to the adventurers for a bit, you can take your time and rest for today. Okay, then see you tomorrow. Adel, are you going to fight the dragon? That seems to be the case this time. Is it okay for me to follow? Probably impossible this time. I will donate the materials of the dragon to the town this time. That is how they want it, so I can't really complain. I will give up on taming it this time, so I'll just wait for the next opportunity. Well, if I defeat the dragon, we will have a picnic on that hill after. The view will probably be good. Drew Han, Announcement: Drew received stomach pain. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Extension of request. Continuation of expectations. A rank party. Unbreakable Iron Wall is one of the parties that have stayed in Hiville for a long time. There are 5 of them in that party. All of them are men in their 30s. 3 of these people have the role of the wall, and the 2 are magic users. The wall is really tough and their magic attacks are also considerably strong. They have a role in this dragon subjugation, as the leader, and when they see the gates of Hiville, they finally have a face of relief. But at the same time everyone is enveloped with a dark atmosphere. The reason is the adventurers that they are leading from behind who arrived along with them. Half of the adventurers were severely injured that they can't walk on their own and is borrowing the shoulders of others. In their minds, it is only filled with a way to escape and despair as to what they will do from now on. Most of them are still in their teens. The payment for their parents, the loans for the equipment they borrowed, at this moment the means to pay for that have vanished. They even lost sight of their purpose in life. But for the people that was waiting for them, did not even care for such things. They have returned. There were many relatives of the adventurers that were waiting in the town square. The beginner adventurers were aware of the state of the city when they left it for subjugation, but their relatives were still doing their best without showing their dissatisfaction. When the adventurers closed into the guild, Drew immediately ordered for them to be treated in the training hour of the guild. Unbreakable Iron Wall approached Drew to carry on their report, but it was Drew who approached them. "Oh, you came along too, Rena. I leave it up to you, understood? Then everyone, please carry the seriously injured here first." Then they were instructed to enter the guild and proceed to his office. Upon entering, there was someone inside covered in white robe that was seated. "Drew-san, who's this?" "Before that, have a seat first." When seated, they were facing the robed person. Then Drew placed 2 paper notices in front of Unbreakable Iron Wall. One of it was their request, but the other one was unknown. "You are still probably fatigued from the subjugation. I have heard about it from the messenger, so I have a proposal for you here. I also want to say to everyone who survived that they have done well. However, it is a different story if it's about penalties and achievements. This is part of being adventurers. You do know that I can't just bend that, right?" It's top priority, definitely. I feel sorry for the newbies. But high-ranking adventurers have plenty of money. Nevertheless, they rarely fail on requests, so most high-paying requests can be taken. But beginner and intermediate ranks are different. They are only living with requests that would be enough for them to go by in their daily life. Well, if they put in their best effort they would earn more differently. And the reason they accept reasonable quest is because they can't afford to pay penalties if they fail. From this point on, it is a matter of accepting this afterwards. You have to accept this as your penalty for this time. What do you mean by that? Please accept this change of request. You and every adventurer that has taken that request. Are you serious about that? And then Drew took the request paper for the subjugation. "This is the one that you have received. There will be no obligations for this, and of course it will be processed as unachieved." After heaving a sigh, crumpled it and threw it in a trash can. Unbreakable Iron Wall were all stunned, leaving their jaws hanging as if they would fall off. It was decided that the request didn't even exist. What? It will be treated as not existing. Is that really going to receive that way? Just to be sure, from this point on, it is still in effect. Your punishment from before is also included. Then it's about this one here. Drew-san picked up the other document. When he presented it to them, they pointed at the person in white robe and Drew showed a grin on his face. "Hey Drew, this is a dedicated emergency request, right?" "That's right. And the one taking it is this young lady over here. She will be going alone to subjugate the dragon." "Huh? Is this person insane?" Is what everyone in the group is thinking right now. Even though they have barely escaped that situation, They were now in this meeting and was looking at Drew with terrible glares. What is this person thinking, letting only this young lady challenge that? Hey Drew-san, I know that because of you taking over the guild as its master, the troublesome bunch from the town have settled down, and though you definitely are quite the schemer, I still trusted you. But the proposal this time, is that really fine? The other members of the party also nod in agreement, but Drew still continues without changing his expression. How many people can you guard alone? Why the sudden question? Just answer it. So how many? While still puzzled by the question, their leader answered. 3 people would be my limit, even if my magic can be used in all terrains. If I'm attacked from all directions, I will have to focus in one area and have to clear it fast. If attacked by thieves, it depends, but it would be impossible for me, even if I cover it up with difference in status. The 4 people nod at his explanation. Then Drew shows them the certificates that the girl in white has completed so far. What is this bundle of certificates? It's this lady over here's track record for this month where every one of you were absent. You must be joking, right? It's the truth, especially this one over here. Please see its contents. This is just absurd. The content of that request was about escorting a group of over 300 merchants. One person, and it was properly completed. Even before that, there was also this, an escort request with about 80 merchants in it. You may understand that it was lower compared to before, but at that time they were attacked by a group of more than 100 monsters. Among those were 3 rock lizards included. Yet this lady here protected them properly and every one of them were intact, the lady included. It is a job that is unimaginable with their common sense. Everything that Drew showed to them were close to insanely impossible to complete. Only a hero or a demon king would probably have enough power to do something like this. To unbreakable iron wall they can only show a confused look, and then Drew made his suggestion. And that's why, the one taking over this request is this one here. I issued this request by designating it as extension of request, and in the case that she fails, all penalties would go to her instead. Hey, wait a second Drew-san, I haven't heard anything about that. Suddenly the person in white robe spoke. That was the first time that the 5 of them were able to actually hear her voice, and they were surprised that it was really a young girl's voice. Oi, that time that you told us about those requests. Don't tell me. That's right. It will be this young lady who will subjugate that red dragon alone, huh? Well, that's how it is, and the reward will also go to this young lady. The dragon materials will be donated to the city, though it looks like there will be more losses, but it isn't that much. What about our rewards? Them not be receiving compensations would be fine. However, for those who were forced to go out of business due to heavy injuries, their misunderstanding would probably be bad. It's money for their future that is involved here. But Drew already have predicted that countermeasures have been arranged even if they knew of it or not. From mid-tier to lower tier ones, 20% of the reward will be distributed for them from the lady. It have already been arranged, so be relieved. It's something like saying find a new way to live, so do you agree? Can that be trusted? You can leave that to me. All right, we understand. We will help with the explanation regarding the extension of request to other adventurers later. And in this way, the subjugation of the red dragon was entrusted to a single girl. Ah, right, Drew-san, the injured people are in the training area, right? That surprised me. Yes, everyone that was injured is sent over there and are being treated. Okay, I will check it out for a bit. After leaving the room, I quickly headed towards the training grounds. I hope that I'm not too late and someone might have already died. Adel, sorry? It's fine. There's no way I would refuse something that Arena asked for. Besides, that gentle wish of yours, I will definitely fulfill it. Ah yes, after Arena saw all those injured people, she asked me this favor. I can fulfill that wish, but this would definitely make me stand out. Well, I have already accepted that dragon subjugation request, so it's not like I would not stand out because of that anyway. That's why I decided to do this. The smile of Arena that time I agreed will be saved in the files of Arena's Smiles album in my brain. When I arrived at the training area, I found Rina-san who was instructing the medical staff. Is that Adel-san? Have you finished your meeting with everyone? Why are you here? It's done. I'm here to do a little something. Then, first of is to check the magical power of everyone that is injured through detection. The magical power of people that were only slightly injured was taken out of the selection, and it's easy to understand why. I grasped everyone after a bit. While Rina-san is directing everyone, she seems to be thinking that I'm up to something, but doesn't really know what it is. Imagining full recovery including restoration of missing parts. Fairy magic does not consume magic power, but in exchange it makes the user's head heat up as if it was being boiled. The greater the image, the stronger the heating up gets. Ah, this is harsh. It feels like my consciousness would fly out. Although it feels like I'm burning up instantly, I will still invoke the image without giving up. What's this? My arms are back. I'm feeling better now. I have legs. Alright. It's a big success. The arms and legs of people that were missing were returned one after another. Even heavy burns and terrible scars were also cured. It's becoming noisy once more, but this time for a different reason. People crying joyful tears and were really pleased that because of this miracle. Thank you very much, Adel-san. It's fine. With this, Pavel will probably be fine now. I felt really dizzy and was wobbling, so I tried to leave that place. But Rina-san came over to me. That is. I pressed my fingers on Rina-san's lips and stopped her next words. I can't let that be known yet. Just speak with the guildmaster for now. I will be leaving Havel after I finish this request and will be heading to the capital. I don't really want to stand out that much at the moment, so you can just pass it as some supernatural phenomenon. Fine. You do know that it would be troublesome if I'm exposed, right? I only did this because I might get acquainted with some of them when I'm out in town, and that would really be troublesome. I don't really want to say it in that way, like silencing Rina-san. With that, I'm sorry, but I really want for this to be fulfilled for now. It is certain that the adventurer right here at this moment are saved. I have no words to say other than thanks, but please come back safely. That is fine, right? Of course. Well then, it is a request of Rina-san, whom I have been in debt the most since I came to this town. I must not break that promise. Well then, time to go on the next mission. I came before heading to the battlefield. Viscount Sama, for you to come here so suddenly. What do you plan on doing? Did you come here to assault us aristocrats? Because if you about the original request, then you are the only one that can be linked to that, right? I think that it's fine to forgive him if he would let me hit him just once. It's about the dragon subjugation, right? I did not want issue such a request, and it was a miscalculation that a huge amount of beginners joined that quest. But you didn't specify a rank for that request, you know. Anyone would jump to that request if gold coins are the rewards. I know. I only realized that later and regretted it badly. So why did you pay Hilt-san and Drew-san? That's because it couldn't be helped. When I asked for details, it seems that this request should have been done with the cooperation of various cities around the area originally. However, they waited for the capital's approval. But it was rejected, and for some reason it was announced by a royal decree that only Havel adventurers should be requested. So that means, originally, it was a quest that was issued for high-ranking adventurers. I was also thinking why they issued such a thing, but I don't have ears all around the regions. I can't go against the royal family, and I don't really have an idea how strong dragons are. So you made a bet that it might just be a weak one? That's how it is. I sigh because of this. Some people were on the brink of death, you know. That would have at least been prevented if you asked for assistance to the country or just sent high-ranking adventurers to test it out. Pride of nobles? It's only 10% of that. Nobody wants their people to go and just die out there. It is after all a reliable workforce for the town. Still, they asked for that unreasonable request. If refused, then I'll probably incur hate from all sides. The rank from the king might even be revoked, because this decree is seemingly impossible. But this is something I don't want this situation to be revealed, Sigurd. I will probably deemed as incompetent. Well, you are probably lucky because this is a chance for you to announce it. What? Well, comparing this to the reaction of people from the Adventurers Guild, his expression right now is similar to that of Unbreakable Iron Wall. At the same time, Sigurd, who was quietly listening from the outside of the room, yelled out, "Stupid! and a sound of him running away followed. When I finish this request I plan to head to the kingdom. This is the original purpose of my journey after all, so do you think you would like to invest for this? No, but what if you die? I promised to return and will definitely not die. I will also know the truth as to why the decree was announced if I go to the kingdom. As for me, it will be really easy if the bad guys are the ones sitting in the throne though. Let's go. We will be going on a picnic once we reach Lizald's Hill a few days from now. We'll go. How do you want the red dragon to be cooked? Yakiniku, steak, shabu shabu, hambagu. Alright. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. The Dragon on the Hill. Pikunakitsu Pikunakana Hill. While listening to one of Arena's concert, we passed by several villages that was along the way before our destination. It seems that we're about to see our destination according to the villagers. We also found places where adventurers might have camped along the way. Komu Adel, the hill NN? Oh, you're right. Still, that's one big creature staying there. The hill of Lizil. My tension rose and I quickly moved out of the forest road into a flatland. That is what they call that hill. And it seems that I can also find towns beyond this hill. I guess the probability of adventurers from that town winning was high, is what they were told it seems. Well then, there was one huge red dragon on top of the hill. The size in length is around 30 meters. On its forehead is something like a big jewel. Looking at that, it gives off a feeling of a complete being and is really beautiful. The scenery around it is the other way around though. There are burnt places on the hill. Deep grooves and craters can also be found. There are also traces of blood here and there. And that must be the place where a fierce battle happened. Did you really want to stay that much on that hill, Arena? I think this will be a much tougher fight than everything that we have faced before, but what would you like to do? Still want to do this together? Will do. You sure are spirited. Well then, let's check its status first. Lavale, 1653, LVL. 1024 Inherent Race, Red Dragon, Ancient Dragon. HP, 38,543 38,543 MP, 19,666 19,666 ATK, 50,427 Def, 82,934 Matk, 127,640 MTF, 130,004 INT, 2,000 SPD. 255,444. Inherent Skill Dragon Scales, Flame Prison. Skills, Draconic Magic, S. Fire Attribute Magic, S+. Body Difference Correction, A+. Title, Descendant of Ancient Dragons. A rank would be trash if compared to this. Even a group of normal S ranks would die more than once if faced with this. No wonder why the troops were reduced to that state. If it seriously attacked, forget getting burned, they would end up as ash. Even without its inherent skill, its normal skills are really strong. Still, this is a female, this dragon. I wonder why the gender was displayed. Dragon Scales increased resistance to attacks. It is more effective in resisting magic attacks. Flame Prison skill unique to red dragons. Gives great amount of correction to fire skills and magic. Dragon magic that allows the use of breath attacks, flight magic, etc. The higher the rank the more precision and power is increased. Body difference correction. The smaller the enemy the smaller the damage. Correction is added to defense. I wonder if I can win? If it's status alone, then I can win. If it's about skill thought, then I might actually lose. What's certain is that I can't fight this using my human form. It can't be helped. Let's fight in fairy mode this time. And so I cancelled my humanization on the spot. I'm sorry Arena, I can't take you along this fight after all. Can you win if I don't join? Yup, if so, then good luck. Alright, I got cheers from my angel, so let's start. I don't know if I would be understood. But first let's try having a conversation. I flew closer to the point that it's right before my eyes. It is really beautiful to see it up close. The scales look like mirrors though my face looks distorted in them. Hello? Can you hear me? Are you asleep? An answer didn't return. Is it judging me as something harmless? Let's wake it up for the time being. I moved to the area around its stomach. While putting all my strength on my fist, I strike it. Take this. Dogen. Nuha. It is a punch fully utilizing fairy magic towards its belly. The humongous red dragon was blown away from the hill and rolled down on the ground. Did I put too much power? After a while it groggily got up and was showing a really angry face. It was giving off an atmosphere as if it found the target it wants to kill immediately. You. How can a fairy deliver a blow that strong? That was dangerous. I almost lost my consciousness. It talked directly to my mind. This is good. It seems like I will be able to communicate. Then time to start the negotiations. Because you were ignoring me, you are in the wrong here. Anyway, why are you taking over this place? What? Don't be stupid. This place is originally mine. It seems that the humans around here pioneered the area and occupied it. I'm just taking back my spot. Your spot, is it? This empty hill without anything around it? And so, why did you return just now? First of all, that would be a story from many of years from before. It's only been 200 years, you know. There are several places too the same as this one here. 200 years. That would be more than 10 times of my current life. Then it couldn't be helped if human occupied the area. The scale of life is just too different. But you know, even humans would courageously annoy you with this. You have a lot of place the same as this, so can't you just give up on this one? Why do I have to concede to humans? Also, a group of people came just a while ago trying to defeat me. They didn't even say anything and attacked. But because I'm benevolent, I spared their lives. That should have been enough to communicate the horrors of facing me. No one else have come since then after all. Driving them off through force, is it? This one here is probably the type that thinks power is everything and negotiation would probably be impossible if done normally. In that case, you probably won't go away no matter what, right? Because I'm currently an adventurer and is taking over this request, I have to defeat you. What did you just say? Why did you use humanization and join the human world? My hometown is in a tough situation right now. That's why I would need the cooperation of human kings. So that's why I'm currently an adventurer raising my rank, which would make it easier for me to meet them. I see. But I will not yield. That reason is only meant for yourself. You have to defeat me if you want me to yield. That is my way of life. It won't yield as expected. The other side is already firm with its decision. Is there anything else I can do? Then let's try that other solution. Then, would you like to make a bet? A bet? Won't it be boring if we're just going to fight? I will give some world trees honey if I lose. By the way, what? Are you serious? Oh. She's in a slight panic. So what Testania-san said was true after all. She started swinging her tail while drooling. To show her that what I'm saying is true, I take out an almost empty bottle and showed it to her. Lavale sniffed it after she approached close to me. It's you, a dog. Oh, this color and this smell, it's definitely honey from a world tree. Okay, I will accept it. So what do you want? If I win the battle, then can you form a pact with me? I feel tension in the end. It became hot. Red light seems to be glowing on her two large eyes that were locked into me. Nails gripped the ground and fangs were also exposed. It's definitely a combatant's atmosphere. Even I would dislike it if I'm made to submit after all. However, it would also be a problem if you won't go along with the provocation. There were many who have tried to bring me down to submission and form a contract with me. However, not one of them has the strength I desired. All of them ended as charcoal. Only those who are stronger than me shall become my contractor. Still challenging? Let's do this quickly then. Kyukaku, kihahaha, ha 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 ha. That's good, that arrogance. It's worth taking you out. Let's see how long you would last, fairy. While expanding her wings, she released a dignified roar peculiar to dragon and is making the air around vibrate. She is splendidly showing her power. If it's a normal human that takes this on, the roar alone would probably make them insane. I guess she would like to forget being smashed earlier. She's will probably use all her power from the start, and because of that I guess I also have to use my all. In terms of numbers, the status difference between me and Lavale is really high. However, Those body correction skills and inherent skills would balance this out. It is a really tough opponent this time. I'd like to test out a lot of things, but I don't know if it will be effective. My name is Lavale, one pillar of the 4 great dragons and child of the founder ancient dragon. Come at me, fairy. Oh, yeah. No, I mean I'm Adel. From now please take care of me? You messed it up? I don't really like speaking in formalities, so speaking normally is fine for me. Adel's current status: Adel, 3, LV.495 unique race, dimension fairy. Awakening. HP 6720, MP 953, 564/953,564 ATK 3532 Def 3009 Make 21,258,855 MDF 20,682,300 INT 7,100 SPD 60,004 Inherent skill Fairy Magic, Fairy's Eye, Space Magic, Manifestation Dependency, Skill, Singing, A, Sword Arts, B+, Humanization, S, 4 Attribute Magic, SS, Adjustment, A+, Concealment, S. Chapter 29. Chapter 29 Fairy vs. Red Dragon. Let us begin. A sudden breath attack was released. Adel tries to evacuate to the skies immediately, but the speed of the breath was faster than expected. A beam like a laser was fired from Lavale's mouth. At that point she realized that avoiding was impossible, so she turned round and intercepted it. Blaze, penetrating flame. I intercepted it with a powerful magic. I shot it with a spear clad in blue flames. When the high-speed projectiles collide with each other, the blue flame pierced through and proceeds towards Lavale. The scattered breath rained down the hill, burning everything in the surroundings. Something like that is no enough to stop me. Lavale increased the breath's power, making it thicker. The flame spear was immediately swallowed, but that gave enough time for Adel to flee to the skies. What was left of the place it hits was an empty spot. It would be bad if we continue this fight on the ground. Arena might get involved in the offshoots. Adel was relieved that the angle of the breath was going downhill and straight to the ground, and if the angle was off even a little and flew straight to a nearby village, the result would definitely be a huge mushroom cloud. The thought of what would happen would not even be funny at all. And if in some way Arena got caught on that, she would definitely be dead. Air combat, is it? Certainly, if we continue this on ground, even if it's not my intention to do so. The terrain around here would definitely change. Lavale jumped and flew to the skies. This is now the beginning of a fight for aerial domination of Fairy and Dragon. Adel takes out weapons from her space storage while letting it float on the air. She then manipulates it using fairy magic to surround Lavale. Lavale grins while looking at the sky. Do you think something like this would even hurt my scales and my strong defense? I don't think they... But it will be painful if they're your soft spots, right, like your eyes or softer scales? No, you are just annoying me. The weapons floating moved towards Lavale, aiming various weak points. They aimed her eyes, inside her mouth, wing membranes, back of elbows and knees. But all of them were just shattered. Well, I did expect that. You probably won't even be scratched by normal weapons. Don't even bother with that. Still, the way you use your magic is interesting, but something of that level won't work against me. Next is my turn. From where Lavale was floating, she swings down her claws, sending air slashes towards Adel. Oi, what the hell is with that attack? As Adel was avoiding the storm of air slashes, Lavale takes a stance. Then several flame bullets surrounding her wings formed. Breath and flame magic, improved by dragon magic and flame prison's correction. Let's see if dust will even remain after you take this. An array of attacks was unleashed. Along with a super-fast breath work, countless fireballs went towards Adel, although she flew higher to avoid it. You must be kidding, right? Homing? The attacks that were supposed to be linear all bent and chased after Adel. Then all the attacks hit the small fairy. It created a huge explosion in the sky. The color of smoke was like that of an erupting volcano. Lavale looked at the collision point and thought that with such power there is no way that a small creature like that could endure. Was that a little too much for a fairy? No. But that one was releasing a different atmosphere from the usual fairies. To Lavale, a fairy like that which could actually hurt her has never been seen before. With just that small impact made her feel horror. That's why she continued to convince herself, I'm part of the strongest race, our attack power is way too different. Now the moment she tried to land to the ground while feeling disappointed of the battle which she thought would have been nice if it continued, that's when her thoughts ended. What is that? Wind. The cloud from the explosion suddenly begins to twirl, and became something like a tornado. And then, she could not believe what came out from its center. Where do you think you're going, you dragon? An intact Adel was standing there. No, to be exact, the clothes she was wearing were half carbonized. Lavale showed a really surprised face. Ridiculous. How were you able to withstand that? For her, what she used was her current maximum power. It sure humiliated her to see that her target was still intact with an attack that could even melt metals with its heat alone. Something like that is quite simple, you know. I only converted all my status into mth. My mth is and matk is around 20 million, totaling over 40 million. Even if you include the X 1000 extra damage from corrections it affect me. In any case, that body difference correction is really troublesome by the way I see. You posse's fairy eyes. Moreover, using fairy magic in such a way, I have never seen a fairy using it that way. That concept itself is also out of common sense. Don't you think that it's a much worse skill than mine? I don't really think about that though, but still. From the point of view of Adel, the strength of Lavale that considerably goes beyond what a normal creature can acquire though. If the previous attack was also aimed at the ground, the collateral damage would have created a crater and blow away everything in the surroundings with a powerful shockwave, erasing everything. At any rate, I will be using all of my abilities this time. After all, it would be useless if I didn't give you my all. After saying so, Adel gripped her fist. Lavale was fighting seriously without holding back. The fact that I can freely manipulate my status is the reason my fist damaged her. She can feel that Lavale wants her to give her all. Then again, I'll be going first. Wah, she disappeared. Where did she go? Whoa. The moment she thought Adel disappeared in an instant. The next moment she was punched in her belly. But she was able to withstand it and was able to return her stance and didn't decrease altitude. Being hit by something so small really hurts Lavale. It's as if a very strong needle is piercing her. Because she was not holding back anymore, unlike before, the severity of the attack cannot even be compared from the one before. By the way, I have to add something for my self-introduction. Ga, Phew. Wah, what? I am the Dimension Fairy Adel, the only fairy in this world that can manipulate space. After describing herself once more to Lavale, Adel disappears from that spot again, and in the next instant was at the back of Lavale, sending a kick hitting her, and she lets out a loud roar. Go, just what in the world are Lavale tries to calm down her breath while confused and was trying to get used to the unfamiliar pain, but for her it was not about getting hit by Adel. The true aim was to bring fear and dominate Lavale through pain and confusion. The means of attack of Adel were simple: repeated short-range transfers, and just pounding her with sheer ATK power. Dragon scales are thick and hard and is quite resistant to magic, but it's possible for damage to penetrate using strong blows. It is a basic strategy that was also same as before and was verified by many dragon battles, but there was a big difference from the last time. The attack do penetrate, but how long will I have to do this? Adel's hands could not bear the continuous pounding of solid dragon scales, and blood was starting to flow out of it. Her bones are probably starting to crack by now. Her head was also beginning to overheat from continuous use of fairy magic. Lavale was tougher than expected. She judged her to be an idiot when the battle started. Ignoring pain from her fists, she continued hitting her. She will try to continue this way until she wins. Well then, shall I keep this up? You can enjoy being a sandbag as much as you want. From that point on, it will a battle between Laval's endurance and Adel's continuous attack. Because of Adel's continuous fast attacks, Laval gave up trying to avoid and just devoted her all defending. She further tried to hinder the attacks in closing her wings, arms and legs. But that ended up not that helpful because the fairy is way too small, and can still hit the gaps in her body. Laval was already on the verge of crying. You might be able to call this a fight, but the exchange continued for several minutes, and eventually the situation changed. Gua, Jaya. Laval fell to the ground without properly landing. Did it finally end with this? She was spinning while falling down. She wasn't able to break her fall as she hits the ground. Even Adel was in a state that she couldn't use her hands as she descended while observing the situation. Ugh, it hurts. I broke my hands and legs. Healing it with fairy magic didn't work. She cannot concentrate well due to the fever, as if she was suffering from influenza. There was no headache, but discomfort was circulating throughout her body that it was hard just to breathe. She activated fairy eyes to confirm Laval's status, and confirmed that her HP is now below 10%. She was already at her last breath, but Adel didn't try to do anything rash and wait for a bit. Gua, this is unexpected, for you to damage me this much. Laval rose up groggily, showing her full form. Her wings were tattered and the damage can be seen throughout her body. Will you accept defeat now? I hurt myself too, you know. I want to end this soon. She's puzzled as how to respond. Laval was certainly driven to this point and accepted the strength of her adversary. She was shown power that could have driven her into submission. She knew that she would only be finished off if they continue any more of this. However, her heart was not broken yet. Even if she sheds tears and screams in pain. That's why she responded in a different way. If you can kill this body, then I don't mind forming a contract with you. What do you mean by that? She pushed the jewel with her finger on her forehead. For us ancient dragons, this jewel is our real body. This dragon body is only something we made. You could say that it's something like outer skin. What do you mean by that? You want to be my contractor, right? Then I want you to completely defeat me. It would also settle everything with this. Slowly, Laval accumulated breath on her mouth. It was as if saying that this is that last strike. And she continued talking to Adel, focusing her eyes on her. Perhaps, this body will die if one more punch like that is delivered. Because this body will die, I can create a new humanoid body that will make traveling with you easier. Well, that is the story if you can finish me off and beat this body. Understood. Laval knew that in this exchange of blows, she will definitely lose. Even if this is her last breath, the power she is about to release is not as strong as her first. Still, she thought that it would be enough and choose this method. But she didn't know, something outside expectations will join in the aboard. Adel's puff. Finally, it's ending. This is the first time I've fought with all my strength. I couldn't believe that I would hurt myself this much because of not having a weapon. I feel like crying so much with the heat overflowing my head and the pain from my hands and feet. But if I connect a blow here, it will end this and it will be my win. Here I go. Laval's last breath was about to be released. I must avoid this and hit her on the head. That's what I thought I should do using space magic. But then I noticed something. This direction is, in this direction where Laval's attack would pass through. I turn around to what's behind. I met eyes with my most important person. Even though it's quite a distance away, I know I'm looking at her eyes. Q? Please. I want you to give me a smile. At the same time I could barely hear her cheering and it made me feel better. Even if I risk my life, I will not move a step from this place where I plan to escape, though it's a bit worrying. I was very happy though. Thanks to this, the option of dodging disappeared. I just have to endure this and pierce through. If I use normal magic then it will be too late. And so, I take off all my status and dropped it all to INT and activated fairy magic. Pit. Ignoring all the heat that was frying my head as if it was going to explode, I imagined a shield. A huge shield that was composed of unknown material appears and blocked the breath. After contact, a few seconds passed and the breath's pressure was weakening, and then eventually disappeared. I flew straight to the head of the red dragon and delivered my finishing blow. And then, you dragon, to my best friend. With this attack, I land thighs. I strike the red dragon's head and made a hole from the head down to the chin, finishing her off. When I confirmed its status, HP now shows 0. After confirming that I have 1, I fall on the spot. I could not keep my consciousness with the high fever attacking me. My whole body is also in pain, making me unable to move. The last thing I heard was a call from my best friend. Relieved, with confidence that I protected her properly, I let go of my consciousness. Specific pain that Lavale tasted. It is a feeling of having long needles penetrating your body and the impacts feels like it's bursting inside the body. Chapter 30. Chapter 30 Demonic Contract. After being blown off by the impact on the head, the jewel fell to the ground, and then it began to shine. The jewel takes the form of a person which looked like a woman around her 20s. The woman was wearing a red-themed dress, and has long scarlet hair. Walked towards the head of the dragon where she came from. You did it well, Q. When she found the fairy of interest, she found another fairy near it. The fairy was standing in front, spreading both arms before the fairy that defeated her. Then the woman kneeled over and lowered her gaze as she gently stroked the head of that fairy. Don't worry, I'm here to cure that fairy's wounds. Regarding this battle, it was my complete defeat and there will be no more fighting. You can stay with her after this till she regains consciousness. And the woman's words were filled with kindness. The little fairy nodded and moved back. When the woman picked up the body of the fairy that fought her bravely, she bit her finger and made it bleed for a bit. She sprinkled her blood on the damaged limbs of the fairy and started her draconic magic, and then the blood got slowly absorbed into the fairy's body. If I do it this way, it will be cured in a few minutes. I can't do anything about the burden made by fairy's magic, but her recovery will probably complete in after a few hours. After saying that, she carefully put down the fairy on the ground. The light blue fairy then came over and gave it a lap pillow. While looking at how pleasant that looks, the woman speaks to the light blue fairy. Are you perhaps a good friend of this one? I'm Arena. I see. I am Lavale. I'll be in your care from now on. In their last moment she didn't avoid Lavale's breath. Lavale also noticed late that Arena was in line of fire. Because of this reason in that last moment she got upset, and was filled with rage. But well, this fairy, is she really just a fairy? New? I felt a familiar soft feel as I regained consciousness. When I opened my eyes, I see Arena sleeping while giving me a lap pillow. Oh, she is getting quite skilled being able to this now. Are you finally up now? From the place I looked at, there was a fascinatingly beautiful woman that was looking at me. She has eyes that would make you think of rubies. What's going on? Is what I thought as I look at her smooth flowing hair. There would only be one person I can think of. Is okay to assume that you are probably Lavale? What about the challenge? It is your win, my lord. What is it? No way. I sighed and weep a bit too. It was a first for me to have a battle like that. I don't want to do something like that again. Adel, I swear my loyalty to you as my lord until you or this body of mine dies in accordance to our bet, and because of that shall we proceed with this. I made to have cured your Sokan. You should be able to move by now, right? My body feels light now. I slowly got up, making sure not to suddenly wake up Arena. The pain from my body has already disappeared and the overheating feeling I had have already subsided. I was saved that I didn't have to suffer from severe pain the moment I woke up. Then, we shall now proceed in making a demonic contract. Demonic contract? Weren't you the one who said you want me as a companion? About that. You see, what I wanted was for you to become our friend, and travel along with us as a friend. Friends? Her stupefied face also looks beautiful. Looking closely, her glamorous figure surely fits her looks. I want to be hugged by that form by all means while I'm in human form. Friends. Such people never existed for me who is an ancient dragon. Is it a no? That's not it. But you see, if you form a demonic contract with me there will be more useful benefits. There will be no disadvantages. If you're saying you want to be in equal terms, then that is also fine. I can also listen to other requests you would like. I see. Then can you explain to what a demonic contract is for now? And so, I listened to the information about demonic contracts from Lavale. Because we are near a dragon's corpse which seems awkward, I stored it for now. Then take out chairs and a table seating ourselves. I listened to Lavale while stroking Arena that was sleeping on a small table with her head on my lap. Since the procedure for the contract itself is quite easy, let's not prioritize it. Instead of that, explaining the merits would much better. The merit for the contract is mainly two. One is being able to summon and second is synchronization. I could understand about summoning, but synchronization? Right. In synchronization you will be able to communicate with me via thoughts. It will be very useful because it will be usable even if we're remotely separated. That certainly will be useful. But is it done? That would be easier to understand once the contract is established and we try it out. Then, how do we proceed with making a contract? That is, a kiss is how it is established. Did I hear that wrong? What is it again? Like I said, a kiss. Do you mean that kiss, right? Kissing, right? The one where lips are connected? Seriously? I don't really know what you are thinking about. But you see, in order to establish the contract, saliva exchange is a proof. Although it really feels strange for me too doing this for the first time and with a woman, I don't really feel bad about it, eh? Do you mean the deep one? Why are giving me that weird look now? A little is fine. You don't have to do it so passionately. Lavale was informing me while turning a bit red. She said that if I humanize it won't activate properly the contact, not unless I'm in my original form. Will those irresistible looking lips going be in contact with my whole body? Good. Well, I got the gist of it. Let's do this. Yes, then please proceed. Lavale closed her eyes and stuck out a little bit of her tongue. Alright. What's needed was to exchange saliva. That means I only have to kiss that tongue, is it? Still, it's super embarrassing. What? Wait a minute, even she's embarrassed. Look, even her face is bright red, and she also opened her eyes a little and was watching consciously. If you let a woman wait like this, it would really be shameful. The number one needle, here I go. Unfair. I'm joining too. Nmu? Unmu. The moment my lips connected with Lavale's tongue, Arena, who woke up, interrupted and came in between my lips and Lavale's tongue. So quick. Then the contract triggered. The magic circle expanded enclosing the three of us, then disappeared. What happened? I timidly asked Lavale, and she answered with a distorted look. It seems that she was too embarrassed that she can't make eye contact. It seems that Arena and my lord made a contract with me at the same time. Oh. Adel, Morchu Arena-san, running wild as you pleased. What happened a while ago? Why the overflowing affection now? A few minutes later, the two of us were finally settled down and seated on the chair. Lavale was also seated and was preaching us how to be a proper lady. Good grief, you are both women, so at least show some modesty. Sorry. Then shall we continue on the topic? Fine. Arena. Straighten your feet. My wish was ignored. Then, first his summoning. My lord, please imagine the previous existence as myself in thy head, the state where I was a red dragon in my mind. I imagine the appearance of the red dragon that I fought. I have burned that image in my eyes. When I was looking at it, a detailed image then came up. If done, then call out my name as you put magical power at the back of your hand. Lavale then disappears from where she was standing, and then a large magic formation formed on the ground near us. After that, a red dragon same as the one I fought came out of it. It's this sensation that you get from this. If you understand, then let us proceed with synchronization this time. My lord, please come aboard me, and you have to concentrate. Arena too is fine to come along. Hi. When the two fairies rode on her head, Lavale jumps up and begins ascending to the sky. Please place your hand on my head, then imagine having out consciousness combine. Yes. I placed my hand on the red dragon's head, then imagine our consciousness combining for a bit. Yup. This is really fun and I'm enjoying it. I'm glad that you're helping me with imaging too. I keep my position and concentrated for a few minutes. Somehow it giving of a strange feel to it. Relax a bit. We are in the same state. One view from myself, and then there was another view which is probably from Lavale's. It seems like this is the primary state of synchronization. This time try using magic in this state. Use my skills, that is fire magic and flame prison. Got it. Then flame spear. When I initiated ordinary flame magic, the flame spear that was launched was many times bigger than the one I imagined. This is amazing. After verifying various effects, I realized that there are many interesting things that I could do. It seems like you have realized the various ways of using this. For now this is the basics. Let's go down. After returning down to the ground, we noticed a bit of a problem. It is in regard to summoning and synchronization. But can Arena use it, as she has a double contract with her? Lavale has acknowledged me as her master, but it's different with Arena, and because of that I tried suggesting for the contract with Arena to be cancelled. However, no. You didn't defeat her, you know? That's just how Arena is. But regarding Arena, it was fine with my lord because she has shown me her strength. But, if you want me to be under her, then she has to show me some form of strength. It is okay with anything, like something along intelligence of something? Yes, well, if that can somehow convince me, that is alright. After calling Arena, the two of us started a secretive talk. Either case of winning matches, there's only that which I can think of. Okay, now Arena, go. And so, what will the challenge be? 10 games, Shogai. Shogai. I handed over a rule book for Lavale to read. The basics isn't really that difficult, so Lavale remembered it really fast. So it is something like a strategy battle that uses one's head to conquer the other, right? Well, it's something that this fairy is challenging me, so it will be a battle of cunning that she is strong with. How about betting something then, like my lord did? At this time Lavale looked at me with glittering eyes. I see. You want me to bet honey from the world tree, right? You like that much, huh? And so I took out a bottle of it, then placed it on the table. I hope you would be satisfied with that. The eyes of Lavale then changed as if she was aiming at prey. Okay then, Arena. If you win, what would like for myself to offer thee? Become friends. That has already been fulfilled. Anything else? On hold. Okay, it's fine. Don't make it something unreasonable. Battle. The leading is Lavale. Then the decisive battle began. In Shogai. Lavale. I pity you. First game. Winner Arena. Mew. I lost? Well, I'm just a beginner, so maybe. Third game. Winner Arena. Alright, I got the gist of it. I will take you down next round. Come at me. Fifth game. Winner Arena. Wow. Grin. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. The Mystery of the World. The Mystery of Fairies. TL. Yuki. Win again. Now, shall we return home now? Wait. One more time. Just let have one more time. I will win. I'm confident that I will definitely win. You already lost in 20 consecutive games. It's already your complete loss. Lavale. That was really terrible. Arena, you're so merciless. Since Arena have an overwhelming difference, Arena would gradually set it up as if she would lose, then finally crushing her opponent with only the king along with one more piece. And as for Lavale, she was too humiliated that she kept on going for more. She dropped to a level where she couldn't even defeat a child. That's why it was her total defeat. But because she still kept on asking for more, the game kept on going. She looked relieved for a moment, but I think it would just end up in the same result. That is because Arena's gameplay is already beyond a professional's level. So frustrating. I wonder if it was so frustrating that losing to a fairy in intelligence, that she is now stomping the ground. Will the ground start to crack as she continues with her tantrums? This hill end up losing its purpose, you know. By the way, it's better if you don't travel in that way, you know. Why is that? If you travel wearing only that red dress, I think adventurers would get angry at you, thinking that you are just underestimating all of this. It is not good for the eyes. It would end up making you stand out too much. For the time being, cover yourself with this. I hand over a white robe similar to what I used to Lavale. I also humanized myself and wear the same robe. Lavale, who saw my form, was kind of shocked. What's wrong? Master, you see, right now you look so graceful, as if you were a pure Aiden. Yet, when Master was in her fairy form, it felt as if you are licking all over me while having a perverted face. I See, I guess you still need to be beaten up one more time. Shall we check how much my strength increased since I leveled up a lot? I'm sorry, please forgive, I'm really sorry. Was I really that weird that she has to point it out? Well, for the time being I jump kicked her. Well, when I'm in fairy mode, being faithful to desires is already part of our instinct and it has already turned into habit of mine, so it can't be helped. In other words, I will still be looking at Lavale as if leering at a beautiful Anisan while having that weird look. I am also conscious that I'm turning into such a perverted woman. Lavale is already an extreme beauty, in a level that everyone would bend and won't be able to walk just looking at you. Not to mention, that dress that clearly fits your body, revealing clearly your body lines would make anyone stick their eyes on you without looking away. You're a pervert, you don't really have to point it like that. I can't help it, you know, because you are just that beautiful. I am not the bad one here. Anyway, Lavale, if you don't want to gather extra attention, especially from men, I recommend wearing that coat. I guess so, then I'll gratefully take the offer. How about Irina? Here Irina then enters my hood. She was then giggling while shaking her butt when shows herself. So cute. Irina always stay inside my hood, because of my space magic. The space inside is wide and she is not under any kind of pressure. I see, Irina can't humanize, right? Didn't she learn it? I never thought about that. But if Irina humanize, it feels like there will be too much trouble. I'm worried that she might follow bad people and get deceived by them. But, I also want Irina to enjoy the human world. Irina nanny? Do you want to learn humanization and come along with me when we visit cities? Want? Alright, then would you like me to teach you? Wait, you don't need to do it now. Let's use this. Lavale passed over to me a pair of earrings that she took from her ears. It's an elaborately decorated item centered on a ruby with a gold frame holding it. This is? That is. Well, a magic tool that I got from an acquaintance when I was still unable to humanize properly. The effect of humanization is engraved on it and has very decent fuel consumption. Please use it. So there's also something like that? Maybe. There are also other useful tools as well. I take Irina's hand and place it on her palm. When Irina inputs her magic power, the tool activated immediately. Blue eyes along with sky blue hair. Lavale's earring are also attached to her ears. Her body was that of a little girl that was as tall as me, but her face was more childish, that if I'm a grandpa I'd be killed from too much max charm. Such a child appeared naked in front of me. If she asks me for pocket money, to hell, I'd give everything I have for her. I won't have any regrets. Human. Well, it looks like it's safely activated even though it's already been several hundreds of years since I last used it. Irina, for now let's get you dressed up. The stimulation is too strong. Let's get married. I'll cherish you all my life. Cool down a bit, you idiot. I let Irina wear the same clothes I have, then put a robe over her. Leaving the dress aside, I let Lavale wear shoulder pads and chest iron armor. She told me that she doesn't need any weapons, so I didn't hand over any. Anyway, I did run out of weapons on stock anyway, and this completes the white robe trio. Very suspicious. By the way, is it fine for me to donate the dragon materials to the town? It was included as part of the request. You see, it is fine, because it's only part of my body that Master defeated. It's fine even if it's free. I wonder if it's fine for me to decide. With all that done, the request is now over. All I have to do now is return to town and obtain the certificate of completion. I stored the whole body, while blood was still overflowing on the head part, and well, it was almost in perfect shape, so they won't be grumpy with it. Now what to do about the increase in my companions? Let's just say Lavale was a teacher of mine. Irina will be my little sister, and of course she also came from the same village as me, with the setting that she came late. I also have to talk about it to the two so they would remember later. Okay, time to go back now. Alright, wait for a bit, I'll be checking our status before we come back. Adel, 3. LV.859 Unique Race, Dimension Fairy. Awakened. HP 11011 11011, MP2, 506, 0820/2, 506,082 8TK 8054 Def 7022 Mat KT 4,575,884 MF 74,040,540 INT 7,100 SPD 280,025 Inherent Skill Fairy Magic, Fairy Eye, Space Magic, Manifestation Dependency, Skill, Sing, A+, Sword Arts B+, Humanization, S, 4 Attribute Magic SS Adjustment, A+, Concealment, S, Demonic Contract, Dash Title, Master of Ancient Dragon, Dragon Killer. Ooh, it's getting more and more out of this world. I could understand because of my level almost doubling, but the increase of stats is just out of the norm. Especially the Matkanmv stats, which is now over 4 times. There were also skills that are related to the contract. There was also title, which certainly fits because of me defeating Lavale. So how was it? If it's now, then I could probably finish off Lavale in just a single strike. Please, stop using me as standard when explaining. While we are walking towards Havel, Lavale was asking me a variety of questions. The contents were things like my origin and about my tribe. As for me, I asked about information regarding the status of other fairy tribes around the world. Do you know of any reason why the world trees are starting to decrease? I didn't hear any. I heard about a rumor of the Demo King being killed from rumors that came by. But if it's about the decay of the world trees, then there is still nothing that came by. There is also no indication that the evil spirit has been unleashed. I guess I have no choice but to ask other parties regarding that. Well, I will be sightseeing the capital next, so it's not really bothersome. Still, are you really sure that you are a fairy, and not something that is just under the guise of a fairy? I have lived for a really long time. Yet this is the first time I've known of a dimension fairy. I can't explain that since I don't even know myself. I'm only thinking that maybe it's something much like a goddess's prank. Arena. You should also say something because it's Adel. Yes, of course. That's the magic word. Because it is me. That's the end of it for Arena. I will forgive you, even though you don't really understand. Somehow, I'm bothered. I think Lavale is more surprising though. If you think from a human's point of view, a dragon turning humanoid would definitely be big news, right? And what is Master going to say now? Who is someone able to defeat such creature which is the pinnacle of dragons? It's just a fairy, right? Right. Sigh, I understand. It's because fairies don't know how to talk about common sense. And a few days later, without encountering any problems, we finally arrived to Havel together with a new comrade and my best friend who got a new body. Arena, we will be having a match again tonight. Yeshu, this time, I will definitely win. Why am I set up like this? A trap. Is it? Q? Kumano. It was supposed to have been a big break for her from the long muddy path, but ended up in a big trap and lost. Chapter 32. Chapter 32 Subjugation Report. TL. Yuki. So this is the town called Havel where Master stays. It's already been 100 years, but it seems that humans haven't changed their ways as they live. I won't know something much like that since it's only been 3 years since I was born. Is there really no changes? Well, they're those that were rebuilt. But houses that have aged shows their own history as long as calamities or misfortune befalls them. I see. So that means that the way of living of this world is moderate and almost unchanged. As expected, the standard of origin is different if compared to Japan, which rapidly improves in just a matter of decades. Now then, let's go the Adventurers Guild first, as we have to submit a report on the result of subjugation and delivery of Lavale's husk to complete the request. Kastroff skin. It's an interesting thing with humans where they make use of my husk as tools, because the one I'm with in town now is the living Lavale. I can't really comment on that. The moment I stepped inside the Adventurers Guild, it was filled with liveliness unlike anything I've seen before. It gives off the same vibe when I entered on Canarias. Thinking that this is probably how it is normally as a standard of guilds, I can somehow see the similarities to all of them. But well, we needed to join that long line connected to the reception corner. It sure is long. Both old men and youngsters, some confused, some frightened, sweat glistening and scattering about. but it is not a beautiful sight at all. I don't want to enter that by all means. Master, I don't want to enter that long line of agonizing men. I also don't want to, so Arena, please don't go over there. Ahui. Arena isn't nervous at all. Even if I have collapsed, I still tried my best to stand in front of Lavale at that time to protect her. Well, at the time I was overflowing with protective feelings for her though. I guess we will just have to wait until the number of people decreases. Oh Hadel, you are already back. Wait, your number increased. Do you seriously have to call out to me like that, Guildmaster? The moment when I was leading the two to the bar area, Drew-san came down from the second floor, then raised a shout as he noticed me. Well, since the others are also wearing identical white robes, they do look a little suspicious, but are you some kind of idiot shouting at an adventurer who just returned? Look, because of you everyone's attention is aimed here. Stop. Seriously, just stop. I should have just come right afternoon. And I can tell that everyone is also staring at Lavale's assets without blinking, because everyone would definitely be charred if this goes on. Should we escape for now? And regarding Arena, I won't let anyone ogle her. I will blow them away. Oi, what happened, Adel? Please report about it now. Come over in my office. Drew-san came over and grabbed my robe, then tried to drag me away. What do you want with me dragging me along without permission? Fun. Goha. Sexual harassment is not permitted, so panted a punch on his stomach. Following him while ignoring his suffering, I went inside his office without his permission. Both Lavale and Arena also followed me along. Before I noticed, Rina-san was already behind us with a flushed look. Just how pitiful is this Guildmaster going to be? You, what's up with that? Why did you hit me? It is much worse than shouting at people in a crowd like that. Rina-san, the verdict guilty. You can punish him as you like. Sorry, please forgive me. And as for that person standing behind her, it feels like I'll be killed over and over again, so please stop with the killing intent. I hold Lavale's shoulder to stop sending her killing intent and urged them to sit down. Then Drew-san breathes out a sigh of relief and also seated himself. So, let's hear the results. Were you able to repel it? I've put it down and brought in the materials. You were seriously able to subjugate it? Right. The case that Rina reported regarding the events in the training area was a set as different case. There was priestess that occasionally drops by from city to city making miracles. I made false news that it was such a miracle. Well then, one problem solved. It seems that they have made one good story, but the case about the Red Dragon is different. It is something that the city will celebrate with, so you will definitely stand out. So just give it up. The option of removing your hood is up to you though, really. I guess that can't be helped. So anyway, who exactly are those behind you? So you have finally touched on that topic. Rina-san looked worried since quite a while ago, and she was sneaking a look over here while sipping tea. This tall one here is someone who studied with from a long time ago, while this one over here is my little sister. Because the three of us decided to form a party, I would like you to register them too as adventurers. Is that okay? It's fine. I know that a certain percentage of that was a lie. Anyway, how strong are they? My instructor Lavale is as strong as me, while my little sister Arena can win against you with these. Okay, then I'll exempt the both of them from exams. Rina, please process it then. The both of you, please come over here. I saw them off as they left Drew's office. Finally, the serious talks will now begin. Drew also shows his seriousness, and emotions disappeared from his face. Well then, so, how strong was that Red Dragon? Do I really have to report that? Half is out of duty, because I have to report it to the country. If that is okay with you, then I will write an appropriate report about it at a later time. Now what should I do? Honestly, if I tell him just about how strong she was, all the hair would probably fall off Drew's head. But if I report that it was rather weak, then it would be questioned why all those who attempted before failed. Where should I side with this? So, are you done calculating yet? Just a bit. I'm trying to find something that would be proper to assess the strength. Don't just blurt that out in front of me. Since I will write a more appropriate report, you can at least be honest with me. Even if you say that, I am not really used to such things and I don't really know how to compare. I guess I'll just give my honest opinion. Well, first of all, That subjugation team that was sent felt no more than just tickling it, is what I think. It would need at least around 10 level 400 people to at least be able to compete with that. Also the scales of that dragon are almost immune to magic, and added to that is its higher resistance to slashing. I didn't tell a lie. There is a possibility of them driving her away if it was that much. With a perfect team of level 400s along with a complete set of armor that is fire resistant, they would have a 10% of driving her away with that. Well, half of it is with difference in status, the other half is fighting spirit, guts and love. The last few ones are too questionable that I don't get it. Well now, why can't you understand about that part? Is Drew the type of pathetic person that doesn't understand love? But that is the truth, it just can't be helped. I choose what words I probably use though. Alright, fine, next is regarding the materials. Where is it? I have it with me now. Oh, is it that rumored storage bag? Even if it sounds convincing to you, it is kind of troublesome for me though. You have thoroughly found out about it. You may go over to the Lord's house to get the completion certificate while I go visit Hilt and let him know of the news. That way, I can call adventurers and the merchants to gather at the plaza along with all the people on the city to announce about the Red Dragon. Is it fine for you? It's fine. Must I go today? No. You may do it tomorrow afternoon. We will need to get ready first. Ah, and before I forgot, you will be updated to S rank and a new guild card will be issued to you after this. I nod and moved to leave the room. I thanked Drew-san before I went out, but I didn't comment on that. I probably would be bothered by a lot of troubles from now on. I also finished negotiating with a lot of things and confirmed it. I also had a hard time after all, so something like that should preferably match it. So I decided to accept that. Are you guys done? I also would like to update my guild card. Yes, what about Arena? Here oops, I was hugged from behind. Hey, calm down for now. I am going to announce the completion of in a while. But before that, Rina-san, can you register as a party? Yes, I'll take care of it. I turned towards Rina-san who was about to greet us. She quickly turned around and returned to her counter. Sorry for asking something so troublesome. After getting the documents from Rina-san who came back, I gave it to Arena. Lavale, you can stay with us to the place we are staying in. You can ask Rina-san of the location. I will be meeting with the Lord for now so I can get the completion of the request. You geese don't have to worry about it. I'll do that. Arena, please write our name here and then decide a party name for us. I want Arena to be the one to decide it. Leave to me. When I was about to leave the guild, hey, the three of you over there were young adventurers on standby. The number is 12 people. 4 people per group and enclose us in 3 groups. I can't remember that well, but some of the people were among those who lost their limbs after the subjugation. What is common among them is that they don't have an agreeable look. Is it because they heard about the continuation of the request from those A-rank people? You, what is your rank? It's SA. The moment I show my guild card everyone trembled in fright. If you got involved with someone above you it is normal that you would panic. But well, since we don't really want to be bothered, I will use my position without any hesitation. It sure showed its usefulness as soon as I receive it. Is it okay if I take my leave now? A man who spoke first was blamed when I walked away. Then I went to the Lord's house without turning back. Arena-san, please show your status. IHNNNNG? Lavale-san, please show your status here. This is a dream. This is a dream. This is a dream. Since Arena and Lavale's status were not hidden other than their race, it would normally show up. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. The day before the festival. TL, Yuki. Yoho, Sigurd. Where's Dabu-san? You were back already? You're in the study again. Alright. I don't use honorifics for Sigurd anymore. He seems more dignified now than what he was before, and he seems to be aiming now to succeed his father, but well, that will still come much further in the future. I finally reached Dabu-san's study and opened the door. I ignored Sigurd's grumbles. Greetings Viscount Kotoyas, I came to receive the certificate of completion. Dabu-san, who raised his face from, became wide-eyed and got shocked from the way I delivered my words and looked like a dumb panda. What's wrong? Were you too busy overworking yourself? Didn't I tell you not to use honorifics for me anymore? Well, I can't blame you. But then again, since you're back, does that mean that you have defeated that monster? I have already informed Drew-san regarding that. I also heard that they would be setting up a festival regarding the dragon subjugation's announcement for tomorrow and seems to be gathering people, right? Well, to erase the city's state of confusion, we plan to host a grand festival, and that should calm them for now. Festival is it? There will be a lot of things to see that isn't usually around, and I also want to things, especially weapons with a good bargain price. The only weapons I have left are dismantling knives after all. I'll leave handling all the things to you. My role will be over after I hand over the Red Dragon. Understood? Right. If possible, I would like to hand over the certificate of completion when presenting the Red Dragon. Is it alright? Ah. Is it because you can't believe it without seeing the real thing? If it's me, I also won't believe of it normally. Ah. Why are you getting nervous now and start trembling from my earlier question? Is something wrong? Is there something else going on? I won't accept any request anymore though. I want to go to the kingdom as soon as possible. No, currently. The inhabitants seem to have a grudge against me for some reason. I would like to announce the state of things publicly, but I don't really know how to deal with that decree. Ah, yeah. That's how all of this started after all. If the inhabitants knew about that, they would definitely drop their trust with the country's leaders. Even if I do something about it now, I won't be able to escape the responsibility of what I have from the start. I know that this would cover my reputation in mud. But, right now I can't just make excuses to my son. Sigurd has become more proper lately, but not yet proper enough as a noble. However, the cause for this time is the country. There is a possibility that this was an act to crush the current status. I am only preparing in case the worst situation happens. I see. Then shall I voice your concern to the king directly? What? I showed my guild card to Double-san. He looked at the large S character on the card, then stared at me. I became S-rank from this request. It is also my plan to meet with the king because of my circumstances. If you write a proper letter of concern on the things you worry, right, I can do something about it, you know. It surely is a good offer. I will be relieved if it was you who will offer help. Even so, you sure are in a critical position. This is the last of my help though. I will take this as a personal thing, and not as a request. And because of that, I want you to honestly inform the public. I will also lend a hand in that. For what reason are you collaborating this time? What is your true goal? I just want to protect my friends along with the friends of my friends. After that I left the room. And as soon as I got out I kicked Sigurd, who was eavesdropping. He got mad, of course, with a blue vein popping on his forehead. You should be more proper and do your best to become a splendid noble. The one you are kicking is the son of a noble though, so stop with the kicks. Also, after all this, get out of town as soon as possible, at the very least right after the festival. I plan to do that, but why? Sigurd kept talking in an angry voice and was really loud. I heard a certain rumor from merchants. They said that a priestess will be coming to this town. Priestess? You mean someone from Lavalrad? Yes, that priestess, because it was rumored that a miracle manifested in this town. They were saying that they will be making a surprise inspection. You sure have heard something useful. I often speak with the guards, you see, because I go out to hunt every few days, and I heard it from one of those days. I don't just wander out. Double-san will worry. Sigurd sure has grown up, but it seems the direction went to another vector. I could see that he is doing his best though. Still, it's about miracles, right? I heard that the priestess possessed prophetic skills and probably saw the event of recovering adventurers. From that, it seems that it will really be troublesome if I got involved. I don't really know about the details, but you're just becoming a nuisance, so I think it would be wise if you leave this town soon. It's not like I'm telling you this because I feel in debt to you or anything. I know already. Still, you acting like it dear is gross. You stop saying such disrespectful things. Well, anyway, I am also planning to go as soon as possible. Alright, before that, walking around the town for a while, I found the house that I aimed. In front of that house I saw Yi playing. It seems that she was drawing some random things on the ground. Ah, Ani-chan. When she noticed me, she jumped right straight to me. Catching her with that momentum, I swing her in circles as she go kayak and enjoying the ride. Is Pad-san around? I will be leaving the town right after tomorrow, so I would like to say my farewell. Further is currently working for another merchant. But more than that. Are leaving? Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm in the middle of traveling. I want to see various countries I see. I'd really like for you not to show me such a dark face. I myself don't really want to be separated from cute girls you two. Now what to do? I guess I'll use those magic words. Yi-chan, me leaving doesn't really mean farewell forever. It might take years, but I'll be sure to visit this town again. So at that time let's eat together again. When I got satisfied stroking her head, I stood up and told her to say my farewell Pad-san again and left the place. As I was leaving, I noticed Hana-san looking at the window that was quietly lowering her head. I also bowed and waved. Thank you for that delicious meal. Please cook me some again someday. When I got back to the inn, I met on the way the inn lady's daughter. Why are you in such a hurry? This time is it the real one? I was really surprised when there were two people wearing the same outfit as you coming in. Because they said they were your acquaintances, I led them to your room, then suggested that all of you would need to move to a room for 3, but is that fine? Yes, the both of them are indeed staying with me. So thanks for that. When I stroked her head, she was all smiles, so I continued for a few minutes, then headed towards the new room. When I entered the room, I found the two of them playing shogai again. Lavale was groaning while having wrinkled eyebrows, and it gives a feeling like her face would stick to the board if she continues that. Have you been playing since you came here? Adel, welcome back master. Can you lend me your wisdom? I don't think I'll be enough to conquer our opponent. Even I myself have never won, you know. Then the two of us did our best to challenge Arena. But well, all our efforts were wasted as we were mercilessly taken down, in a really short time. It's regarding tomorrow. They said they were holding a festival. It has come. An event held by human is it? It's a festival celebrating about the processing of your husk. Will you be prouded? That's rather complicated for me. And so, we planned on what we would do tomorrow. First, shopping is necessary this time and for our trip. Then finding weapons for us 3, and finally digging the bargains. The things we would be needing for the trip would be vegetables and seasonings. The wool procured as we travel by hunting. Vegetables are going to be used up when traveling after all, as we use them when cooking. A tent would also be good, one that can accommodate 3 people. The current one I have is for 1 only and is small. Well, Arena will be in her fairy fur, so she will be small when inside the tent. The same also goes for me. Are they all going to be carried in Master's bag? I enchanted my bag with space magic. Then next would be weapons. I use it when I'm in human form, and then give one to Arena for self-defense. As for Lavale, though she said she would be good enough with just her fists, because she is wearing a white robe, it would end up getting dirty with blood every time she fights. I need to force her to use something. Mew. I don't really. Well, anything is fine as long as it's a long type weapon. Thinking about long type halberds or spears would be good. Well, I can just bring them to a weapon shop and have them find ones they would like. They are already a substantial threat with their status alone. But in the case of me and Lavale, we would need a sturdy weapon than an edgy one. Last is the bargains. I want to find anything that would be useful. I also would like to look at magic tools. If not too pricey, I would buy a few and without any hesitation. How much money do we have? There is a lot, enough that if I live from it I would be able to for the next 100 years. From the quests? Very rich. I completed more than 100 requests in just a month. Also the number of demons I subjugated are in the thousands. If I sold all of those, and stop counting the excess, it would be around 1,000 gold coins. If counted along with the reward, it would be around 5,000. It is worth more than 500 million Japanese yen. We will be leaving tomorrow, so I want us to leave without being disappointed. That night, when Arena was already asleep, I asked Lavale about something that I'm curious about. When I asked, I take out make head from the futon. It seems that she's not that sleepy yet. I don't know if she will be in a bad mood though. Do you know about the country called Lavale Rad? Lavale Rad, huh? Of course. It was a country that worships me as something like a holy dragon without my permission. How did it end up like that? Lavale got up and explained while having a bitter face. It was about 500 years ago. A dragon that was living near that place died because of the end of its lifespan. Then I took over that place. Then a few years from that time, news came that a hero will come, and I was thinking that I was going to be subjugated, so I packed it and was getting ready to leave. But then when I was in the middle of preparations, a priestess came and corrected the misunderstanding and was somehow grateful to me, as if also misunderstanding something, and came to visit for a few times. I was curious, so I changed into my human form and visited her country. At that time I learned that the country was named Lavale Rad for some reason, and I don't even know why that happened. Because I felt that it would be troublesome, so I quickly moved away scared. After that, they didn't seem to stop the devotion and was even spread to the nearby countries. It was really troublesome getting involved with those people. I understand why she fled. It's religion after all. Some religion would end up becoming crazier than straight up antagonizing her. Since Lavale was also quite weary with humans, it is really troublesome because she might end up being blamed as a heretic to dragons as she was being worshipped. Why bring up that question, by the way? You see, it seems like a descendant of that shrine maiden is going to come here at maybe the day after tomorrow. What did you say? I won't meet up with them. Because the priestess was blessed with a skill that came from the goddess along with her prophecy. Even if in human form, she would be able to see through our disguise. It's really troublesome. Yeah, Foamy and Arena too. A goddess, is it? Things like that are really troublesome. Any form of disguise will be seen through, so avoiding is the only option, isn't it? Well, I corrected what I said to Lavale and tell her that we are not going to meet up with that person. Lavale returned to her futon with a relieved face. Now that I think about it, I've been human form for some time now. But well, I will be sleeping in fairy form this time though. Don't crush us when you start turning over, okay? Don't mention something like that at this moment. What did you say was scary? They brought in a frail human girl to me as live sacrifice. She was saying, "Please eat me," with a face close to the point of crying. I yelled at them saying I don't really like humans. Lavale Rad is better off destroyed. Chapter 34. Chapter 34 Festival, Participation before the show and the party's name. TL, Yuki, and because of that, you need to go the plaza now. Uesu? The day has not started yet. Rina-san. So early. I'm still sleepy. Just look at the in-lady's daughter's face that I can see from outside the room. She looks so pitiful, making a big yawn with droopy eyes. Besides, right now I'm in fairy form. It was good that I woke up immediately after hearing them knocking on the door. I quickly humanized and put on my robe, then placed Arena inside it. Because Lavale was also covered in futon, they probably won't notice the difference. Then, is it fine if I prepare after waking up those two and go? Yes, I'll be counting on you for that, okay? I'm still so sleepy. After looking at Rina-san that hurriedly left, the in-lady's daughter also bows down and closes the door. Now then, I wonder what's happening so early in the morning. Arena, can you humanize now? You can continue sleeping after that. NN. While saying that, I was poking Arena's stomach from inside my hood. She then went out and humanized, and her state after that is where she was still showing her stomach while looking drowsy. She was extremely cute as it is. Then I heard a groan saying, "Master, that was also really cute." Psst. Dangerous, really dangerous. I seated Arena on the side of the bed, then covered her in a robe. Next is Lavale. It's much easier to wake her up, is what I think. I peel off her futon until I can see her face. I then came close and whisper on her ears, "Lavale, get up. If you don't, I'll beat you up thoroughly." What did I do? I was having a good dream, you know. Lavale got up in an instant and seated in a defensive position. But when she realized that she was still in bed, she relaxes and released a deep sigh. I gave my morning greetings as if nothing happened. "Good morning, Lavale." Good morning. I know it's bad waking you up this early, but I need to go to the plaza. Can you come with me while carrying Arena on your back? An appointment, is it? Fine. Here, Arena, you can sleep while grabbing on my back. A child grows much bigger if they get more sleep. Wafu you. I want to enjoy more of this wonderful sight, but I have to hurry. Drew-san is probably waiting. When I arrived at the plaza, I found Drew-san of the Adventurers Guild, the Merchants Guild's Hilt-san, the Lord Dabu-san and his son Sigurd. Behind them are each of their staff and soldiers. At the center of the plaza was a giant iron platform with a really wide base. Grooves were dug out from several intervals spreading out to hold onto the entire frame. There were hundreds of containers and tables that were fitted in the grooves. Sorry for calling you out so early in the morning. It's fine. So should I place that in the platform you set up? Yes, can I ask you of that? Aye. Because they want to make this grand, they asked me to place the red dragon for them. After confirming that everything along with the cloth for covering is in place, all the staff evacuated from the platform. It is scheduled that it will be put in display by noon. Well, if I suddenly put this out in a crowd, it would probably result in a panic. Then, here I go Hoys. Dawson. I pulled out the red dragon husk and place it on the stage, making sure it doesn't extend towards the end. Voices of shock and surprise going oh were leaked out and the steel stage was able to carry it, but it was dented. Drew-san also show a cramped face. Those who survived from this red dragon, I wonder if they will join the dismantling. Amazing. Did you really kill this thing on your own? An enemy like this would certainly be too much for that subjugation team. Each representative while in shock expressed their reactions. Drew-san was in awe. Hilt-san was in a state as if he was dreaming. Dabu-san was in a state as if he cannot believe it. Everyone can see that Red Dragon is in the state that was almost in perfect condition. The only damage that is visible is the head part, which was gouged out down to its chin. Ah, right. It was mentioned that there was supposed to be a red jewel on its head. What happened to that? Should I tell them? Well, there are people here who witnessed that, so I'll just tell them a close lie to add to about that information. By giving a surprise attack, I hit the jewel and it shattered and magically dispersed. And thanks to that, it has considerably weakened the dragon, and that gave the opportunity to win against that. I see. I wonder if it was something like a source of power after you crushed that and disappeared. It didn't come back even after being defeated. You don't have to worry about it. Hilt-san followed it up, and Dabu-san also agreed to it. An old man's wisdom will always have weight after all. Sigurd was switching stares with me and the dragon, shocked since a while ago. The peak of my goal is... Just how high should I? Oi, don't murmur something much like that. Wait. Isn't your goal supposed to be Dabu-san? Please stop already trying to be an adventurer, just forget about it. I have certainly confirmed it. Adel, I present to you this certificate of completion. Here Drew, can I leave it to you? Rena? Yes, I'll process it now. The certificate immediately disappeared and was now in Rena's hand. She then went to the Adventurers Guild. Sorry for letting you process this at the very last minute. How long will it be until the festival begins? It was supposed to be early this morning when the gate opens, but it was postponed to later at noon. How long should I stay behind? If possible, until the end of the dismantling, because processing and selling will require your presence. I will also be giving you the rewards after. If that is so, then I won't be able to join shopping with Arena. It is really disappointing. Lavale, as you can see, I won't be able to go shopping with you and Arena. Can you take her around the city in my stead? That is fine, as long as funds are provided. If it's with me, then wherever we end up in the city, Arena should be safe with her around. I won't need to worry about anything, even if other adventurers got involved. If it's Lavale, she can take them down without killing them. Alright. Thanks. When they finished covering the Red Dragon, we returned to the Interkill time until lunch. The day has not started yet after all. I want to sleep some more. The three old people that were left behind show a worried face. It was for a girl who's strong enough to subjugate a monster of this level. I have always been thinking that even though she is this strong, she is not one of the heroes. She would also always mention that she doesn't want to stand out. Yet, right now she didn't hide it at all and acted as if she was a hero to Drew. Acting like that isn't really something that uncommon even for adventurers. There were ones that would normally hide their status, origin or tribe. All adventurers were given that privilege. But after raising the rank, she didn't mind exposure to a certain extent, and I felt bad about that. Dabble also supplements his point. He have also heard a part of her purpose to a certain extent after all. She said she was raising her rank in order to meet with the king, and that she needed to talk about something with the top authorities. I don't know what it is though. Using the time of just 1 month, she made sure to raise her credibility and trust with the country. In a story from a merchant that I have heard, she was asking for information regarding the culprits that are responsible for the enslavement of Beastman. Hilt also supplemented information he heard from Padandalba. Because she was a benefactor who saved their lives, he gathered information about her in advance. She was talking about coming from the countryside, and wanted to ask the king about information in regards to the enslavement of Beastmen. There were also other things to note, but just what is her goal? Could it be possible that she's a Beastman? Adel have been hiding her status since the start. If her concealment skill is high, it would also be possible to hide ears and tail. The ability of defeating the Red Dragon would also match if it was a Beastman that was trained to the limit. At first, that idea seemed to click with the 3 people that gathered. If she is supposedly exposed to the kingdom as a beastman, even if she is young, she would be deemed as a sinner. Should I prepare a place for her to hide in the kingdom's capital? You should, if it's for that person. Their discussions continued on for the benefit of their town's benefactor Adel. The staff and officials around just pretended that they didn't hear anything. You can't go? Sorry Arena. I am now sitting in bed hugging Arena, trying to calm her down. Arena is currently screeching while clattering her feet. Recently she have been displaying more of her emotions, so I'm really happy, but this sure is troublesome. Mew. Then I'll be friendlier with Lavale. Lavale won't forgive. Master, I'm not at fault here? That's right. Arena, have you decided on a party name that I've asked of you yesterday? I have completely forgotten about it. NN. This after saying that, she handed the papers from yesterday. Let's see. Fairies Banquet. This is good. It's definitely perfect for us. It seems just right. Master, I like it. It gives a feeling of camaraderie. NN. With this it's decided. Come to think of it, I didn't really check what's included in the document. Let's see. If people of different ranks gathers up into a party, the rank will match the highest ranking member. In other words, this will become an S-ranked party and we will be called Fairies Banquet. I'm still a little worried about Arena, but I'll be going along with her to hunt monsters if we have time in order to improve her ability. I also have to raise the ranks of those 2 quickly. Oh, this is just a good time. Shall we our breakfast? The current time is 8 a.m. Eating at the inn's cafeteria should be good. Wolf cuisine at this inn is delicious. It is a flaw that this wants you to eat rice, yet there is no rice. I have to look for it if I have the time. By the way, Master, what is it? Arena dove back on her futon and stopped moving. Hi. Let's get up now. Isn't that enough sleep already? Arena. The profit of selling the materials from a red dragon, 50,000 gold coins. The profit of selling the materials from a red dragon, ancient, 500,000 gold coins. If Master continues supplying me with magic power and generate husk, Master will be really rich in no time. Shall we do it then? Sorry, if you don't kill her body then the jewel won't be removed and won't be turned into materials, so I gave up on it. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Adel Concert. Live in Evil. TL. Yuki. A lot of people were gathering at the plaza at noon that day. People from the streets also gathered. It was because of an announcement that will be proclaimed before the opening of the festival. A huge object of around 30 meters was placed on the center of a platform. It was covered with cloth and what was inside couldn't be seen, yet everyone was aware as to what that is. It was easy to conclude, because the Lord's army is surrounding it. Everyone. Thank you for gathering today. A man started his speech on a small platform set up in front of the covered object. It was the administrator of this city, Lord Carlos Dabelcotoyes. At the same time as the opening speech, the soldiers gathered on the edges of the cloth and grasped it. It was a grand-scale event, yes. And many sacrifices and mysterious events have overlapped. That's why it was decided that a grand presentation will also be held. Everything is because of the request of subjugating a red dragon. Every adventurer probably would ask why was there no rank designation? Why didn't I judge it wrong? I know, I take full responsibility of that. All I can say is sorry. I was a fool who sent the future of this town, the younger generations into their annihilation. The adventurers were puzzled. It is unexpected that nobility would apologize to his people. Certainly, they have thought they were foolish people being blinded by the rewards, and as they fought they hated the Lord as to how impossible that battle was. However, it is supposed to be at the person's own self-accountability and self-responsibility, and as to why such a thing happened, at first it was supposed to be a request handled by all the town's surrounding area. But after some time I was ordered by a royal decree stating that Hivil should be the only one to handle it. I didn't really know why the king announced such a decree, so I sent an ambassador to the royal capital to verify things for me if it was really the truth or not. After that I came out. I have never shown myself in a big crowd like this since that concert on Fairy Town. What the difference would be is that the eyes of adventurers looking at me were criticizing looks. On the other hand, the merchant and town citizens were murmuring "Goddess of White Waters." That seems to have already been ingrained, and right before I knew it I was already being introduced. It was Drew-san who gave a speech this time. "Hey, I was telling you not to decide things without my confirmation. You should have told me in advance. The person here is Adel, who have been doing requests alone in this town when adventurers were absent, and she is also the one who defeated this monster." At that announcement the soldiers removed all the cover at once, and the figure was exposed to the people. From the adventurers' side, I could hear some people screaming. It is after all a monster that symbolized their imminent death. Red Dragon. It was a word that was muttered by someone. And to those who cannot forget that figure, yes, this was the reason of all the suffering. This person alone subjugated it. Let me say it again. The name of this person is Adel, the only S-rank adventurer and renowned hero of this town. Since everyone was silent, Double-san sends me an eye signal. "Rise up your hand." Why in Morse code though? Or maybe it is a similar concept that exists in this world? Well, I got it. I rise up my hand to my utmost limit. A great amount of cheers came from the audience. The voices of the merchants were exceptionally loud. Oh, I can also see Arena jumping at the back going woo. Sorry Lavale if you can't keep her down. And in celebration for this event, it is decided that the whole of this red dragon is to be donated to the town. More praise and applause came coming in. Adel, Adel, Adel. My name was being shouted by all but the adventurers. Don't you know your name will become a legacy of this town? It's fine. What about it? From now on the dismantling of the red dragon will begin. Everyone, sing, party, drink, and enjoy it to the fullest. Please wait just for a moment. Suddenly a group voiced out from the side which halted the cheers. Turning to that direction, adventurers came rushing in, and they were the ones I've met before. Oi, Lord Sama. Is it really fine to decide things just like that? You people are the A-rank party from the subjugation, right? It was the party leader of the subjugation team. There were also many young adventurers that came along with him, probably to voice out their complaint. Everyone was having an angry expression. Is it really true that this frail-looking woman defeated that red dragon alone? The real thing is indeed here. There is no doubt that it was the red dragon we fought, but how did she take down? And you didn't secretly ask backup from the capital and have the people there subjugated, right? Don't just take away our part in this. All the adventurers started making fuss from this argument. If that is really true, then the Lord will have to present this red dragon to the country using this city's funds. And even if they got some profit from the red dragon, it won't be provided to the town, or more like, there will be no funds to supply the adventurers of this town. I looked at Double-san's face. It's a face of worry as to how to turn this over. Enough of this. Isn't it fine already? I activated synchronization with Lavale. Since Arena is also near her, then she can act quickly. Lavale, I will be releasing the limiters of my fairy's instinct in a moment. Move away from here as quickly as possible, Mew. Yes, I'll proceed immediately. What are going to do, Master? It will be something that I also did back when I was on Fairy's Town. I created a wide stage as high as the platform where the dragon is placed. Adventurers were alerted due to my sudden action and took out their weapons. Double-san also tried approaching me, but I hold him back, signaling by hand. What do you plan on doing? Entertainment. Surely enough, Fairies love festivals. It is in their instinct that no matter how high their int is they won't be able to suppress. When I asked Testania-san about that, I remembered that she said it was a fairy's inevitable fate. In the first place, when fairies live in an environment where they don't live as a group, they would normally activate fairy magic unconsciously. It is a defense mechanism to prevent them from being detected by people or monsters, and the more individuals there are, the stronger the burden becomes. And what will happen at that point? They will be attacked by extreme fever, and their thinking would be dulled. I tasted the effects of that a lot when I was fighting with the red dragon. And also, that fever helps in triggering a fairy's instinct. And in my case it is this. Taking off my robe, I tossed it away and I am now dressed like an idol. Nice to meet you all. Smiling with rainbow-colored eyes, hair with a gradation of red that is shoulder length, clothes that doesn't resemble that of an adventurer, but a beautiful dress filled with ribbons. This is my way of life. Holding a microphone made from fairy magic in one hand, I will make this plaza into a concert venue. My instincts as a fairy are overflowing. By the way, I was only opposing the instinct and it was being held back. The reason would be because of that. When I was in Fairy Town, it was fine for me to ignore all the shame due to the instinct. I will introduce myself once more. I am Adel. Nice to meet you all. That is a normal response, but they sure are stiff. Well, they are not fairies. The response is as expected. But they don't realize yet. A fairy's power erodes such reasons quite easily. I am really sad if there is no response. Please respond. Nice to meet you. A response has been made by the people. Solo. Again, with more energy. What day is it today? Festival. The children, mainly those around Yi, responded in a loud voice. I create sparkles from my hands, then manifested huge dragon made out of flames in the sky. The dragons were many times larger than Lavale was flying around. Adventurers looked up and were startled. The merchants were cheering more grandly than before. This is a festival that everyone have been waiting for. I have been thinking that everyone in there will be smiling. So I did my best. I've been doing my best to this time and even defeated the red dragon. When I flick my hand, the flame dragon was instantly frozen and became an ice dragon flying in the sky while dropping sparkling ice particles. The cheers increased some more. That's why I want everyone to enjoy today. All of you laugh at the bottom your hearts, because everyone's smile is the power of this town, as everyone's support will be the support of this town. When I flick my hand once more, the frozen dragon descended towards me. Activating fairy magic, I created a sparkling rainbow spear above me. The children cry out while smiling. The giant dragon opened its mouth. The merchants also raised their voices, not losing to the children. The giant rainbow spear also grows steadily. At the same time the ice dragon is also increasing in size. The voices of all the people overlapped with the children and the merchants. Closing in. The ice dragon was now in a size that could swallow the whole stage. The rainbow-colored spear, which became gigantic, was also pointed at its mouth. Everyone's voices become one. Unleashing the rainbow spear, it shatters the rainbow dragon and disappearing into the sky while creating a rainbow bridge as its trail. The shattered dragon became sparkling silver particles, which created fantastic scenery for everyone. Everyone then looked at each other and was thinking of the same response to earlier. The festival, now, begins. From the center, the start of a bright music festival began. I start dancing while holding psyllium light. The surrounding people were also holding them, which I created using fairy magic. When everyone started following my movements, and that became the trigger to start of my solo live. The festival begins now. Neil Avale, are you having fun? We will enjoy it later, so please be patient for now until we finish shopping. Aren't those some sweet treats over there? Want to eat? Smile. Simple Child. Chapter 36. Chapter 36 Shopping Challenge. TL. Yuki. Lavale's Puff. I pulled Arena away from the plaza. We are now checking around the merchant stalls. Because we carried a large cloth bag, It is fine if we buying in large amounts. Lavale we didn't join? Master told me to stay away, and didn't she left a task for us to do? Hi. You are really showing your support for her. Master also left 300 gold coins for our shopping. It is such a precious thing seeing their relationship of relying with each other. It is kind of enviable to ancient ones like me who have been alone for a long time. Well then, first on the list are vegetables. Let's go Arena Hewitt. After finding the shop, I was looking at the vegetables arranged in front of the shop. The shopkeeper sure has a big body. I recommend that you should get some exercise. Oh, welcome to my shop. Is there anything that you would like? Well, owner, I desire vegetables that are on this list. Okay, let me see. Is what written here seriously what you want? Is it even possible for you to carry all these? No problem, as long as I put it all inside this cloth bag. Oh, okay. A total of 35 silver and 13 copper coins were paid for the large amount of vegetables. It seems that more of these should be good for Arena. I picked up the bunch of vegetables, placing them all on inside the cloth bag and ending the vegetable shopping a little early. And done, owner. We will be taking our leave. See ya. The shopkeeper was so shocked that his eyeballs would almost pop out at any moment while holding the bag filled with cash. There will always be very surprising events if you have lived for a long time, owner-san. Don't mind it. Next is weapons. We need to choose properly as told by master. Is there any weapon you are good at Arena? I guess you don't know. It's fine. Let's properly choose one later. Let's check that weapon shop there. After passing by a few alleys, we found a shop that has a good amount of weapons displayed. I placed our baggage in front of the store and secured it with draconic magic, then entered the shop, but I wasn't able to find the shopkeeper. Oi, customer, are you trying to destroy the shop, or are you aiming for the shopkeeper? What the heck are you blurting out just as they entered? After I enter, I was greeted by a clerk that seemed uneasy, and a big man with an unkempt beard. I wondered if something like this happened before. How pitiful. Well, not like I care. Anyway, let's proceed with shopping. What I am looking for is a long type weapon, because I haven't decided on what it will be. Can you recommend some for the time being? Long type is it? Then you can probably find them over here. So what kind of long weaponry would you prefer? I wonder if I could be considered to be too tall. Well, if compared to Arena, then I am really tall. I want it to be heavy as much as possible. As long as it is sturdy, it would be good. How about something much like this then? If it doesn't suit you, then we can find something else. What was offered was a big battle axe. It is indeed long and has big blades on its side, but it is probably not good for piercing. I lifted it. Well, it is indeed long, but it is also too light. It will probably break if I swing it normally. Something like this is useless for me. Something more heavier is what I need, eh? Are you seriously a woman? Well then, how about something like this? What was presented next was a halberd with a really large blade. Using this for striking would probably be good. The craftsmanship is also good. It is also much heavier than the one from before. I tried lifting it with one hand and swing it a bit. It's good that it didn't break. You sure have a ridiculous amount of strength lifting that with only one hand. Don't mind it. This is quite well made, shopkeeper. I like this one. Fine, I get it. What is that other person doing? Arena. Where did she go? Here. It seems like Arena's been checking weapons on a corner of the shop, guided by the clerk we met earlier. She came over carrying daggers. They look simple and the materials used seem to be good. Looking at its blade, there were characters engraved on them. The Juchan there also seems to have found some good stuff. That one is engraved with magical runes for magic. There's only a few of them I have at the moment. Are you a magic user, Juchan? Having 2 of that would be enough to improve their power better, though using more than 2 of that is kind of hard. The shopkeeper chose 2 that is in best condition out of the bunch of daggers that were presented. Good for you, Arena. I will also devote myself for further improvement and research. So, is this all? No, I need to pick up something for one person who. If that's all right, then go ahead. Anyway, are you sure that it's fine to decide something like that on your own? Yes, I have been given permission to do so. By the way, owner, do you have any weapons that could damage or cut or I hulkum? Hey, Something like that won't be found here." The shopkeeper grumbled and went back inside the shop. Then carrying a single sword placed it on the table. "Oh, this one sure is giving off quite a dignified presence if compared to anything else here. This one here is an incredibly sturdy yet really heavy type of magic sword. It's something that was sold by a veteran adventurer from long ago and was only accumulating dust in my storage since that time. Fume. It is indeed 3 times heavier than the weapon I've chosen. In order to use this you would need at least 4,000 atk. Well, if the one using this is master, it will be fine. This one is good. How much is it?" "You seriously want it?" "That thing. Just take it as a free buy. The price of the others should be good enough. 3 gold coins for each weapon, but I'll give a discount, so 5 gold coin for the pair should be enough." Arena here it is. I placed gold coins one by one from the bag that contains our funds. A total of 8 gold coins were placed. The owner nodded in confirmation and smiled. "All right then, owner. It was a good deal. Thanks and farewell. I got to see something good too. Be careful out there, see ya." We continued to wave with the people from the shop until they are out of sight. Well, it sure is a surprise that there are a lot of good people out there. Arena, I can't seem understand what living as a human would be like. Is that so? That is so. Now then, after that errand we now have free time. Is there any place you wanted to see, Arena? Looking at accessories. I see, then let's go. Accessories, huh? Well, every girl certainly desires them. There were a lot of stalls for that on the streets. We went back to the main street and after walking for a bit, we found a stall selling accessories. The products were made from processed metal. Previously, I remember seeing wooden ones and silver ones, but most of them were processed from gold. "Oh, what impressive luggage you have. Welcome, robed people. Please enjoy checking out our craft." We were surprised by the words told by shopkeeper, who was startled a bit. Then we continued checking out the products on display. Most of them resembled flowers. Checking out the customers, I noticed that there were hardly any men found. I can understand that because this place was probably aimed for girls. Though I am not really into this kinds of things. Lavale, yes. Did you find something you like? This. She showed me 3 brooches in her palm. This is fairy. They are in the form of a fairy carrying a blue, red and pink jewel. They are also making something like this, huh? Proof of party. I see, you want to make this a symbol for fairy's banquet. She nodded with a big smile. How lovely. We want to purchase this. By the way, shopkeeper, do you have boxes to store them? If it's given as a gift then there are some. It will be priced though. That is fine. We don't mind. We brought the 3 brooches for 30 silver coin and a box for 1 silver coin. The wooden box was then wrapped up in white cloth. Arena is now having a face full of joy. Now then, shopping should be done with this. I should bring this baggage back to the inn first, or else people would look at us strangely. Arena, let's bring all of this to the inn first. We can then continue looking around after that too. For a while now we have been wandering the streets. Well, most of it turned into eating out. After a while Arena started to become drowsy, so we returned to the inn. I placed Arena on the bed and sat on the other side. It's almost dusk already. I wonder how long will it be till Master return? Should I check out the situation for a bit out of my own selfishness? Everyone was singing and dancing and the crowd seems to be swinging something that glows. Is this the instinct that is unique to Master as a fairy? It looks like everyone is enjoying. But did she really have to go that far taking off her hood? But you know, I thought it wasn't really necessary to take it off. And besides, I have been enjoying this more than I expected, than when I haven't formed this contract. I also knew that my own consciousness would be pulled along with my contracted partner, but right now it is very pleasant having a contract with that fairy. In the past, all humans have been afraid of me. From fear they held weapons in their hands and a storm of abusive languages in their mouths. Even if not all humans were that extremely warlike, but their mentality was really horrible. Well, after several hundreds of years, they even have thought of us to be on the same level as monsters, so matters went from bad to worse, and after all those times, I have now found a master that is fun to be with. There are also a lot of good people that surrounds her. My only wish is for you to give me an enjoyable time, you know, my master. Now then, everyone, I'm still keeping this up. Hey, When is this going to end? Probably until the Red Dragon materials sold out. It would probably stop at that time. After that, the concert went on without stopping, and it continued until midnight. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. A quiet morning didn't arrive. TL, Yuki. What to say with the result? Everything went hazy after that. As a result, the concert didn't end until midnight. Everyone ended up drunk, because everyone was merrymaking and binge drinking. The Red Dragon that was dismantled by the staff during the concert was sold like hotcakes to merchants and disappeared after a few hours. Not even a trace of blood was left behind. At that time Drew-san attempted to stop me, but I knocked him out and continued the concert. Nobody tried stopping me after that. There was no need to conceal it anymore. There is no reason to hold back anymore. No one will even sell a fight with me in Hivel. Probably even in other towns or even royal cities. Showing my guild card will silence them if they did try. I'm back. Oh, you were really late. I'm back. TL Sleepy Okari by Arena. Why are you still awake? Even though it was already midnight, I was surprised that the two of them are still up. Next to the door was a mountain of stuff that I've asked for. It's good that they were able to go shopping without troubles. I already told her that she can just do this tomorrow, but Arena just won't listen and insisted that it should be today. That's why we have been waiting. Don't mind it, it's fine. So what's wrong, Arena? Howie, with groggy speech and sleepy eyes, Arena presented to me a small white palm-sized box. I wonder what this is? I accept it for the time being. It was something that Arena found today while shopping. One was given to each of us. So when I open the box according to the Sleepy Arena's instruction that is already at her limits. Is this a brooch? Party. Shimble. For use. She silently fell on her bed, then quietly snoozed. The brooch had a fairy symbol and a pink jewel was embedded on it. Lavale then shows two other brooches. They also have fairy symbols with a blue and a red jewel each. Why is it that shopkeeper in that store know about fairies, although it should have been known to royalties? Well, there might be legends that were somehow transmitted to the public. It seems that she really wanted to make this a symbol for fairies' banquet and got a matching pair for everyone. You can probably imagine how she looked like at that time, right, Master? Oh, it was definitely a dazzling smile. Lavale affirms it while giving off a bitter smile. She put Arena firmly inside her futon. You have a really happy face. Well, seriously, you two have become really close. It's not as much that you have to jealous of though. For the time being, I found this for you, Kacho. Oops. Lavale throws a sword to me. It's really heavy. I almost dropped it. If this fell on the floor, I wonder if this would penetrate and sink until it reaches the ground below. That one seemed like a really sturdy magic sword, and even if it's anyone on my level that would your opponent, it wouldn't probably break that easily. I understand. Thanks for now. I need to store this entire luggage. It would be quite difficult to walk carrying all of this. So, will we be leaving tomorrow as planned? I am fine with that. You won't need to wear the hood from now on. I have decided not to conceal ourselves anymore. I understand. I have also witnessed the situation. Were you in sync with me that time? Did you also see me surrounded by drunkards and others? This person also has various witnessed problems in regards humans, and I don't really want you to remember such unpleasant sight. Well then, we need to move early tomorrow. Good night. Understood. Good night. Kikukaku. I gently stroked the head of my sweet friend who responded even though she's asleep. We also entered our futon and went to sleep. Good morning. The estimated time is 4 o'clock a.m. I need to escape from this town today as soon as possible. Yesterday I did a really out-of-place concert after all. I don't know if how many people will chase me off if they knew. Lavale, it's morning already. Wake up. I was rocking Lavale, who was curling like a dog. She stretches like a dog again and gets up. That pose is bad, you know. It makes me want to bury my face in various places. No. Good morning, Master. You have already awakened. It has already become a habit. Come on, Arena, you have to get up too. Adel. Morning. Good morning. Come and wash your face now. I'll prepare the water using 4 attribute magic. I poured water into a tub that was provided for washing ourselves and washed our faces. Meanwhile, Lavelle used her fire attribute magic to light up the room brightly. I said my thanks and readied ourselves in our usual outfits. Adel NN? Hugh, what? It's that right? I put the brooches that were presented yesterday on our robes, and then Arena pointed at the brooch, then to me, then smiled. So happy, Hugh. Arena, my cheeks feel like they would fall off. From this moment, this will be our official uniform for Fairy's banquet. Let's take pride in it. Ow, oh. Now then, let's escape. Leaving me in silently, we headed straight to the gates. Although it is normally not yet open around this time, I already have permission from Dabble-san, so it's fine to request to open it for us. When we reached the gate, there were already soldiers preparing to open it. Of course, it was the usual gatekeeper-san that I've known. I've heard about the event. Popular people sure has it hard. It's fine. You sure are working hard though. Well, I probably won't return for a couple of years, but when I come back I'll bring souvenirs for you. Then please be careful. We said our farewell to the gate guard and he opened the gate for us. After a few seconds, as the gate creates a gap, the guard was somehow showing a grin on his face. Did something good happen? Well, there might be lingering thoughts about that festival. He probably enjoyed it too somehow. Master, somehow I can feel a lot of presence outside the gate. If they are monsters and such, let's clean it up fast. All right, everyone ready? As the guard goes on with his work, the grin on his face doesn't disappear. What? Is this supposed to be an ambush? I take out my sword ready to at any moment. Lavelle also prepared her halberd from behind me. Then what greeted us first was a big arc. There was something written on it in big text which was Adel Fans Club. Next to the people surrounding it, everyone looked familiar to me. As matter of fact, most of them were people that were present during my concert. Why? I was sure that there were only 3 people who would have known that I would be moving out at this time. They were together with them, those awesome. They leaked it. The moment the people present noticed us, they raised a big applause, and the 3 representatives came out of the group. Hey, where did all that confidentiality for adventurers go? Isn't that good though? Don't you think it's such a wonderful doodle? Deja vu. Where did you learn that word? Some of the men stand in front of me. I understood that even though most of them got knocked out yesterday from being drunk, they were still planning for this surprise. Sorry, it's just that we really wanted to show our thanks towards the benefactor of our town. Drew-san scratches his head and shows a refreshed look. This guy, I'll bear not punching you for today. If I did, I'm afraid I might splatter him up if I hit him. I will have him prepare the next time we meet. Chu-chan, we merchants were also in debt to you. Thank you. Don't mind it, Hilt-san. I was also taken care of. I knew that it was because of you that the merchants believed in me. Mew. It's fine, Hilt-san. Somehow, he has now become quite amicable. He was also the one who added more to the achievements and rewards that I got from the escort requests. Sorry about this, Adel. I wasn't able to stop Drew-san. Dabble-san sure has it hard. I know that you were just a victim here and probably the most troubled one regarding this. I know it is hard being the one who is on the managing side. I'm cheering for you. And, about the arc. What's that? It was Drew-san who answered. There was this one guy who became your fan along with 90% of the people that participated. I guess they were attracted by your unusual beauty and strength, and I think they are probably joining the merchants that would be spreading your fame to other town. Isn't that hilarious, right? Why aren't you stopping those idiots then? Woo, I have certainly forgotten. Even on my previous life, the influence of idols was quite high. I have totally forgotten because I got used to it when I was in Fairy Town. You don't really have to feel bad about it. With this it will be engraved in everyone's memories. After saying that, the 3 of them opened the way for us to pass by. We passed through the arc they created. As we walk, there was no trace of malice from all gazes that were being aimed at us. Somehow it reminds me of when everything began after Pad-san introduced me. I have really got involved with a lot of things, even though what I actually aimed for was only to raise my rank. Everything just went along with it. But that is certainly not everything yet, and there's more to come. I have also deepened my bonds with Arena and have added a new comrade, which is Lavelle. After passing through the arc I looked back. Thanks to everyone in town, and to those who became my fans. Till the day we meet again. Good luck and take care." The people were crying out loud in undignified ways, "My first fans is it." Until the end she took care of our troubles, that Chu-chan. She really is a mysterious one. After this, I wonder what will happen when she encounters the king. As long as she lives free, isn't it fine? Everyone has turned into idiots for Adel. Later that time, after Adel's group left the town, a carriage arrived from the other side of the town. A single girl was sitting inside a white carriage being pulled by white horses. Her noticeable traits would be her crystal blue eyes and long silver hair, adorned with a white robe. Must head to Havel by all means. It was to meet a certain girl that was shown by her prophecy. I don't have that much time. I need to see her soon. I must hurry. Right now the girl was shivering and restless and was suffering from frustrations as if she was being chased by something. I need to see you soon. This is the end of third arc, though it should be character list and stuff after this. I'll skip it for now and move to the next arc. I'll make a small glossary of all character details and stuff sometime soon. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Arriving at the capital of the kingdom. TL. Yuki. I asked a merchant we met at a village before arriving at the capital. The capital? They say that they will be holding a martial arts tournament that is held once every year. Everyone seems to be getting excited about it. I'm also planning to go there as well. I asked an adventurer in a certain inn we stayed in. The forest near the capital? There are a lot of demons living that you can only find on that place. The flow of materials being sold are at a stable price. The inn prices are on the high side though. I asked a certain noble's daughter living on a town near the capital. The landscape of the place is wonderful. It's even not an exaggeration if you say that the castle where His Majesty lives is an architectural beauty. This is roughly the information we collected. Even if they are separated stories, it's still information that is commonly known by everyone if you asked or listened to people. When I asked regarding the beastmen, they closed their mouths and diverted their gazes. A hush order must have probably been applied regarding that. The adventuring hero is the red and the blue. Arena and Lavale were humming a children's song that I've taught. Beginning with Havel, we passed through many towns and villages, and now we are about to arrive at the capital. Since that time, Lavale has been singing nursery songs. I want to call her Mum. For some reason, the face she makes when looking at Arena seems to be filled with motherly feel. Since that time when they were shopping, it seems that she began giving more attention in taking care of Arena, and even when Arena is training or fighting monsters, she just won't leave her side. She even took the role of cleaning her mouth after eating. It seems like they're having a lot of fun together now, and as to what I wanted to retort, I jealous, so count me into Mew. My companion turned into a mother. Master, I didn't have any memory of me raising anyone nor turning into one. You can do it now though. From this day forward, you will be known as our mother. Even at this moment she was grabbing leaves and branches that were about to block Arena's path. I also want the care of a red dragon. I guess it can't be helped. For some reason, when you're looking at Arena, there's this feeling that you just want to protect her. I'm going to say this though it may sound like a joke. I'm like that too. But before you talk more about that, aren't you getting too overprotective? Living doesn't seem to be worth it for those who possess great power. That's not it. It's because I have lived for a long time without really interacting with anyone. I also disliked those of the same race as me, and if you look on a different perspective, I'm already way too old to even conceive a child. It's just, when I look at Arena, don't you think that you want to spoil such a lovely little one? In other words, it's not like you wanted to have a warm family of marriageable age, but a fake mother who adopted a cute child to spoil because of your motherly instincts. That is also fine as it is. So you didn't become mother. Is it because you have lived for more than 1,000 years after all? I am a dragon and Arena is a fairy. It's possible for me to do so because I have plenty of time to do so. In addition to fairies, they also don't have those they would call their related family. I am also good with Arena just considering me as a friend. Is what she is saying, Arena, but what do you think about it? Lavale Okasan? Oh, Lavale got a critical hit and was turning red even up to her ears. If you show something like that with Lavale's beauty and proportions, just stop or else all the people who would see would bend forward. Yosh. Arena. You can call Lavale Mama from now on. Don't just decide it on your own. Also Arena don't just agree with it easily. Okar-san, no good? My daughter, it's fine for you to call me mother. Yosh, convincing her was a success. While having such playful feelings, we continued on while listening to the sound of flowing water. There is a river nearby. It will be connected to the lake where we are going to arrive soon. The capital of Galania Kingdom. The castle can be seen at the far side of the gate that was floating on the lake and was taller than any other structures because it was built by remodeling a mountain. Just beyond the road connected to the lake is a huge stadium which stands as the symbol of the capital and is showcased every day. The capital's area is divided into the commoners area, the merchants district, the adventurers and inns district and the novels district, where a gate was also blocking traffic and those allowed passing are either nobles or people related to the castle. The forest is adjacent to the capital city and is a place for adventurers to test their strength. There are also demons that come down from the mountains from time to time and are being regularly subjugated all year long. Just before we enter the city, I am currently listening to a grandma who is lining up along with us. Are you people adventurers? It is a good alternative, so why not try out the fighting tournament? It's starting already? You didn't know about it? It will be starting 3 days from now, you know. Today might probably the last day to join. They say that they will be giving away amazing prizes, but I suggest you team up together to prevent bullying or just enjoy it by betting on who will win. After saying that, the old lady went inside the gate. Now that's something interesting. I am also interested on what prices would be given out. Are you interested in joining Lavale? Lavale doesn't seem to be interested. As I tell her about it, she continues stroking Arena's head. If there would be someone interesting, like a human who have been trained a lot, then maybe I might join. But it won't probably be on the level of Master. Also, if Master will be joining, then I might think positively about it. Well, if that happens, then Arena would be alone. It seems that things might turn out to be really troublesome if I ended up first place. Even I did enter and win it by mistake. It is not allowed. Well, right, if a problem arises, Arena can just turn into a fairy and escape. Even if problems regarding humans arise, it probably won't become a really dangerous situation for us. Won't that make things more difficult later? We can make as much excuses as we can, and there's also concealment. When I was discussing things with Lavale, Arena was tugging on my clothes in a hurry. I wonder what's up. What's up? You see, I want some spending money, eh? Huh? Now that I think about it, I have never really given money nor let Arena do shopping on her own. I guess this would also be a good experience for her. I need to teach her how to properly use her money. Thinking about it, Arena should be just on the right age where they would start learning how to spend their money. Got it. By the way, Arena, Lavale and I will be participating in the tournament. What do you want to do at the time? Cheering. Let's do this. About 30 minutes later, it was finally our turn. Soldiers seem to be working like machines, not even showing any emotions. Well, is it probably because they have been doing this since morning and was interacting with hundreds of people a day, right? Proof of identity. We showed each of our guild cards. He glanced at my face, then looked again at my guild card. S rank adventurer Sama. Welcome to Galania. Is your purpose a visit the martial arts tournament? Oh, he rebooted back to life and changed his attitude. As expected of S rank, it is definitely a symbol of worship. He blushes a little when he took a glance of my face too. Well, it's something like that. Fighting monsters in the area of the forest is also included in what we plan to do. Yes. Then you may proceed. As we pass through the gate, the kingdom's capital finally reveals its full appearance. We can't help but get excited with the new scenery, and our voices got caught up with our excitement. So humans are capable of such feats. The streets of Galania surrounding the stadium at the center of the city are arranged neatly, and then in line of sight behind it are the towering walls and the beautiful castle beyond the mountain range. Is really a wonderful sight to behold. It makes me want to tour the whole place for an entire week if I have a handheld camera with me. The buildings are arranged like an arc, and connecting them are small canals flowing in from the lake, which is being distributed throughout the city. There are even small gondolas traveling on the canals. Let's quickly register and then go sightseeing arena. And Lavelle nodded at my suggestion. At this point, going to the forest to hunt would be a last priority. I want to visit the castle and add it to our sightseeing course if possible after the tournament. I was surprised at the size of the stadium as we went near it. If I calculate it, it would probably be around the size of Tokyo Dome. They probably reinforced it with magic and stuff as they were building it, and a considerable amount of years might have already passed since this was built because of the healthy grass surrounding it. As we entered, a reception desk was immediately found, so we approached it. There was a box of documents placed on the desk. The receptionist was an older brother-type man giving out a handsome smile. "It's not attracting any of us though." "Welcome to Galania's Coliseum. Are you participant applying for the tournament?" "We'd like to participate. Me and this one over here." After looking at me and Lavelle, he nodded and handed 2 document sheets to us. "Please read and fill out this form." We receive a piece each and fill up the information at a desk nearby. Lavelle properly put human in the race name section. "Now then, what would be good to place on the special skills section? I don't really have to hide it anyway." I filled it with my common skills, then put it the box for applicants. Lavelle also finished filling it up and placed it in the box after me. After that, an explanation about the tournament was given to us by the Anasan. At the day of the tournament, we will be receiving a paper with a number from this reception desk and will enter the room indicating the number on it, or we will be grouped. The starting rounds will be a battle royal for each group because the number of participants is quite high, which increases every year. The participants that were included in Best 8 of last year would be exempted. The final selection will first be a battle between last year's Best 8 and the 8 winners of the Battle Royal. There are also times when the number of participants changes depending on the amount of applicants that year. So is there any question regarding the explanation? Got it. Thanks Ana-san. It's good then. By the way, are you free at the moment? You sure like to joke around, Ana-san. Bye. It was turned down immediately and we quickly moved away. Sorry, Ackerman smiles won't work on fairies. That man sure is pitiful. Even if you tried charming a fairy, it would only end up worthless. So I guess he was using that charm skills. I didn't check his status using fairy eyes, but well, he might have skills similar to Canaria's guildmaster, Vanua-san. Many women adventurers around us have been caught by it. It isn't effective against you, Lavelle, because I'm a fairy. It is something that won't work on me. If that person is stronger than me, then it may take effect. There's just no way it would work if it's humans. Well, it is good that you won't be easily deceived by a bad man. It's because Arena is loving me, right? Love my friend. I will also love you. When my eyes and Lavelle's connected, sparks were starting to form as the 3 of us continued walking. We then arrive in front of a sightseeing gondola. An uncle wearing an umbrella hat greeted us. Sightseeing? It will be 2 silver coins. If you want more explanation about the sightseeing spots, it will be an additional silver coin. Yes please. Here's 7 silver coins. Thanks for the business, young ladies. Our gondola ride started. The uncle's tourism explanation began immediately. First, to begin with is that I don't probably have to explain it, but it will be the stadium. We are applicants who finished applying just a while ago. It seems that he will be participating again. Did you hear anything about it? A hero will be joining the competition. It can even be said that he would be representing the kingdom. The name's Vandalva, an SS rank adventurer and probably the strongest and the most prestigious person who have joined the Colosseum. Lavelle seems to be thinking about it. I urged the uncle to proceed to the next site. As we move away from the castle area, we could see a mountainous region after passing through the streets. At the same time, there was a huge waterfall in that place. The next spot is that is the Asvani waterfall. It carries water that flows into the kingdom Oahu. From the mountain where the castle was built, A lot of water have been flowing down which created the lake below the mountain. The water from the lake is then distributed in the vast cityscape. The place where water falls from is quite high, creating a misty image as it falls down. Can you see that rainbow bridge which is created by the continuous flow of water all year round from a high place? That was named as the Eternal Bridge. You can also notice a small island with a tree placed under it. Many people propose over that place, and it is a really popular dating spot for lovers. Looking at it closely, you could find couples all over the place. It's quite amazing that such a spot is found just close to the castle. It looks like Adel's eyes. Master's eyes are eternal. Don't spout it at this moment. It's just a pink hue. Rainbow-colored eyes are extremely rare and almost non-existent. I usually diet using concealment. As we moved away from the waterfall, we returned to the city once more. The next spot was a huge cylindrical building found near the nobles area. Glass seemed to be fitted on its surroundings. The next place is the center of knowledge of this city. The Royal Library. Can we find a lot of books there? Oh yes, there are a lot, from biographies, technical books and even spell books. But only nobles and related are allowed entrance. It is after all the place where all the knowledge and information about the magic developed by the castle's mages and representatives of the magic knights are being stored and guarded. Even if adventurers tried stealing things there, it is being protected by magic, so it's not easy to approach. I see, with that size, there is definitely a lot of books, right? I don't know what bookbinding technology they are using in this world, but well, I found only a few records or books when we were traveling. The way they make seems to be completely handmade, because that is the country's asset by itself. They're so strict with it and is not available for the general public. That is the main spots this gondola can show. So how was it? Satisfied? It's good that you ladies have enjoyed it. Well then, where would you like me to drop you off? It's already almost sundown. If we don't hurry and find an inn, it will be full, and so we informed the uncle. The gondola was driven faster than before. Careful with your seats, passengers. I will deliver you at my highest speed. Oh, so fast, so fun. As I feel the cold breeze hitting my face that is enveloped by the river's coldness. The gondola was in a rushing pace, fiercely splashing water on its side as it moves forward. It was really fun. After the fierce splash of the rushed movement, the women aboard got off while dripping wet. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. The inn manager looks like a man. TL, Yuki Ed, Philip. Lights slowly appear, brightening the cityscape while darkness envelops it. Tables and chairs were being placed by the roadside. Adventurers and merchants started drinking and eating their meals. We also said our farewell to the Uncle San who brought us to the inn district and entered a nearby inn. Since the fragrance of the food being prepared is already starting to turn into torture, we decided to have a meal quickly. Excuse me, we would like a room for 3 people. Ben, are there any vacu? Welcome. What came out and greeted us was a woman who looks and talks like a man, with short-cut hair that for some reason stands up, with body filled to the brim with muscles. I could also say that her charm point would be his ferocious-looking smile. It will be 6 silver coins a day for each person. You people seem to be new adventurers, but do you have enough funds? We're fine. For the time being, we'd like to stay for a month. Okay, wait, a month? On advanced payment? Most of the adventurers that stay here usually pay just for a day. Even if you tell us that, it would be too troublesome paying for the rent every time we return, you know. Is it really fine for most people doing that? Well, you see, normally people that stay here don't really stay that long. For example, merchants would leave in just a few days. As for adventurers, they would stay for the day, then hunt until they have enough to stay again for another day. The inn fees in the capital are quite expensive after all. Well, if compared to the inn at Hivil, it is certainly more expensive. But you see, Ne-san, we don't plan to do any adventurer work for a while, and I have the leeway to do so. Now let me show you my shiny bag of gold coins. The Ne-san who witnessed the contents of my bag understood that I can properly pay and shrugged her shoulders as if she was weakened. We won't mind such little things, so can you prepare our room and also a delicious meal, please? Ne-san. You people seem to be higher-ranking adventurers. Sorry, I thought you were just newbies. You see, it will be for the 3 of us, and we are small, Only Lavale here is bigger. There is a room for 3 available, so you can use that one. I have to kick up the cook's ass to make him work faster for the time being." After saying so, she disappeared at the back of the counter. A few moments later we could hear a loud bang and the scream of a man. When we entered the room and unload our baggage, Lavale speaks up. "Master, what do you think of that woman?" "Probably a former adventurer. I'm sure of it. Strong? In terms of strength, it would probably be comparable to Drusan. That big battle axe on the wall is probably that Nasan's main weapon or something. She is definitely skilled." "It's fine either way. Let's go down and this time have our dinner." Since that Nasan is quite strong, it will make this inn comparatively safer than others. After leaving behind our heavy baggage, we went back down. Chairs and tables were also arranged outside like other inns. We sat down ourselves on an open seat. Other customers are also coming down and occupying the place. "Sorry for the long wait. I'll be placing them one by one, so please be patient for a bit. By the way, our food is our selling point." Nasan was cheerfully laughing along with other employees that were laughing loudly. First thing served was a meat and vegetable dish wrapped in something. As the 3 of us bit into it, meat juices started to overflow from the place where it was cut, and a delicious scent was released. What a surprise! The skin-like wrap used here was made from internal organs. I see. It is really delicious. It's not only the meat juices, the taste of vegetables is also blending well. The skin also tastes great with its chewy texture. It's a great combination. The taste makes you want to demand a drink. That Nasan is using meat and internal organs of a demon called Axpoa. There are plenty of them in the forest close to the capital. When hunting them, just baking it makes its meat juices drip out. Let's hunt them later by all means." Lavale was commenting on it like a professional gastronomist for some reason. Nasan was also joining the commentary every now and then, but well, even as they are doing that, neither hands nor mouth stopped moving. The volume served is also great. It seems that Andrina would be satisfied with this amount. Pafu, no more. I am also full already. I'm still not satisfied yet. Nasan, more please. Bring me 3 more in addition. And also liquor to go with it. Nasan replied. I then carried more extra servings. After drinking her liquor, Lavale continued chomping down the food. I and Arena were also merrily drinking fruit juice that we requested while taking a break. When I look around, I could hear drunken people talking about their best bets on the martial arts tournament. Betting will probably begin soon, so everyone is quite serious about it. Adel, yes. What is it, Arena? Is okay if I bet on Adel? Do you mean you want to bet on a fighting party? Don't tell me, Arena. It's not that you wanted money for spending but for this? Well, I don't think it's that bad, but if you think about it, she would look like those people dreaming while watching horse races and losing all their property. Can I bet only on Adel? That's fine, but you see, won't you also bet on Lavale because she will be fighting too? Look, she's watching us with such a scary expression while drinking. No. Adel is the strongest man. Ed, need insulin. Certainly, I can't compare to Master. But I also want Arena to depend on me more. Gahahahaha. Seriously, ladies, you are sure to lose. A man from the table next to ours said that and started laughing. It was a giant drinking from a big mug. To lose? What do you mean by that? When I got up and moved next to the man stood up and looked down on me. It seems like this person is literally looking down at me as is quite confident about it. His appearance when he stood up was much bigger than I thought. It would probably be around twice my height. His body was also wide, about 3 times wider than mine. His arms alone were much thicker than my torso. Something like that is already decided. If a weak-looking person like you appears on the battle stage, everyone would just hesitate to attack and the tournament would only turn into a tournament-like event. That's right. Explain it to them, Baldy. It seems like they would break if you just touched them. If they would want to be prostitutes, they will probably earn a lot. Just stop it, trying to enter that battle. If a beautiful face like yours becomes scarred, you won't even be worth a copper coin, you know? The surrounding people roared out in laughter. Everyone probably knew each other. They are probably adventurers working in the kingdom, right? Because they have all been drinking since some time ago. Most of them are already drunk. You people, you don't look like people that belong to the kingdom's adventurers guild, and I haven't seen you there today. What have you been doing since you arrived? Sightseeing? I just answered honestly, and everyone roared in laughter once more. The man called Baldy was also chugging his drink while laughing wildly. You're killing me. Gahahahaha. A visitor sightseeing will be joining the battle tournament. Are you sick, or maybe just out of your mind? You do realize that it's going to be a fierce place, right? Why not just forget about it and bet on a man that you think is strong? Betting on a girl like you would just be a losing bet. You will be thoroughly crushed. It will be awful. Baldy suddenly shows a serious look with sharpened eyes. He then picked up the huge battle axe from his back and crushed the table we sat at with it. The flying fragments that were headed towards Arena was warded off by Lavale's coat covered in thin flames, while the dishes that she was finishing was held in her other hand. Quite capable. Even if a man such as myself enters, I would always fail to reach the qualifiers every year. Thinking a little girl like you participating makes me feel irritated. This is a warning. Be sure to prepare yourselves as the tournament begins. After saying all that, he then groggily left the inn. I'm glad that he immediately left. If he continued any more than that, Lavale would have tried silencing him a few moments later. I somehow managed to stop her by using synchronize. I realized that he was already stepping on a ridiculously strong landmine at that time. Master, is it fine if I slaughter that man if I ever encounter him in the tournament? It's not that I'm stopping you, but you see, do you want something like that be shown to Arena? Arena was just silently watching all of that. You have endured it well, right? I was even expecting that she would at least attempt to launch a fairy magic or two, but it didn't happen. I don't want Adel to be troubled, you know. But, how frustrating. Don't worry about it, we will definitely show them one of these days. I left alone the men who were still laughing from all that and called Nay-san. Nay-san, who was watching from far away, looked sorry, but then she came close to us with an amazed look on her face. I guess I have to pay for the table. Regarding what that person said to you a while ago, you don't really have to be bothered by it. He would always find people to target and bother them. He also did that to me last year. Nay-san also goes out every now and then. I'm also a registered adventurer of the kingdom while managing an inn, and the expoer that I serve is something I procure myself. So she was still an active adventurer. I thought she was retired. I'm also entering every year for the qualifier but fail to pass. I will also be joining. There will be a lot participants entering this time, but I didn't expect that you would be targeted by that person. Sorry, there's no need for you to apologize. Here's payment for the table. Sorry about that. I will collect the collateral from Baldy later. Come on now people, don't just laugh at women endlessly. Do you people want me to entertain you? All the men that were cheerfully laughing turned silent in the blink of an eye. Nay-san looked back at me and forcibly shook my hand. My name's Agra. The fighting tournament, do your best. Thank you, Agra-san. I'm Adel. I will definitely not lose, so won't you bet on me? That's really a scary declaration, so please stop it. Are you in debt? After a while, the guests also started to dwindle down and things started to calm down. Even after all that, Lavale continued eating. Right now she was finally calmed down and was just drinking sake. Arena became sleepy, so she went back to our room. I was drinking with Agra-san, who finished all her work for the day. I'm just drinking fruit juice though. For the two adults looking over me, I'm just a child after all. Is it really fine to keep your rank in silence like that? I'm wondering why you didn't show it. It's because nobody would probably believe it even if I show them my rank. If I was inside the guild, then it would be easy to confirm it, since it's not easy to just fake it, and you'd be rejected by the guild if you got caught doing it. Right. It's really troublesome. Don't worry, I'll beat him up the next time he comes. At that time nobody would probably stop you. On different topic, Agra-san, I would like to ask something. What is it? About the rewards that will be given in the tournament, what will they be? I asked Agra-san as she was pouring liquor in Lavale's cup. First of all is when reaching the final selection. It will be 10 gold coins. Then it will increase by 10 more every time you win from that point. The difference would change once you reach the final 3. I think the rewards from that point differs every year, but there are certain things given beside the prize money. Additionally, the winner gets a special qualification, and that is, you can directly ask the king for a reward. Any wish will be granted as long as it is possible to do so. I and Lavale looked at each other. Then we started laughing because we weren't expecting that what we were aiming for would actually end up as the first prize itself. It seems like I will be able to meet the king much earlier than expected. What happened? Why the sudden laugh? Well, you see, we are just thinking about what we would ask the king if we won. What request would you ask for, Agra-san? She was seriously thinking about it for quite some time. Then, after hearing her answer, we thought it was just very Agra-san-like. Is it probably something like asking for a larger inn, I guess? I think I will wish for a princess as my bride. That will probably be impossible. That's just pointless. What about me? Let me take care of you. Arena is already my wife, you know. That day the Shogai challenge continued into the night. Chapter 40 Opening Announcement of the Battle Tournament. TL, Yuki Ed, Philip. Now then everyone, we will now start with the grouping. We were sightseeing and checking everything we could in the city until it was time for the tournament to begin. We never asked for requests. We did visit ruins, walked around, and even confessed to Arena when he went under the tree of the eternal rainbow. We also played a lot on the lake, and boarded Lavale to look at the capital from above. Well, all we did was play around. We didn't regret it. No regrets. Ed, confess to Arena and ride Lavale. This Adel is getting really frisky. And now, the day the battle tournament has arrived. I was told that a lot of brawny men were gathering, but there are also a lot of other people. I and Lavale were completely buried by all the competitors. First will be Group 1. Those whose numbers are called come forward. Oh, it has finally begun. I don't want to be in the same group as Master on the first round. Me too. I don't want to beat something up to the point that I would hurt my hands. Please, can't we just forget about that? We don't really want to be involved with people on the same level as Baldy, so we covered ourselves with cloaks again. Arena is hidden in my cloak, by the way. She currently in fairy form. She's probably still sleepy. I can hear her sleeping breath. First group selection is over. Now it will be for the second group. Alright, Lavale, can you hold back a little until we reach the qualifying rounds? Why? That sounds really troublesome. What if I say it's for Arena? Let me hear more about it. Well, it will be about the bet. Apparently, if it's someone popular, it will have a lot of bets, so it constantly increases as the participant climbs up the ranks. To put it in another way, if you win the preliminaries, the amount increase would also be great, so if you win a fight with a very huge difference in bets, the exchange will be several times higher. Lavale understood my explanation and decides to follow through with it. Well, the real deal will come out after Lavale enters the stage. It would be tough if she got disqualified early in the game. Next, third group. Number 325. Oh, that's the number on my back. I'll be going first, Master. See you at the qualifying rounds. We both have clothes with big numbers stuck on our back. It is also some kind of magic tool. It is made so that it doesn't peel off, not unless you pour in a certain amount of magic power. Alright, see you later, Gogo. Lavale quickly disappeared after reaching the door. After a while I was called in the 8th group. I also passed through the door and set foot in a place I was instructed to. Participants, although familiar faces could be seen here and there, I will now be explaining the rules for the annual battle tournament. When we were waiting at our designated places, a tournament staff climbed up an elevated floor and began explaining. I have also heard about it from Agra-san in advance, but for now it's much better to listen carefully. First of all, killing your opponents will be strictly prohibited. If judged that an opponent was killed intentionally, the participant will be disqualified. Other than that, as long as your opponents are alive, there will be no restrictions placed on attack methods. It's fine even if chop off their limbs as long as it doesn't result in instant death. It will be fine. There are hundreds of recovery magicians present in the stadium waiting to heal anyone badly injured. So fight with all you've got. And as for the number of qualifier of this time's Battle Royale, it will be 3 people. Well then, you may now prepare for your turn. As the staff left, the participants begin talking at each other about whom to compete with. Because I have nothing to do, I got bored just by listening to the people around me. I did it. There seems to be no notable people among this group. Oh, Thunder God and Red Fog God are not in here. I guess I will have my chance this time. There were 2 other people who was in the same get-up as me. Other than those mysterious people, there's no one with notable strength in this group. No, perhaps someone like a dark horse would pop up later. The flag has been raised. Hey. Crap. Somebody noticed me. So you still participated despite my warning at that time. I guess you really want to feel some pain rub off your skin. Oh hi the Baldy-san. Sigh, I wanted to be in a group different from this person. It is already useless though. My body is already at its limits being ticked off by this guy. I can't even pretend to feel happy about it, though I'm still showing a smiling face. I'm done with this person. He will just annoy me all the more. Trying to calm down, I put out a sigh. Phew. What with the disappointed look. Oi, what are you trying to do? When Baldy was about to bother me, one of the clerks came and separated us. It's you again Baldy. Every year you just say whatever you want and trouble other participants. Can't you just stop this? As I have told you over and over, provoking people backstage is absolutely forbidden. Show your power out there on the stage when you fight. Tsk. He clicked his tongue then disappeared while forcing his way in the crowd. After glancing at me for a moment, the clerk went away without saying anything. Thanks for the help. That was really troublesome. Did it finally start? A cheering can be heard from outside. Well, let's just hope that Lavale will properly do what was instructed. Good morning ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for visiting this stadium on a fine day like this. In the middle of the venue, a woman who had an extreme appearance for a moderator was calling out to the crowd using a magic tool for voice enhancement. The crowd was looking at her as if they were glaring. Today will be the day for qualifying rounds. There were a total of 800 participants separated by 8 groups. 24 people will be given the chance to enter the final selection match. Will any of them be able to win the final prize? Judge them with your own eyes, whose strength will be outstanding. That will lead to a spectacular event for tomorrow. After that, cheers were raised from the audience area. The lady moderator also nodded in satisfaction. It seems that every one of you understood the thrill of the competition. Then let us declare the start of the event. Let me present to you, the King of Galania, His Majesty King Mondolvertella Galania. A man that was called His Majesty stood up from his throne where he can see the whole of the stadium. A storm of voices were cheering for him. The man lifts one of his hands and everyone stopped. Silence immediately enveloped the stadium. The man did not have a magic tool which was similar to what that woman was using, yet he still started his speech. Because of the silence, his voice reached out to everyone there. It sounded better than anything they could hear. This day has arrived once more. This is a place where everyone can enjoy, and it is this day that participants proud of their skill and power get to fight it off. Show me your strength. I will give you my appropriate response. From this point on, by my name, I declare the beginning of the battle tournament. Now then, let us begin the first round, a battle royale of the first qualifying group. The battle began with the beautiful sound of a loud gong. Lavale's poff. Did it finally start? It is the first time for me being alone and surrounded by a lot of humans. Well, it's not yet my group's turn after all. I was waiting for my time while familiarizing myself with my halberd, while the others are firing themselves up and sizing up opponents for them. It's such a shame though. I never thought humans would like such entertainments like this. I have always thought that they were a war-seeking race, and I didn't realize that they could devise such interesting ways. Now that I think about it, they were really dexterous at using their hands and excel in a lot of crafts. They also fight in the most savage ways. They are also good at making tools that would improve their lifestyle. Even I possess tools which were the crystallization of their developed technology. I participated this time in accordance to the wish of my master, Yet I'm still expecting that there would be humans who can actually entertain me. Because there's a fairy that I can't defeat, I was able to know of places like this. There was also the story that people at the peak of humanity would enter. Well, people that can be compared to Master would either be a strong hero, a demon king, or probably my ancestors. I wonder if Master would be able to defeat even my father. But well, now's not the time to think about those things. Next, it will be the third group. Participants, please head to the fighting venue. It's finally time for me to go. For the time being, let's clean up all the small fries as desired by Master. Rook, move to 8, 5. Pawn, move to 4, 3. Being too busy at the moment, Adel decided to play Shogai with Adel Parallel, while blindfolded. Chapter 41. Chapter 41 Battle Royale 1. TL, Yuki Ed, Philip. Now then, the previous group has shown us a great fight. Participant Lagol and Participant Blackliner's fierce magic battle attracted a lot of attention from our audiences. What kind of battle will the third group show us? The participants that are gaining attention in this group would be Participant Tubal, who survived until the final selection last year. How far is he going to reach this year? And not to forget, one of the knights of this country, Twyla, will also be participating. How far will that one reach, and how much power will we get to see? Now then, third group, battle start. Now then, how should I proceed with this? There were around 100 participants jumbled together on the stage. Everyone already started fighting those that are nearby them. But well, I wonder who would entertain me. Just when I started walking near the corner of the stage, someone called out, "Oi, what have you been spacing out here for?" Mew, a spearman who probably caught sight of me, headed towards me. I readied my halberd as he approached. The length of his spear was around 2 meters. It's probably for gaining advantage by fighting opponents from a long distance, but it doesn't feel like he's good at it. Take this. While coming this way, he tried to gain power by rushing before thrusting at me from afar. However, since the handle is so far, I grabbed hold of the spear and then twisted. Well, it ended up becoming like this after all. I grabbed it by the base of the spear blade and then lift it up along with the man holding it, then throw him out of the ring. After all, if you fall out of the stage you will be disqualified. There's no problem if I do it like this. Now then, who's next? Prepare yourself. Next is 2 people. One carries a big sword and the other one is a twin sword user. This is also a terrible way to fight. To the big sword user, your attacks are too slow. It's like telling others to hit you while you approach. What? I caught sword with the edge of my halberd and knock it out of his hands. On the other hand, the twin sword user jumped towards me and tries to aim at my blind spot from above. Although a twin sword style can force your opponent into your rhythm, it will be useless if you end up full of openings. Smacking him with the body of my halberd, I threw him out of the stage along with the other one from before. That makes it 3 people. Now then, I wonder who will approach me next. Whoops. In just a few minutes the number of participants was already reduced to half. Participant Double was splendidly showing off his power. I wonder just how much training you would need to reach those levels. Who? Is that the man they mentioned a while ago? Looking over as to know what kind of person he was. What's with that? All the remaining participants surrounded him, but all those who approached him were getting knocked out. If they concentrate too much on him, won't they fall victim to people aiming for them behind their back? What's this? Why won't anybody come here? What's wrong? Nobody bit on Abel's provocation. Now then, I don't really want to get stuck on this situation. Who should I begin with? You, the one who's callable. Will you be willing to entertain me? Oh? The Nasa whose face is concealed. Are you also aiming for me to enter the final rounds? Not really. It's just that I want everyone here to disappear, to end this faster. What did you say? Oh, everyone who got provoked faces towards me. Nevertheless, this is probably a good result. The guy who replied from before was already lost in the crowd. Did he already flee from this place? I quickly mowed down the crowd, striking them rapidly with single blows. The people surrounding me already lost sight of Abil. And now, including myself, 4 people were left behind. I'm impressed by that old person who was moving fluently despite his age. The ones remaining at the moment after all that are a Bill, and a female swordswoman who gives off a powerful impression, because the armor she wears is of good quality and has the emblem of her country on it. She is probably the knight serving this country. The last person was a tall black guy. His weapons of choice were sickles, which is kind of unusual. Won't they be troublesome when used in a fight? And now, there are only 4 remaining participants on stage. Participant Abil number 311, Participant Lavale number 325, Participant Twyla number 363, and Participant Koznock number 391. Only 3 people will be able to proceed from this point, who will be the out to fall out. On the name of the Knight Commander, I will definitely not loose those who want to be taken down. Come. The beautiful female knight held her sword and was already announcing her victory. If Master sees her, she would probably attack her in various ways, but well, the one who seems to be the weakest among the people here is Oi, that scythe person there. You seem to be the weakest, so please, can you just leave? Phew, don't underestimate me. Alright, the man using scythes was successfully provoked. He throws one of his sickles towards me. I block it with my halberd. Impossible. Mew. Oh, the one I deflected spins around and came back to him. Understanding that he was in a pinch, he readied his scythes to his side once more. It's an interesting magic weapon. Scythes and sickles, both names are used. It's a magical weapon, so it's both. When I tried to attack him, a Bill came over. Are you trying to take me down by cooperating? Oi, scythe guy. Don't just go trying to fight the person who took advantage of me. New, a Bill whom I've been expecting to help the scythe guy actually intercepted him. What's wrong with this guy? What he's talking about was too questionable. To the fool who easily got provoked. You don't have the qualifications to stay in this stage. Give it up already. And the female knight joined in, placing herself between us. In a moment, her sword blazed and burned down the scythe she deflected. It seems that you were trying to not stand out. Actually, I would have liked to move more, but in this situation it would be kind of awkward. Gagah. He got done in. The scythe user was slashed, his scythe and his body getting cleaved. Well, it should be fine if it's not instant death, but it looks like he would die in minutes if left alone. That man fell off the stage and immediately received treatment from recovery magicians. His lower body was soon reconnected and he was saved. Female Knight Twyla, is it? The level of her swordsmanship would probably be around the same level as Master's. If they fight without magic, it would probably be on equal terms. And it was finally decided. For the final selection, Participant Abil, Participant Twyla, the young knight representing the kingdom's knights, and the mysterious first-timer adventurer Participant Lavale. As expected, it won't that interesting. Not until I reach the final rounds. I don't even need to exert effort doing all this. Hunting in the forest would probably be much more interesting. This is just boring. Oi, Nate-chan. The final rounds will much harder. See ya then. I don't really want to hurt women. I hope we don't meet each other soon. That is what the nihilistic swordsman and the female knight told me before they left the arena. They were just saying whatever they like. Let's leave that as is. For now it's more important to find a good seat on the audience area. After this, I would like to see Master's match later. Oh, Lavale was able to properly hold back without killing anyone who did her best. Even though the competition is held by this country, it seems that people from its Knight Order were also participating. Well, there is no rule saying only adventurers. Let's listen to Lavale's impression right now. Lavale, congrats on winning for the final selection. You properly held back, right? Oh, Master, that was boring. Even though I already held back, it was still not interesting. Only that swordsman and that knight were kind of interesting, so I didn't really enjoy that much. Sorry about that. In the final rounds, when the differences of bets are displayed, you go all out. But make sure to hold back unless you feel your life threatened. I will also be serious if that time comes. After listening to that, Lavale's mood got brighter. Oh, I'll be looking forward to that. I'm not really the type that likes holding back. More importantly, is Arena with you? Is that how it is? But you know, it's not like we will actually be fighting each other at the end. Something like that is not yet confirmed after all. Now then, Arena, are you going to cheer for me with Lavale? Of course. Then Arena, I'll be sending you off. Give my regards to Lavale, okay? Arena, come over here so we can cheer Master together. After removing all signs and her presence using concealment skills, she then flew towards Lavale. Now then, I wonder how I should go about it with my battles. In my currently humanized body, using fairy magic would probably be bad, so I'll probably use only humans' standard magic. My weapon would be that sword, but if I used that heavy sword here my opponents would probably be smashed. Maybe I should fight only with magic. If I spam some smaller spells from far away, it would probably decrease their numbers fast. Now that I think about it, there were also cheap swords included on the things they bought, which will probably be perfect if I use it here. Even though I have the adjustment skill, I have to make sure that I don't accidentally kill anyone. And an hour later, my group was called. Lavale, skewers please. Fine, here, eat Lavale. What about my share? I'll make sure to bring some for you later. Will you be waiting for me before having dinner later? It's fine already, I will wait, so be sure to not end it quickly. Ed, of course it's a female knight. This is a Yuri novel, remember that. Any male character is a side character, maybe a few exceptions. TL, there will be one main male character later. It's a little spoiler. I won't tell the details other than Sebastian, you'll understand why soon. Chapter 42. Chapter 42 Battle Royale 2. TL, Yuki, Ed, Philip. As I go up on the stage, the excitement of the venue wraps up the participants. Max voltage. Everyone is raising their hand to increase the venue's enthusiasm even more. I was trying to find out where Lavale is. Master, we're at the seats behind UNN. Oh, the Uradel. They were watching at the highest position on the auditorium. Arena, that was humanized, was also waving her hands. I responded to them, and then the announcement from the host came in. Now then, it's the final round of the Battle Royal. The 8th group has now appeared. There were a lot of notable people included in the previous groups, but no such person was found upon this one. But that is fine. Just like last year, there might be monsters hiding in this group. Everyone, please look for it. The people that would be considered golden eggs of this group. That young host was giving it her all with that announcement. It seems that she has fans as well. I could hear people cheering the host. Your name was Seniel, is it? I'll remember it. Now then, participants who have been kept waiting for this 8th battle start. When the sound of the gong reverberated, there was a person who immediately aimed at me. As you all have guessed, it's Baldy. I finally found you, now die. Annoying. From somewhere, his battle axe was heading straight towards my head. Blinding flash, my eyes. A high-intensity light was blasted in front of Baldy's face, blinding him. I tipped his feet with my sword to outbalance him, then smash him away. It's better for you become a meat cannonball. Several people were also blasted along with Baldy's huge body. That is, my condolence. I immediately went near the corner of the stage and began raining down some commonly used projectile magic. Several participants also started approaching me but were prevented by frozen water that was turned into a slide, and those that attempted slid away. After a while, when less than a third of the participants remained, the battlefield became fiercer. The fiercest fights were done in the middle of the stage. What is with those people? What an awesome display of sword techniques and magic. There's the black-hooded participant number 899 Break, and there's also the silver-haired retired wizard in number 887 Aelid. Will one of them be considered our dark horses of this time? Oh, those two certainly are amazing people. That black-hooded person and that silver-haired old man. The black person was taking down everyone that came near him. That silver old man was using magic to block attacks, then countered. Although a while ago they were completely surrounded, at this moment everyone has already scattered. Now then, let's have a quick view of their status. Aelid middle. Ballistat, 62, LV. 285 race, Human HP 8543, 8543 MP 7929, 7929 ATK 3477, Def 4322, Matk 7544, MF 4011, INT 1800, SPD 2328. Inherent skill, automatic supply, skill, strategy, S, 4 attribute magic, SS, parallel thinking, B+, magic power detection, A, summoning, C+, appraisal, dash. Title, Sage. Automatic supply, can take in the surrounding magical energy and convert it into magic power. The higher the magic energy rating in the area, the higher the rate of conversion increases. Oh, isn't that person right there a sage? Even though he was like that, it seems that he is not known. He also possesses powerful skills, and that status, could that be considered the limit of humans? He's strong. That inherent skill will let him do an all-you-use magic attack, block, slash, freeze, burn, burst, raise, stab. He has been using magic in single casts since the start earlier. Moreover, every one of those attacks has considerable power, and also the delay of each cast is really small. That black-hooded person is also good. He's even intercepting attacks from his blind spot or avoiding them perfectly. And also, not to mention, that Jichan even has the appraisal skill. Something like that is commonly acquired by people that crossed over worlds. Because of the probability that I might be exposed, let's maximize my concealment power. Now then, let's check that other notable person. AI Ain Kosaka, 21, LV.351 race, human, awakened. HP 139,599, 139,599, MP 282,752/282,752, AC 22. 516 DF 15,888 Meg 0 MDF 36,009 INT 3,200 SPD 40,002. Inherent skill, automatic recovery, holy sword, automatic translation, item box, sacred armor. Skill, sword arts, SS+, dual sword wielding, S, concealment, S+, adjustment, B, appraisal. Dash. Title, a person who was blessed by the goddess as a hero. Hero. A, seriously, a hero? Just a second. A, why is someone like that here? Well, I wonder why they are in this world. But why did you have to disguise yourself and join in? Moreover, that status is quite high, that it's almost on the same level as Lavale. Holy sword included in their inherent skills. It's probably a good sword. I bet it would strong enough to even withstand my attacks. Never in my mind did I thought that I would encounter a hero this early. I'll just ignore them for now, and also try not to attract their attention. Most of the remaining participants were surrounding them, so it will probably be over soon. You annoying bitch. I'm somehow hearing things like Baldy's voice behind me. Are you still up? He probably fought with a lot of people because of the scratches and damages that can be seen in his body. He is also bleeding somewhere in his head. He's also breathing heavily like a murderous beast and was showing a really dangerous face. There's no way those two over there will be defeated after all. Did you come my way thinking you might get a chance? Stop running away and face me. It's really annoying being accompanied by this person, so let's finish him off here. He tried attacking me by raising his battle axe, but before he could, I jumped right to his face and planted a knee strike into it. Gah. Sorry about that. Nosebleed will spread from his broken nose, but I don't want to get dirtied by that, so I moved behind him and dropped him off the stage by kicking him at the back of his head. Phew, that was refreshing. The battle is now finished. For the final selections, the people included will be number 899, the mysterious black-hooded participant, the silver-haired wizard number 887, and last is the white-hooded participant, Adel number 850. Only I was presented with a complicated assessment. Well, I'm not bothered by it. Most of the cheers were for the black-hooded hero and the silver-haired Jisan. Let's report for a bit to my companions as I wait for the audience to settle down. Adel, good work master. You were almost not noticed, even though you were one of the winners that can't be helped because those two over there took the spotlights. I'll be showing off more in the finals. Alright, I found some interesting people. I think Lavale would be delighted about it. Who? It's going to be fun then. Wait, young one NN? Just before I was about to leave the stage, the silver-haired Jisan called out to me. He's wearing a nice robe and his beard was grown long. Also he somehow gives off the same vibes as a noble. It is because he is noble-like, or maybe because he's old, and should I also use formality? What is it? Well, it's just something that I'm curious about. Have you ever seen or met fairies? Nope, haven't seen any. Phew, is that so? It's fine. Well, you see, I'm a magician traveling the world in search of fairies. I'm just an eccentric. Well then, see you at the finals. Then the Jisan passed by me and went away. That was quite surprising. For a second there I thought I was exposed. But well, traveling the world looking for fairies, is it? He sure is another strange individual. Even if you are that strong, Jisan, it would be extremely difficult to find them. Now then, time for me to return. I also need to give Arena some cash. After joining with my party and returning to the inn, Agra-san greeted us with a smiling face. You were great out there. It was amazing how you easily paved your way into the finals. Oh, thanks Agra-san. Don't mention it, for there to be finalist coming out from the guests of my inn. How awesome. Tension. Too much tension. And also, please let go of me, or more like stop shaking me with those arms filled to the brim with muscles. There is also Lavale. You did pretty well, didn't you? Do you also think so? Lavale was also praised, so she puffed up her chest. Besides her, Arena is also puffing out her chest trying to imitate Lavale. It's Lavale girl version. After that, Agra-san presented us the best dishes she could offer and was saying for celebrating the victory of reaching the finals. She also provided free drinks for all the guests. I also got dragged up in the ruckus until morning. It goes without saying that Lavale also partied, with her tension at its highest peak. By the way master, how much will Arena be betting? I'm giving her everything, you know. Isn't that a tad too much? Shogai time. Arena, face my new battle formations. Isn't that just brute forcing using a rook? Position get. Even if I try doing it over and over again, I was utterly defeated. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. To all the audience, I'm sorry. TL, Yuki Ed, Philip. The next day came, and this time I allowed Arena to carry all of our funds to the stadium. Since I and Lavale are participants, we are currently in our waiting rooms. As you can expect, I ended up handing her all of our funds. I can't see myself losing that easily, but if I do then all our funds would be wiped out. Well, I don't think that I will lose any time soon though. Even if it's master, I think you would have still have a hard time facing that hero. Is that so? By my judgment, the stats don't even reach up to Lavale's standards, you know. Well, you did mention that they have a holy sword skill, right? It will be quite tough if that's the case. When a hero activates that, their stats would grow by 10 times at minimum. Their swords also have enough power to damage dragons and could even damage ancient dragons heavily. Winning against them with their weapons activated will be quite tough. As expected of a hero, having a skill that raises your stats 10x is definitely a cheat. Even if his current stats are in 5 digits, I wonder if it would be enough to go through this game. He also used an alias when he joined the tournament, but if such skills were used, won't that reveal their true identity to the king? I am wondering if that hero was someone who collaborated in destroying the country of Beastmen. I did hear news about a hero that came from the nation which summoned them will be performing a demonstration of skills. Just maybe, that might be the person that they invited to join the tournament. If it's a hero, just the name alone would give them great value. Well, never mind that, I will win against anyone. If it's for Arena. Seriously master, you are just. Around that time, Arena was running towards the betting area reception desk of the tournament. That is in order to deliver the contents of the bag she was carrying. The reception window was crowded with ordinary guests, and Arena waited patiently as she queued in line. Even if there were times when she was kind of squeezed, she managed to endure it till it was her turn. "Hello, the young lady, who will you be betting on?" The receptionist smiled at her as she asked. Arena also smiled back and placed the bag she was carrying on the desk without hesitation. 5,000 gold coins, bet for Adel. Ed, give her a discount, for cuteness. It became noisy. The surrounding people were dumbstruck but after a while calmed down. On the other hand, the receptionist froze and wasn't able to reply. After some time the receptionist finally snapped back to reality. Countless gossips were going around among those in that place, before the receptionist could precisely count the amount presented. Customer, are you sure about this? I'm serious. Please hurry with the ticket. The man in the reception who was hesitating grabbed the bag of gold and started counting loudly with the help of other staff member behind him. A few minutes later, they handed a ticket to Arena. It was a ticket imbued with magical effects. It also serves as proof that it was Arena who deposited the money. After receiving the ticket, she got out of that place immediately and disappeared into the crowd. The receptionists and guests were still dumbstruck for quite some time after that. But because the tournament was about to start, the crowd immediately returned to how it was, although it was quite noisy with the chit-chat about what happened before. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is the start of the final selection of the tournament, which will last for the next 10 days. Have you all placed your bets on? As for me, I have already chosen one. Let's hope that the players that you have put your bets on would show us a wonderful fight. Then let's announce who will be fighting who. A big cloth-covered board on a large pedestal beside the announcer was unveiled by tournament staff as signaled by the announcer. As soon as the board was unveiled, what we saw was a huge screen that was also projected above the top of the venue. Is that some kind of magic tool too? Fantasy sure has crossed over some futuristic stuff here if compared to the world where I came from. I then checked the tournament brackets since that was displayed on the screen. A block first round. Set 1, Lavale vs Nelicias. Set 2, Horoma vs Oshine. Set 3, Abel vs Stanza. Set 4, Chuck vs Jobai. Set 5, Kuro vs Moriel. Set 6, Suvia vs Matilda. Set 7, Largo vs Batis. Set 8, Break vs Vandalba. B block first round. Set 1, Fissen vs Genkaku. Set 2, Adonis vs Honor. Set 3, Sylvester vs Noel. Set 4, Jasper vs Lionel. Set 5, Coroner vs Matthew. Set 6, Aelid vs Roland. Set 7, Twyla vs Zumana. Set 8, Henrik vs Idol. It's a separated tournament with A block and B block, and judging by that style, Lavale and me won't be able to fight each other, not unless we win in each block and get in the finals. Kukaku. It seems like I'll be fighting that rumored hero in the semi-finals. Master. It will be a good warm-up before fighting Master. Q for Fufu. Seems like you're going to enjoy this. Oi. Please stop giving out that eerie smile inside your hood. I feel like fighting me has turned into some kind of jackpot prize. You're even licking your lips as if you were about to hunt something. It's scary to the point that I feel like my cheeks are heating up. Ed, I would like a picture of that moment. PLS. Now let us show everyone the bet magnification for each player. A block first round. Set 1. Lavale vs Nelicias. 540-43. Set 2, Horoma vs Oshine. 20-20. Set 3, Abel vs Stanza. 60-10. Set 4, Chuck vs Jobai. 96-360. Set 5, Kuro vs Moriel. 25-31. Set 6, Suvia vs Matilda. 8-115. Set 7, Largo vs Batis. 11-75. Set 8, Break vs Vandalba. 54-2. B block first round. Set 1, Fissen vs Genkaku. 50-5. Set 2, Adonis vs Honor. 12-15. Set 3, Sylvester vs Noel. 120-45. Set 4, Jasper vs Lionel. 67-14. Set 5, Coroner vs Matthew 13-29. Set 6. Alid vs Roland 40-76. Set 7. Twyla vs Zumina 4-270. Set 8. Henrik vs Idol 55-1000. As a reminder to our audience, the betting magnification is in proportion to the amount the audience has bet against the participant. And what can I say? For the first time since I have joined as announcer in this tournament did I see someone's magnification reaching 4 digits. If Adel wins, the victory bet will be multiplied 1,000 times. It will surely be a huge amount. This is fantastic. Ed, 5,000 times 1,000 equals a lot. I know math. Oh. Everyone gives their applause. It seems that they were praising those who have the courage to bet for me. Others are just laughing because of how ridiculous it seems. I'm staying silent for now because everyone concluded that my chance of victory is impossible. But Rena didn't really give a fuss. She was busy focusing to cheer for me on the audience seat. Thank you, Arena. Right now, I'm burning with determination. That sure is a great amount of magnification, Master. Mine is also quite high if compared with the others somehow. I'm feeling sorry for them. Now then, I will be explaining the rules of the tournament. The tournament will begin properly on this second day, with the first rounds in the morning and the second round in the afternoon. From that point on, it will be a total of 7 days before reaching the quarter-finals. From now on everyone will only be given 30 minutes to finish the battle, but once they reach the quarter-finals, the time limit will be removed. Please keep on fighting and quickly rise towards the top. That is all. I see. So they placed a time limit. That is probably the reason why the number of bets are raised as you move to the top. Everyone also has to prepare countermeasures as they watch the fight of other participants. It's definitely a rule that they thought of as to not prolong the game to more than the set amount of days. Now that everything was explained, I'd like for us to start with participants from A Block's first group. All participants other than Lavale and Nalisias can head back to their respective waiting rooms. Lavale, you can do it grandly, Amo. I'll do so. After knocking our fists I went back to my waiting room. It seems like my turn won't be for today. I guess I'll just go watch it along with Arena. Arena, I'm back. Welcome back, Adel. When we found a good spot, we seated ourselves to watch. I handed some meat skewers and drinks to Arena that I've brought from a stall before I came here. Adel, this is that the proof of betting? Well, that is what you said you'd do after all. You really did bet all of that on me alone, all of it, because Adel will be the champion. You trust your best friend that much, huh? It makes stir up. A total of around 5,000 gold coins were what we accumulated as adventurers since then. Besides that amount, there are still a lot of monster materials and other things that we haven't sold when we arrived in Galania. So don't really have anything to worry about until the tournament ends. Looks like it's about to start. Lavale's match, so I will be cheering now. Lavale, do your best, show them an overwhelming victory. Lavale. I and Arena were sending our cheers while in synchronization. If we overdo it, Lavale might accidentally make a mistake, so we're holding back a bit. The participants are now both on stage. When Lavale and the other participant were both on stage, the announcer began introducing the two of them. First, we have here is Nalisias, a B-rank adventurer that came from Rockdarth Kingdom and has fascinated everyone with a splendid water sword dance. What kind of fight will you be showing us this time? Nalisias gave the audience a prideful smile. A bold amount of cheering came from a lot of men and rose greatly because of her suggestively light equipment and good proportions. Next we have here is Lavale. She is an adventurer that came from Havil, a town that also belongs to this kingdom of Galania. It seems that she just registered recently. Her rank is F. And there have been no records of something like this happening before. I can't tell any specific fighting pattern that with this information alone. But I'm quite excited as to what kind of battle will she show us in this round. For those who didn't know Lavale, who was hidden by a robe, only a small amount of cheers were given. Nalisias was looking at Lavale with a pitiful look. You look kind of pitiful receiving such low evaluation while reaching this point. I'm sure you weren't even expecting to reach the finals, right? I'll properly receive your surrender, so why not go with that? For the time being let me show you myself and face the audience. I wonder as to who is actually the one who should go home. Lavale slowly took off her robe, revealing herself. When Lavale faced the audience, everyone, regardless of age or gender, was gulping. So beautiful. What revealed to them was a beauty that was so overwhelming. Everything that covered her appearance was themed in red, as if her body was blazing. The armor of Lavale only covers the upper part of her body, specifically her chest, and it gives of a more destructive power due to the fact that it clings to her body as taking her shape right down to the belly. Having red hair that glistens in the bright sunlight and red eyes that would seem to deprive the consciousness of those who look into it. Everyone was out of breath at the beautiful sight, and whose voice matches perfectly her beauty, but to Nelicia's, who saw her figure, it didn't matter much, because she was thinking that after this, she won't be having that same figure anymore. Lavale didn't really like all the attention that was being focused on her. She wanted to finish this as fast as possible. So she glared at the announcer, who was still dumbfounded and who didn't announce the start of the battle yet. "Hey announcer, can we start this now? Hiya Nisama. Well then, everyone, for the first round of finals, begin." Anisama, we have someone like that in the guild? Amazing. I wonder what she would be like if she your opponent at night. Adel, what did they mean? It's much better if you don't listen to that. And there was the sight of Adel covering Arena's ears with her hands. Chapter 44 Tournament Finals Round 1 TL, Yuki Ed, Philip. As a welcome, Lavale swiftly moved and punched the ground in a speed a normal person can't grasp. And a huge crater was made in that instant. It spread, almost reaching the place where Nelicia's was standing, which shocked her as she witnessed that spectacle. The audience that was cheering loudly since a while ago is now silent. What Lavale did was also perceived by them. Hiya, I shall introduce myself once more. I am Lavale of Fairy's Banquet, the blazing flame Lavale. If you are ready to be burned to death, come and I shall accept thy challenge. Lavale then clad herself in red magic power, while releasing strong fighting spirit and intimidation aura. Arena, who was watching the situation, is also getting pumped up. Adel on the other hand was praying from the bottom of her heart that her opponent would just surrender. She is giving such considerations because she was thinking that if they actually fought, her opponent would probably be burned to dust. This way of intimidating is too overboard. Lavale, well, thinking about it, this is just the way Lavale is. Lavale implanted a very strong impression among the audience. It was legendary to the point that they probably won't forget as long as they live. Well, ancient dragons are hard to understand creatures because they don't usually show themselves even if a few generations passed by. They are only handed down as legends nowadays. But besides that, Lavale seems to be enjoying herself. Foo. Now you've seen it. You made me show them my true form. My legend shall begin from this point on. Ahahaha. Now come, try and defeat me. Young, I surrender. 1. Nelicia's cried out while clinging to the announcer and unable to lift herself up. A stream of liquid was also leaking between her legs. The announcer also judged that her spirit was also about to reach her limits and gave the signal, ending the battle just 30 seconds after it began. Winner, participant Lavale. There wasn't even a shadow of confidence left on Nelicia's, who was so hyped when the round began. Lavale saw her as nothing more than a mere crying child clinging to the announcer, and thus she was left behind with mouth wide open, wide from shock. That's not even on the level of warming up for Lavale. Arena, because she's probably going to be upset when she returns, gently give her a lap pillow. Also, make it the special course where you stroke her head while also giving her encouraging words. Got it? Ed, universal problem solver. From that point, everyone will definitely know how strong Lavale is. Did she forget what happened to the subjugation troops that attacked her? Some of those people were above B rank, which were considered as heroes of that group, you know, right? To the spectacular victory of Lavale, the audience were also hanging their mouths open and unsure how they should react. The announcer Senil-san was not that much different. Well, what to say? The participant Lavale was way too strong for the other participant to handle, so she admitted defeat right before the fighting begins, and everyone also confirmed it on their own just how strong Lavale is. What impressive strength! What impressive beauty! On the very first round, Big Sis Lavale demonstrated to us just how intense the competition could get. Everyone, please give her your applause. TL. And Sama/Nsan is what punks and gangsters call their superior female boss. Some tough all-girls school or other all-female gangster groups do the same too. She finally ended up calling Lavale and Sama. Lavale went off the stage while still in a shocked state. But then a lot of cheers for her came from the audience. Probably hearing it, she raised her hands in response. Master, why are you so excited? What do you mean by Reno wants to show me something? Lavale, you were really cool, you know. Come over you. Arine, you are so good. That woman, Lavale, was now squirming noisily on Arena's lap. By the way, she's doing it now right here, in the audience seat where we are sitting, and has been drawing the attention of the guests around us. From the men's reaction that Lavale has that kind of gap, so cute. And from the women's reactions, oh, and Sama, you sure worked hard. With handkerchiefs on their hands and were wiping illusory tears. It seems that a fan base has already been established. On the stage, magicians were currently fixing the damage done to it by Lavale. It will probably be restored in a few minutes. It sure is convenient. Magic, that is. Well then everyone, various things happened on the first match. But now the stage have been completely restored. I will now be introducing the next participants in a flash. Horoma, Oshan, please enter the stage. The first one who entered was a man with a night patch wearing some sort of ethnic clothing with ornaments hanging on it. His weapon, a harpoon. Is that the ones you use when catching fish? Also its blade part was quite big. Is it for huge monsters from the sea? This participant is Oshan, an adventurer who specializes in exploring oceans. He comes from the country of Malta, and a rank adventurer who has an achievement of fighting and defeating hide sharks, which are also known as sea devils. He is also a participant who was seeded from last year's competition. Now, will his harpoon bring him once more further into the competition? Speaking of the country of Malta, it was a country that Albasan talked about, and it seems to be a remote island. I wonder if the people over there are the same way as him, or maybe he's just a little special. The other one was a woman and her weapon was a bow, but I couldn't see any arrow in her quiver. How will she fight using that? And here we have another regular, the bow user Horoma. She is a B-rank adventurer from the forest country of Adriana. Her latest achievement being shooting down a wyvern. She is a higher-ranking female adventurer who, according to the guild, will soon be promoted to A rank. Will we witness her arrows, which cannot be seen, once more pierce her enemies today? An invisible arrow, is it? Maybe that quiver is some kind of magic tool that hides arrows? Well then, for the second battle of round 1, begin. Horoma immediately grabbed an invisible arrow and set it off. From her actions, Oshan was alarmed. He tried his best predicting the trajectory of the hidden projectile. The next moment, an arrow appeared stuck on the stage behind Oshan. As expected, it's definitely a magic tool that makes arrows transparent for a certain period of time. If it's only up to that degree, then it won't be enough. That is, if it's only one arrow. Then let's see how you dodges 2 arrows. TL. Omai Wamushandiru. What? TL. Nani? Horoma held her bow prepared to fire while having a cold smile, then she released. Oshan tried his best reading the trajectory of the arrows released, but only one arrow appeared stuck on the stage. Blood was flowing from Oshan's shoulder. The next moment the arrow stabbed on his shoulders revealed itself, making the audience raise their voice in surprise. Shooting 2 arrows at the same time requires a good amount of skill. Moreover, a good amount of power is needed considering how deep the arrow penetrated, even if the lightest part armor was aimed at. Horoma immediately distances herself from Oshan and prepares her next attack. Now that I look at her, she sure is dressed lightly. It seems that she relies too much on her skill and equipment. I recommend that you surrender now though. I don't want to shoot you with 3 arrows in the next volley. I surrender. You did it. Horoma. She completely defeated participant Toshan with her superb bow handling. She has successfully advanced to the next round. So she will be my next opponent. I hope in the next round she will be able to fight properly. Oh, I didn't notice that Lavelle has already revived. Arena's special course was super effective. Have you properly prepared for your next fight? Be sure not to overdo it in your next match, Amo. I'll keep it in mind. Please properly do so. Oh, the next participants are in. Oh, it's one of the people that was in my group. I see. Is he strong? Well, just average, I'd say. Movement-wise, he's fast, and swordsmanship-wise, he's average. Oh. And as for the opponent, Iron Ball, the man named Danza entered the stage while dragging a ball and chain, with the ball being the size of a head. They sure use some unusual weapons. This one here is a local adventurer of the kingdom participant Danza. He's an uncommon adventurer from the wolf tribe. His rank is low if compared to others at only rank C, but he is proud of his strength in using his iron ball, capable of crushing a long-armed grizzly in a single blow. Take note that the monster's body hit by that weapon would be crushed. Long-armed grizzly? What kind of monster is that? As the name implies, it's a bear-type monster that was around level 70. Its main notable feature is its incredibly destructive blows. As expected of Lavelle-san, living a long life isn't just for show. The next one here is participant Abil. He is also a local adventurer of the kingdom who regretfully lost on the first round of the finals last year, and it seems that he did an intense amount of preparation before he participated this year. The abilities he has shown us during the qualifiers were splendid. Let us all witness the difference in his abilities for this year. Now participants, for the third battle of the first round. Start the match. First come first serve. Now eat this. Danza immediately swings his iron ball. In an instant, the iron ball used by Danza was heading straight for Abil with an amazing speed. Using his center of gravity, the ball's weight and length of the chain along with the power of his swing, the ball blurred from view from its tremendous speed. His body seems to be well trained, especially his trunk, which is the center of his balance. The iron ball flying straight to Abil was creating tremendous wind pressure. Don't think it will be over with just this. Abil kicked the ball, slightly changing its trajectory, and stabbed his sword in between the chains connected to it. Gakin. What? Shortly after the moment the chain was slashed, the iron ball flew out of the ring. It appears he noticed that the chain connecting the iron ball was slightly brittle. That person, Abil, sure is good. He was chasing the movement of the iron ball with his eyes all along. I'm not done yet. Danza, using the remaining chain he holds, waving it around. Because of the missing iron ball, the speed of the chain was much faster than before. You could even hear the sound of it tearing through the air. He attacked by swinging the chain as if he was using a whip. Do you think something like that would stop me? Then stop it. Abil tried parrying it with his sword, but at the moment that were almost in contact, Danza quickly pulled it, straightening the chain, and in the next moment, Gashuan. What the? Oh, he did it. That Danza. Abil's sword was shattered like soft tofu. The only thing left in his hand was a broken blade and its hilt. It is a trick when using a whip where you quickly pull it back, creating a swift strike, and at that point, the whip's tip would accelerate really fast so that it even breaks the speed barrier. If you reproduced that moment using a sturdy chain, the destructive power it creates would be many times more frightening than that of the iron ball. But well, what he was using was not an actual whip but a chain, and what was hit was a sword. Of course some on the chain links were also broken. Don't you think it's over with this? Well, I will just have to fight in a different way. Abil runs straight towards Danza. Danza strikes hastily, but before he could hit, Abil bent his neck, stabs with his sword, catching the chain and then pulled it. Danza tried to hold on using his center of gravity, but that was impossible. Thank you. What? Gah! At the moment he pulled the chain, Abil jumped up and then kicked Danza's neck. Danza, with a boot by his neck, fell down with white eyes. He was also twitching and blowing foam from his mouth. It has been settled. The victor, participant Abil. He has been qualified to enter the next round. Seems like there will be a lot of interesting people to fight in the next round. Abil got over his loss and splendidly won. If you emerged victorious on a fight, It is also a proof of your strength. It should be more fun once we reach the upper half of the fight. And where do you think you're aiming your line of sight while saying that? By the way, Lavale, have you ever fought anyone while in human form? There wasn't any reason to do so. Normal weapons would break, so I would still end up fighting barehanded. They would end up thinking I'm some kind of monster. That would just make me feel depressed. I also have to be careful. Ed, seems Lavale has mostly female competition. She should change with Adel, so we can get more Yuri moments. Insert evil laugh here. On another note, that Danza guy reminded me of a certain unlucky hobgoblin. https://uta.b/z7r4q13vs T=68. I hope the link will not make any problems. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Battle Tournament Finals Round 1. Hero Side. TL, Yuki, Ed, Philip, Bugger. And that's it for participant batters. He was cut down from his right shoulder and is now defeated, thus ending this match. Participant Largo will be proceeding in the next rounds. What a great display of skills. It's finally the last battle of the first round. In the fourth, fifth and sixth battle, the winners were Chuck, who was using huge chakrams in the fourth match, Moriel, who delivered a finishing blow using water magic for the fifth match, and then it was Suvia who punctured holes on her opponent using her rapier in the sixth match. And so all of them are advancing in the second round. And now the last battle is about to begin. Hello there everyone. We will be starting the last game of the day. Let me introduce to you all the participants for this round. First we have here is participant Break. The black hooded person went up the stage. What he carries was a sword the same as the one he used before when it was still in the qualifying matches. But even if they didn't know him, people still cheered greatly because of his performance from before. Besides having a strange appearance, that person sure equipped a variety of appraisal blocking magic tools. Oh, so you've noticed it too. I am an ancient dragon at the core, after all. Even if it's not as strong as Master's fairy eyes, I can still discern it up to some point. Though I don't have any idea why he's trying to conceal himself like this. It seems like they are planning some secret maneuvers or something. Guess I should be a little more wary about it. They might be planning to do something while the tournament is being held. And finally, this person, our own hero, has shown himself once more. Let me introduce to you this person with 10 straight victories in this competition. Participant Vandalba. Participant Vandalba is now entering the stage. Upon the announcement of Vandalba's name, everyone got hyped and cheered a lot as that person arrived at the stage. He's dressed the same way as normal adventurers do. His age is probably in his late 20s. On his waist seems to be a magic sword, and his brown hair is swept back. The audience got even more hyped up when he responded them with a generous smile. As everyone here already know, we consider him our hero, thanks to the overall battle potential he has, so there is no need to talk about it. This person is the only SS rank adventurer in this country and a man with another name, which is Dragon Killer. Will he be trampling the contestants of this year once more? Judging under normal circumstances, he certainly possesses those qualities and back up by facts. Vandalba, 28, LV.543 race. Human. HP 10, 054/10, 054, MP 16, 035/16, 0358 TK 9245 DEF 8664 MATK 8291 MF 12340 INT 290 SPD 13560. Inherent skill Indomitable. Skill, Sword Arts, SS, 4 Attribute Magic, SS, Counter, S, Iron Wall, S+, Burst, Dash. He definitely is a strong one. He definitely won't lose if it was against normal humans. Definitely. Also add to that is his skill Burst, which greatly raises physical abilities for a certain amount of time. If that hero won't use his holy sword, then there might even be a chance he would lose to Vandalba. Human skillful? Isn't that a flag? Is what I thought, but if you think on the other end, it would be better for Vandalba to quickly use Burst and finish the round immediately before he could activate the Holy Sword. If possible, I don't really want to be pestered by heroes. So do your best, Vandalba-san. Now then, for the final battle of the first round, begin. Please don't bore our audiences, that's why try not to fall down easily. As soon as Vandalba said those words, the black-hooded person snapped back and prepared his sword. Vandalba's sword collided with his opponent's, and the black-hooded person, receiving the attack, was blown away, closing in the edge of the stage. He stabbed his sword on the ground, preventing the momentum before being thrown out. Here's some more. Vandalba quickly closed in and released a quick succession of attacks with his sword. But all of those were blocked properly this time by that black-hooded person. If you can cope with the speed, then I'll be more serious. Vandalba increased his speed to the point that his attacks were leaving after images. To the spectators, it was already at the point where they thought Vandalba vanished. Also, there were times when several of him appeared to be attacking the black-hooded person. A continuous sound of clashing metals was spreading on the venue. The black-hooded person was still intact even after that and was still parrying his strikes the same way as before. He is not even moving from the spot where he landed before. Vandalba lowered his stance for a bit and stopped attacking, then moved away. He still has plenty tricks up his sleeves, but he murmured quietly to himself, just who the hell is this person? After parrying all of those attacks you don't seem to be tired at all. I thought that you would be complaining for a thing or two though. If you still don't get it, then I guess I will have to force you. What? Vandalba tried breaking his balance by striking him with a pinpoint attack after closing in on the black-hooded person. The attack was executed in a flash and was definitely filled with more power than usual. Burst strike spear. Kaboom! A spear of fire was sent flying, exceeding the speed of sound, and caused a huge explosion after hitting the black-hooded person. The stage was shrouded by black smoke after that attack. But then there was a person who jumped out of the fierce explosion and cloud of smoke. Oops. It seems that participant Break was still alive. I was a bit frightened about what happened after that explosion. Just how persistent is this person? I know that an attack like that is not enough, so I'm following up. Burst strike. Vandalba again chased after him and once more launched another burst attack. His sword was covered with a large amount of highly concentrated magic power. That is Vandalba's simple yet most powerful technique, and this technique has allowed him to attain his current streak of victories in this stadium. Now let's see how you will react with this. The black-hooded person was pointing his right hand and not his sword on Vandalba's direction as Vandalba approached him. They were now at a position where they could clearly see the spot where the king is seated in the stadium. And then, the black-hooded person was looking in the direction of the king, along with Vandalba, who was watching where he's facing. Adel also saw the king who was quietly looking at the two, but he gave a small nod as signal. And then, at that moment, a beam of light appeared. Wow! Vandalba was pushed by the light and landed back on the stage. When he looked up, he saw the light slowly fall down on the stage. That's definitely that annoying holy sword. Its brightness is still as annoying. Oh, something like that looks convenient when exploring caves, right, master? When the light dissipated, what appeared was a person with the same characteristics as the people of the country I knew from before. Black hair and black eyes, a man who was adorned in white armor along with a holy sword in hand that gives off an overwhelming aura of magic power. Hey, that's a lie, right? Is what someone mumbled. The audience knew. They don't even need to wonder who she is. It didn't take a lot of time for them to understand just what sort of existence she was, and everyone's mind became one. An out-of-this-world hero who participated in the battle against the Demon King. A real hero has appeared. Now look at that. The identity of the black-hooded person, which has been shrouded in mystery, was finally revealed. He is one of the great people who saved this world. Everyone knows of them. The people who are known as heroes. This turn of events have completely reversed this situation. I mean, is this really fine? Will the king be allowing such an existence to join here? The king was silent. He was just staring at the hero. Vandalba laughs. Even though he understands that what he was facing was a real hero, he still beams a grin and prepares his sword. I am happy. To think that an opportunity like this would come while I am fighting on this stadium. It's a good thing that I have secured my victory over and over until today for many years now. Yes, you are indeed very strong, but this is the end of that. Then show me what you've got. With all his power, Vandelver charged towards the hero in burst state. However, too slow. Good night. In slow motion, the hero grabs the sword that Vandelver launches as if it was just in normal speed, then swings her sword a few times, and after that moment, both Vandelver's arms and legs were cut off from his body. Vandelver was not even allowed to inch a little if compared to that attack. The audience that was unable to conceal their excitement roared at the outcome, which was decided in just a moment. They were forced to understand just how much difference in power the two have. Even if the opponent was someone who have already kept a streak of 10 wins in that tournament, he was disabled without even sweating. This is the power of a hero, and truly it can be considered as the pinnacle of mankind and undefeatable. The battle have been decided. The hero will be proceeding on the second round. Ignoring the shriek and cheers of the audience, the hero was looking straight at the king. The king then stands up at last. He signaled and the stadium was silenced. And then he began explaining why the hero was present. First is I want to apologize. Actually, the identity of the hero should have not been revealed in the preliminaries. It was intended to be a surprise. It was because this time they wanted to participate along with the masses, and show the figure of the people who saved the world, because they want everyone to see it. However, you could also say that if a hero enters, then the bets would be useless. Therefore, the meaning behind the fighting tournament would vanish. That's why I am returning everyone's bets, and also allow everyone to bet again. Even if it's against the hero, anyone who bets on anybody other than the hero will get 5 times their bets. And of course, it will be displayed from the second round onwards. That is all. The audience replied with cheers. All of them seemed to be pleased, because just betting against the hero would already make it 5 times. Everyone immediately made their move and headed to the betting reception desk. Before continuing, the announcer could only show a bitter smile at the audience stadium that became almost empty in just a few minutes. Well then, everyone, please expect a lot on tomorrow's games. This ends the pleasures of the day, I guess. For tomorrow, it will Masters battle. Everyone didn't go, huh? The bets on other players will also surely rise. It will be a Nadel's victory. Will it go up? We challenged Arena to Shogai that night. As they have said, you won't easily win a game directly after all. No matter how many times we do this, we will be taken down. There is a saying that all weaknesses are ignored if you push through. Check Yugo_. I only got myself an almost win in the middle of it. Chapter 46. Chapter 46 Battle Tournament Finals Round 1. The Challenger. TL, Yuki Ed, Philip. When I entered the stadium on the next day, I could barely see anyone inside. Well, I could understand it though. Everybody must have thought that it would only end with the hero winning all the fights after all. And there's no more reason to see what the outcome of other battles would end up to be. Today, there were also barely any stalls around compared to yesterday. How saddening. This is also quite expected. Well, if anyone rose to the finals, they will meet that hero after all, so nobody was in the mood to watch. Oh, Master is confident that she will reign victorious? That is already clear. After all, you can expect a lot. Then it is fine. Comparing the strength of the hero to that of Lavale, she would overpower the hero on status alone, but everything is included, so it will a battle of endurance. It is kind of regrettable that I cannot really go on at full power, and I also kind of regret that I am not in my original form, but I can't really complain. Master will definitely beat that even if I lose. Is that what you desire? Well, if I am going to defeat that, it will be on the final match. If the one who wins is Lavale, it would also be interesting in a variety of ways. Well, you don't really have to be bothered by that. No matter what the results will be, I will be waiting on the other side. More importantly, I need to win the battles on my side. I also need to see how much the magnification on my side was changed to say such horrible things. I don't want those kinds of sentiments. Right now money, which is a wonderful piece for negotiations, is much more important. It is money that I am acquiring legally too. What I'm actually thinking now is to take over this country. But I need some kind of impact to show off as much as possible. My biggest objective at the moment is concerning the world trees, and the source of its problems. I want to hear stories from a lot of people. There may be some that could help. Also it should be in a way that won't disrupt our travels. Then, I'll be going to the waiting room. See you then. Have a great match. Good luck. While looking at the two waving their hands, I proceed towards my waiting room. When I got inside, I could feel that the atmosphere was really dampened. Yup, everyone looks depressed. Only people who look like guards in the kingdom's knights are not showing any changes. Since then, nobody moved a muscle until the clerk that calls us arrived. The weather was also dim and cloudy today, but that is still fine. It is now the second day of the tournament. Yes. Wow. This is the first time for me to witness the stadium being this empty. Won't this be the most empty as of yet? But today, it will now be the second batch of the first round matches. Well then, the first group participating will be. The announcer who came today was also the same from yesterday, Senil-san, who continued with the announcement. Still, even though the audience is really small, she's still doing her best being an announcer and doing her job properly. Well then, I will be introducing them. The first one will be participant Fissen, a baron who will be fighting using a rapier. This time's participant was doing adventurer jobs as a side job. The rank is B and is considered as someone on the upper levels among the people of the same rank. If compared among aristocrats, he would be as strong as Earl Vater. The young man who arrived was wearing high-class armor, which seems to be a noble, but seeing his face, it doesn't look like he has any ambition at all. The next person is participant Genkaku. He is someone who came from a faraway country called Wad. It seems like he is called a samurai. Is that a job title resembling an adventurer if it's around here? Genkaku was also standing bewildered. Both of them don't even show the will to do battle. That is what I have noticed since a while ago. Now, for the first match of the second group, begin. I surrender. By way of surrendering that came from participant Fission. Winner participant Genkaku. Defeat by immediate surrender. The two shook their hands, but the other person was definitely trembling. His face turned red, revealing his anger. Are you scared, or are you trying to mock me? Don't you get it already? Fission, without answering what's the meaning of his words, looked around and said the same things once more. All of us are already considered losers. Nobody's cheering and there's barely any audience. What pride are you trying to show here? Sorry, but unlike you, I'm a busy person, so I'll be leaving first. He was just watching Fission as he left the stage while having a face as if a demon possessed him. More than half of the participants understood Fission's decision though. But even so, as a man, they just couldn't give up that easily on their own. Because what Fission left behind was quite true. His anger from that comment just won't go away. Other than the participants Salid and Twyla, most participants just either surrendered or quit. And now it was finally my turn. My opponent is an adventurer that wields a dagger closely resembling a sword. I have been sparring with Arena as my partner using daggers for quite some time now, so I know roughly just how one would fight using that. It's just that this person, he's giving the same atmosphere as those who quit or surrendered. I can't feel any motivation in his eyes. There seems to be only two audience left. Since it's kind of troublesome, can you just start it immediately? Grin. I expressly show my opponent a smile. Did I hear something good just now? There is no other audience beside Arena and Lavale left? That means other than the staff, there's only the guards and the king. Okay, then let's do that. Wait a bit, eh? Before declaring your surrender, don't you think that the B-block battle ending like this would be too bland? What do you think, announcer-san? Well, I think this is the first time in history that it became empty like this. Senil-san also confirmed the situation while a little embarrassed about it. Yosh, let's get this started. Because my advancement would probably be decided, Can I do a simple demonstration of my skills until the time limit is over? I definitely will make it exciting before this ends. Fine. But is your Majesty okay with that? Ed, not 100% sure the announcer actually addressed the king, but Senil-san looked at me as if troubled, then looked towards where the king is. That is fine. Certainly if things end up like this even I would feel bad about it. But be sure that it will be exciting. Thank you. I got my approval. No matter what actions I do, it will be permitted. Because this time it will be a demonstration, not a match. Lavale, help me a little. What? What are you planning to do? Then I shall begin. First summon demonic contract. I activated the summoning magic and poured in a lot of magic power, and from that, a magic formation far bigger than the stage was created. Why, of course, from the Rye will. Come and show yourself, Red Dragon. An enormous roaring sound echoed throughout the kingdom. All of the people in the kingdom turned their eyes towards the stadium, where the sound came from. They remembered that today was supposed to be the last day of first round of the tournament. What in the world happened there at this time? People all stopped what they were doing and rushed towards the stadium, all at once. Just like what I have imagined. Lavale's gigantic body came out. Her appearance right now is the same as that huge red dragon that I fought when we first met, because of the massive amount of magic power I've used in the summoning. It's back to her completely unstoppable state, like she was before. Well, this time she won't attack anyone, not unless I order her. The king and those in his surrounding were dumbstruck at the sight. Senil-san and all the other staff also got weak on their knees and dropped down. There was only one person enjoying the display. Arena, who was wholeheartedly cheering for us, was at the limits of her excitement, shouting, "Amazing! Amazing! Don't fret, this red dragon is my contracted summon. Like, we'd believe something like that, you fool." There was one guard close to the king who shouted at us in denial, but they can clearly see the necklace on her neck, which is the proof of the contract. Realizing that, he was stunned. After a while, in a rush, the people of the kingdom flooded the stadium. Everyone rushing towards the seats was halted after seeing the huge dragon and the figure of a woman wearing white robe on top of the dragon's head. Her eyes shone in rainbow colors and gradations of pink particles were spreading around her, giving her an extremely adorable appearance. Listen, my name is Adel. I will have you all remember this name and carve it into your souls as to not be forgotten. From this day on, a new legend shall begin. This will be the start of that legend. Blazing Roar, Red Dragon. In conjunction with my announcement, Lavale released a full power breath enhanced by dragon magic. The breath was directed at the sky, blowing away the dark clouds that were hanging over the kingdom. Pure water of the world, along with the great power of the winds, turn my target an unbreakable pillar of ice. Using almost all of my magic power along with fairy magic, all of the released breath was frozen and was spread out over the entire stadium, looking as if it was about to fall. This is. Now what? From that tower, ice flowers bloomed covering almost the whole entirety of the stadium. Be it a hero or a demon lord. From this day onward, I will declare myself as the strongest. Remember well, my name is Adel, a woman who will never be bound by anyone or anything. Here you are. So embarrassing. This foolish master. Fairy magic plus festive mood equals fairy prayers invocation. As a result of finishing this formula, I sold a fight towards the heroes of this world. It would have been perfect if those last lines were not included though. But with this, the eyes of the king would now be perfectly showing interest on me. But you know what is bad, right? If a hero was announced, then someone of unknown origins defeated him. People will be doubtful about it. That's why I came up with this cheat, and I have perfectly marked my existence. The only thing left would be to crush those heroes, and if this kingdom is involved, it will also be included. With that, a new legend will arise. After bowing to the king, I quickly returned Lavale and sent her to Agra-san's inn, then shook Senil-san, who was still spacing out even after that performance. Henrik was already fainted when I found him, so I want to be declared as the victor now. Senil-san, whom I've been shaking to return to reality, finally responded. But after seeing my face up close, she started bleeding from her nose and then fell to the ground, fainted. Right. I guess it can't be helped. I took the voice-enhancing magic tool and handed it over to the staff who was nearby and had them announce my victory and advancement for the next round. But well, that person also froze, without even uttering a word. He was just staring at me wide-eyed. Now what? What should I do with this? Hand. Raise 'em up, so that's what you plan after following Arena's instructions. A big uproar of cheers overflowed from the audience. I hope this would end soon. This big wave of cheers. That day, I went back to the inn using full-powered concealment and fairy magic. How was it? What are your impressions on me selling a fight? The greatest. It was really sparkling as expected of Master. You were really an idiot, Adel Genius-san? Even if that is the case, the difference between the two is paper thin. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. Exceeding Expectations. TL, Yuki Ed, Philip. The king, Mondal Vertella Galania, was troubled, and the problem was on a really big scale. It's regarding Galania's lands. Most of the country's income came from local tax and ore trades. Another big part came from tourism caused by the battle arena, and thus the country's finances were somehow stabilized. That financially stable state was reached 10 years ago. Changes have appeared around a few years ago. The cause was definitely the prophecy of the Shrine Maiden of the Sacred Empire Lavalrad. That prophecy was the birth of a demon king. According to the news, it was said that it appeared in the country of Beastmen. The 5 major countries surrounding it, including Galania, formed an agreement to attack the country of Beastmen. Of course at that time Mondal was one of the leaders that didn't have any motivation to agree. However, in that conference, there was no country that could disagree and oppose Haulia, because the country of Haulia successfully summoned heroes, and they declared that they will be the ones to keep the balance of the world. But the result of the summoning this time was incomprehensible. The number of heroes summoned was the highest compared to previous summonings. And not to mention, they were extremely self-centered. They took over Haulia and tried, or more like forced all countries to attend a world conference. Of course, it is fine for a country to decline, but they will suffer greatly by becoming alienated to those who have attended the conference, and cooperation between them would be extremely limited. And so the war against the Beastmen country began, but it did not really last long since there were too many heroes and they were easily overwhelmed. The remnants of the demon army were then finished off by the heroes, since there is an incomparable difference in fighting power between them, until all of the remnants were annihilated. Through that overwhelming victory, the countries that attended the conference began worshipping the heroes. After that, the heroes even asked for compensation to help in the rebuilding of Haulia. Not to mention the amount they asked for was just unbelievable. It was a huge amount equaling 40% of the country's total tax. Something like that is just too much to accept. But the heroes suggested that using the Beastmen as slaves will be the compensation in exchange for it. Surely there were people among the aristocrats who disliked Beastmen, but that's not even part of the majority. Or rather, most kings and higher-ups got along with them. Not to mention the technology they use in making magic tools is more accurate than the humans. Many countries would fight just to acquire that technology. In the end, that country had no choice but to fight against the heroes. The Beastmen were then shunned and blamed as the source of the Demon King's birth, and had no choice but to end up as slaves. They all understood soon that the heroes were more horrible than the Demon King itself. A few years later, Haulia dominated this world as a powerful country and dispatched heroes to various places, with the excuse of improving the defense of the country. But it was actually to monitor them so that they won't be able to do anything suspicious behind their backs. And regarding this battle tournament, it was set up to display the power of the hero to the public. That was also the same in regards to the bets. By distributing money to the public, the heroes would be loved by the common people, while slowly weakening the country's power. Mondal was already able to grasp that the country will slowly lose power after several years if they keep on doing this in the championships of the battle tournament. But today, something unbelievable happened. That is, just what is that? A fluffy young woman with pink hair and dressed in a white robe showed up and took over the stage. She summoned a huge red dragon, made it shoot a breath towards the sky, froze that breath, and then she created a rain of flowers made of ice. Any person could tell just how ridiculous it is even just by looking at the eyes of the spectators who witnessed that, be it a hero or a demon lord. From this day onward, I will declare myself as the strongest. Remember well, my name is Adel, a woman who will never be bound by anyone or anything. Right after the girl's declaration, Mondal asked for information about her, and what he understood was that 1 month ago the girl registered in Havel's Adventurers Guild, and in just that month alone she was already promoted to rank S. Moreover, the request that resulted in her promotion to rank S was the subjugation of a huge red dragon by herself. Are you telling me that the red dragon she had supposedly subjugated was that? Mondal had no idea if that was really the truth or just a bunch of lies. But Mondal, who saw that unbelievable sight, couldn't help but hope that all of those rumors were true. "What's that, Your Highness?" And he was pulled back to reality. The man who was standing beside him was also one of the heroes dispatched to this country. "I don't really know about it, but apparently she came from the countryside of this kingdom." "But a white challenger, is it? For someone like that to appear, I have never." "Anyway, here's the application information of that adventurer." The face of the hero who was reading information about her didn't change a bit. He just absorbed it and accepted it as facts. Although he should only be around 20 in terms of looks, he was way too calm about it. Because of that, Mondal was quite terrified. "I see. She seems to be a rare genius. There are a lot of idiots who think they are the strongest after all. Not to mention that flashy appearance, also projecting a dragon and pumping it with magic special effects projected on amplified magic formations. That is just a common pattern that everyone does." He then threw away the paper he was holding. Mondal didn't move as he stared at the paper that fell. The red dragon's status was camouflaged, and when the hero tried identifying her status with the skill heroes possess, what reflected back were modified values. "But if we leave someone like that alone, they might become the head of a rebellion which will come from Havel. If I am not mistaken, there was someone else that was watching her. That person over there." In the line of sight of the hero, there was a girl with light blue hair wearing clothes resembling the attire of that beach-colored girl on the stage. The hero used Identify to check the status of the blue-haired girl. "It's probably around middle levels." "Good, I'll just take note of it just in case." The hero left while having a thin smile on his face as he walked away from Mondal. If he or she targets Serena, it's doomsday for the heroes. Mondal was relieved by the disappearance of that hero and sighed in relief. "Whoever you are, I'm begging you, please end this deep dark painted world." At that time, Adel was reporting to Testania-san. "You really made a contract with an ancient dragon. You gained some levels, right?" "That's right. Right now I think I have enough power to destroy a country alone." "Oh, weren't you that strong before?" That's strange. Not even for me. It was my first battle on the edge, you know. All I know is that the ecology and power of a dimension fairy are full of mysteries. I'm afraid of not knowing my true nature." "And so, you're in the kingdom now, right? Although you sold a fight to the heroes, are you sure you can win against them?" "If I compare them to Lavale, then fighting Lavale in her red dragon form would be much harder. For you to break through her defense using your bare fist is completely out of normality already." "Well, I didn't really say avoid crossing dangerous bridges, but do take care of yourself out there, okay?" "Yes, I will contact you once more when the battle tournament ends and if I come in contact with the king." "All right. Enjoy yourself out there." And that's done. Now it's about this. Idol was looking at the changes of the magnification after the previous round. A block first round. Set 1, Lavale vs Horoma 3250 to 1200. Set 2, Abel vs Chuck 1890 to 2960. Set 3, Suvia vs Muriel 850 to 1310. Set 4, Lager vs Hero AIN 1110 to 5. B block first round. Set 1, Honor vs Genkaku 2065 to 6543. Set 2, Sylvester vs Jasper 4820 to 2460. Set 3, Alid vs Matthew 14:23-12:95, Set 4. Twire vs Adel 1550 to 10,000. The difference was 10,000 times. This. Just how much am I going to win with this? Let's just stop thinking about this. More importantly, other players also reached 4 digits, which are way much higher compared to what they originally have. It seems that most of the people are betting on the hero. That is how it's expected if it's against the hero, master. It is common sense that those selling a fight against them won't win. But how are you going to fight against a group of them? Eh? Don't tell me you didn't know of such things? Well, you see, master, the number of heroes is not just one. They are summoned generally in groups of 5 to 10. I didn't know anything about what Lavelle just said. What should I do? If I don't show myself, other heroes won't know me, right? I hate it. It will be annoying. That's right. When the battle tournament ends, let's quickly have a conference with the king and then leave the kingdom. Quick escape. Wait, idiotic master and daughter. Whether this is a crime or not, don't rush anywhere. If you defeat the hero, then there is a chance that the country will be willing to protect us from the heroes. It seems you know a lot of details. Can you explain? A teaching from my great-grandpa. I'm a diligent person, Noja. And also, Adel, you should refer to myself as Mama-san Sensei. Hi. Mama-san Sensei. That sounds fun. Let's think more about that. The battle against the heroes is already a fixed event. After the tournament, let's try negotiating with the king using the money Arena accumulated. I want to see with my own eyes just what kind of person he is. If it's no good, then escape when the heroes come. Perfect. By the way, Lavelle, why are you still here? Isn't your battle going to start soon? Ah, right. Then I will be going. Arena, master, please cheer for me. You can count on us. Arena, you can call me Oni-chan too. But I'm older? Then, should I call you Oni-chan? It's weird. Then, just as Izzo. Alright. It seems like Arena wants us to be equals. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. Final Battle, Second Round 1. TL, Yuki, Ed, Philip. Everyone, just like yesterday, today we will be having exciting battles. I am very pleased to be the announcer for this time too. Today will be the second round of the battle tournament, and it seems that our participants are also rearing to do this. Let's start with the first pair. When Lavelle entered the stage, it got filled with bright cheers. Men and women carrying flowers were scattering them all over the place. In the middle of the huge amount of petals being scattered about, everyone's eyes were stolen by the beauty, bountiful in just the right places, standing on the stage. The first one to enter the stage is Lavelle Sama. The beautiful red princess, now being decorated with flowers, is ready for the competition. We couldn't really comprehend her fighting power in the first round, so will we witness it this time with Ensama's opponent? You can leave that to me. Kaya Ensama. The next we present is participant Horoma. Please enter the stage. Horoma, just like in the first round, didn't wear armor and she was only clad in the same attire as yesterday. She was also carrying her special quiver along with her bow. Participant Horoma, who has not yet shown the peak of her abilities in the first round, now stands before us. Will she show more of her skill in this round? May we all witness the best of her skills. In the current stadium, where the audience's excitement was way higher than yesterday, Lavelle and Horoma were looking in each other's eyes without moving. Lavelle was holding her halberd horizontally ready to attack at any time, and Horoma was also in a stance ready to fire at any moment. Then for the first battle of the second round, Lavelle vs Horoma. Let the battle start. At the moment the sound of the gong rung, Horoma jumped a bit back, then quickly released her arrow towards Lavelle. The invisible arrow went straight for Lavelle at such a speed that it reached in less than a second. The halberd she held horizontally started spinning. Run! A sound as if something hit her halberd was heard. After a short moment, an arrow, apparently broken by the halberd, was revealed on the ground. It's still not the end of that. Horoma sends her second volley. This time it was 2 arrows, aiming for Lavelle's feet and shoulders. These arrows were also shot at a staggering speed. Naive. This time Lavelle takes a pose and then strikes down the 2 arrows in one large swing. At that moment, The audience released voices of admiration. For you to even make 2 arrows useless, but that still won't decide the end of the fight, right? Go on, shoot. Give me your best shot, bow girl. Lavale provokes her with hand signals to give it her best shot. Haroma accepts the offer and fires an attack once more, just like Lavale wanted. The third volley was made of 3 arrows, aiming for her head, stomach and right foot. Lavale didn't use her halberd this time and just plainly dodged all of them. The arrows were revealed a few moments later, stabbed in the ground. Could it be? Can you see my arrows? Indeed. I can tell that you are really quite proficient at using the bow. Lavale then started walking slowly towards her enemy, realizing the difference in her pattern. Haroma fired her 4th volley with 4 arrows, but all the arrows she shot were crushed the moment they closed in. The face of Haroma was showing her shock. That was amazing. And Sama. She was handling Haroma's attacks splendidly, and didn't even break a sweat from that chain of attacks. Guess I really have to get serious from here on. Haroma's greatly increased the number of arrows this time. The total number is 16. Currently this is the limit of what Haroma could use and release at once. The speed of the arrows were also way much greater than the previous ones. People would probably consider it god speed. Lavale was quite impressed by her technique and equally responded. Then I'll also be serious for a bit. Moving instantly to the side of the arrow's trajectory, she swung her halberd down really fast, crushing all the arrows that were supposedly aiming for her. Haroma, whose best technique was broken, gave up on firing the next shot and tried to overturn it, quickly approaching Lavale to attack. But she stiffened when noticing the halberd's blade already pointed at her neck. As she was thinking just how absurd that moment was, she also realized that her quiver was empty. And that ends it. The much goes to Lavale and Sama. She has proven her strength by overcoming Haroma's rain of invisible arrows directly and winning. She will be advancing into the quarter-finals of the battle tournament. Congratulations, and Sama. I wasn't even considered an enemy. I accept my complete defeat, Tamu. Continue polishing that skill of yours from now on. I will be looking forward to the next time we have a match. They exchanged a firm handshake and went back, leaving the stage behind them. The audiences were praising the two for showing a great fight and continued applauding until they entered the waiting area and disappeared. How about that arena? Am I cool? Lavale. Very cool. It's fine to go all weird like that, but you know, we're in the middle of a crowd right now. Can you stop that for now, because a lot of people are staring at us, don't you know? Did Lavale already turned into something with a similar mind as a fairy? No, I don't think she's even aware of how she should act in public, which is kind of worrying. In the next match, the ones fighting will be Abil with a new sword in hand. The opponent will be Chuck, whose weapon is using a big chakram. Both people, who are now on the stage, were not making any eye contact. Instead, the both of them were checking the weapons the other side carried and were only concentrating on the position of the other's feet. Will Abil's tricks and techniques be able to take down his opponent, who uses a chakram, a huge all-rounder weapon which can attack and defend from all directions? I am looking forward to their fight and wish see who will reign victorious. And so, the second battle. Start. I won't let you. An attack from the side which Abil quickly initiated was blocked by Chuck's chakram. Chuck is not as fast as Abil, but has good kinetic vision and movement control, which is his selling point as an adventurer. Not to mention that Chuck has enough sturdiness to even withstand an attack from a red bear and the strength to stop it. This time Chuck counterattacked, targeting Abil's stomach, but it was prevented by his opponent, who quickly parried with his sword. Even though Abil was able to successfully block the attack, it was powerful enough to throw him off and numb his hands. Abil jumped away to regain his posture, but Chuck didn't let him do that and pursued him once more. Aren't you down yet? Kai. Chuck spins his chakram to attack. Abil barely dodged it by squatting down and felt a terrible wind pressure from that attack. Then Chuck started grinning towards Abil, while Abil was cautiously monitoring his movements. Do you think it's fine to just quickly select a new weapon as you want after throwing away your previous one? I will choose a weapon based on its characteristics. Abil quickly assaulted Chuck by moving at high speed towards his blind spot and then swung his sword, but Chuck was able to predict it and protected himself by intercepting his sword. Don't you think that something like that would only become fragile not matter how big it might be? That talk about materials again? This fool. The chakram brilliantly prevented the whole force of the blow. Abil then noticed that the chakram was emitting small amounts of magic power, meaning it was a magic weapon which certainly has power advantage. Damn, are you telling me that you're using mithril? Does it become tougher if magic power is inserted? Good, correct answer. Chuck quickly entered Abil's attack zone, made a gap for an instant and then made a big swing. The audience screamed when Abil received the attack. After moving away, barely able to escape, blood dripped from Abil's shoulders. Ha, ha, ha. A wound of this level would only be considered as a scratch. Tis but a scratch. Abil immediately returned to a battle stance while giving off a strained smile and then attacked. He was also preparing to receive Chuck's counter. Slow, stopping just before his attack arrived, Abil slashed, aiming for Chuck's hand holding the chakram. To aim for my hand is aiming for that lapse. Abil quickly kicked Chuck's chakram away and delivered a strong headbutt. Chuck's helmet was slightly dented from the impact, but it effectively delivered the decisive blow. It made Chuck faint and fall down. Despite the intense struggles, Abil was able to somehow knock his enemy Chuck down. Abil has splendidly won his place in the quarterfinals. This year, I might still be able to aim higher. What's up, for you to contact me now using that ridiculous magic tool? Well, it's just that there are two people in the battle tournament that I'm curious about. The hero, Kosaka Ayana, was currently talking with another hero, Inoiki. They were using a magic tool that was similar to what Adel used when she was contacting Testania. She is currently hiding herself using covert skills so that she won't be noticed by everyone. She does so when making contact with other heroes to talk calmly and without worries. However, Kosaka disliked this magic tool because it consumes an extreme amount of magic power. Even though she hates it, it was still being used by other heroes for its convenience. Can you get straight to the point? Okay, it's about that red lady called Lavale that was fighting earlier. Also there's Adel in the B group. I don't really have any information about them at the moment, but I know that they are from the same party. If it's about that, then Kosaka was also concerned. More like she didn't like it for there to be someone who would stand out more so than the heroes, a beauty which was far better looking than the heroes, not to mention declaring that they were far more stronger than them and everything else. Well, judging from their actions, they would probably be people who would face Haulia in the future. That's why I want them to be destroyed at this early stage. What do you want to do? That is Kosaka was showing an ugly distorted face while listening to what Ino was plotting without any hesitation. So how much damage? Because killing is impossible, will it be an arm or a leg? It is such a place after all. Maybe inflicting something that would prevent them from reattaching the cut-off parts at the moment of being cut. I'd also like to mess up their faces. That's fine, right? Do whatever pleases you. Well then, I'll contact you again later if I got a hold of that kid. After saying that, the call ended. Kosaka was in a nice mood, humming after leaving that place. Kosaka was free, and had a lot of time, so she was just spending it leisurely, and she decided to enter the tournament just to blow off some steam. But still, for there to be an inconspicuous woman who took the center of attention from her and even foolishly declared to challenge the heroes, Kosaka wanted to kill her. But she couldn't, because the rules said that killing is prohibited. She was forced to only heavily damage her enemies. However, for Kosaka, who knew that she could ruin the life of those two people, her mood improved more than she expected, and she was waiting for the time where she would be contacted once more. I'm looking forward to what cries you will showing me. I tried to compete with her in Jenga. Why won't it come off? Is this balance really not going to fall? Challenge to the limit. At the end, all of the corners were removed and the tower fell when it was Adel's turn. Very unheroic heroes. Crazy woman and scheming dude. Yay, the summon was bugged. They forgot to add a condition of hero. Chapter 49. Chapter 49 Final Battle Second Round 2. TL, Yuki Philip, Suvia, It's been a long time. Same to you, Moriel, and to think that we would meet once more here, but well, it's rather depressing that the next opponent will be the hero. Certainly, but that kind of talk has nothing to do with us at this moment. Come at me. For the next battle, participant Suvia and participant Moriel. It will be a battle between friends. These two people have been participants of the battle tournament since before. The two sometimes clash as a form of greeting each other. What? Isn't it envious to see a battle couple go explode, normies? When the two people climbed up the stage, the entire audience sent in intense booing, but the two of them only shook their head and prepared their battle stance. It will be a fight much more different from the ones before. Now begin. Then as a welcome greeting, take this. Compress and shoot, water ball. HMMP. What a warm welcome. The water ball quickly flew towards Suvia, having tremendous speed. But Suvia was able to predict the dangerous ones and parried them with her sword, while the rest was skillfully dodged. Except one that was able to hit her feet. The attack delivered a heavy shock when it hit. With that she almost lost her footing. Then one more barrage of water balls was sent, but, with a calm face she parried everything using her sword. Her hands were slightly numb, but she didn't mind and fixed her posture. It seems like Moriel is also enjoying the fight. Did you come prepared for this fight? Well, you could say that I did what I needed to do. It's my turn to attack then. Suvia quickly took out a knife and held it towards Moriel. It seems that you've improved your techniques more than last year. That's good, Suvia. He was somehow able to dodge, and he felt glad that his rival was also getting stronger. Suvia quickly came running to follow up her attack. Take this. I won't let you. Aqua shield. The blow of the sword was prevented by a shield of water that was deployed in a semicircle in front of Moriel. She tried to do another follow-up attack, but Moriel instantly created a water ball and plunged it into Suvia's stomach. Phew. So you still have something up your sleeves. Something like that. But that's not all. Overflowing water confused my enemies. Moriel created a wall of water and deployed it surrounding Suvia. Then many figures resembling Moriel came out of the wall. This again. Even though it's great, but isn't this one too wasteful in terms of magic power usage, right Moriel? Don't mind. Just the minimum effect would be enough. Suvia was then suddenly slashed by Moriel behind her back. When she turned around, Moriel was already out of sight and disappeared into the water wall. Suvia tried escaping the water wall, but it follows her as she moves around, trapping her inside. This really is quite dangerous. But something like this won't easily take me down. Suvia jumps with all of her power. She made this choice because she noticed that the wall of water doesn't cover up above her. She then confirmed Moriel's position from above and launched throwing knives towards him. Moriel stepped back to dodge for a bit, then moving the wall of water he hid his presence once more while Suvia landed on the other side of the water wall. Not bad. Release. NN. Where did she go? Moriel released the water wall for a bit to check, but he couldn't find Suvia where he checked. Moriel kept looking around, but he didn't see her anywhere. Then he noticed a shadow approaching him, and when he looked up, since when were you able to hop like a rabbit in the air? This something I've just learned now. Suvia fell directly above Moriel. At the time when Moriel released the water wall to look for her, Suvia quickly jumped towards the place where Moriel stood. She was relying on the possibility that he did not move from that spot. After locating her target, Suvia held her throwing knives and prepared her rapier, ready to pierce her opponent. I won't be finished off that easily. Rush water. Aqua protect. The throwing knives were blocked off by the appearance of a water shield. However, the shield wasn't able to fully block the rapier's piercing strike that followed up. Piercing through the shield, the rapier stabs into Moriel's stomach. Ugh. I'm not done yet. Pierce through, water lance. Gawa. Even though he was stabbed, Moriel did not give up and managed to launch a finishing strike, piercing Suvia, who was unprepared, having just fell from the sky. After vomiting blood, she lost her strength and fell to the ground. Moriel was still standing while holding his stab wound. The battle has ended. Victory goes to Moriel, who did not give up until the end, and won the fight by a hair's breadth. Participant Moriel will be entering the quarter-finals. That was close fighting. With you every time. Like this. Suvia ha ha ha. This time I lost again. I will do this again next year. Moriel. Yeah. I look forward to the next year. The two who got carried away by stretchers were having a nice conversation, but they are neither lovers nor party members. They would only meet at least once every year in this battle tournament. However, their bonds were much firmer than anything else. An attack focusing on water magic. Is it because he's a man so he felt that receiving the attack of a woman is more proper than dodging? Or more like he could have countered if he had seen through that attack? Because Moriel's magic power doesn't seem to be that great, he couldn't do much in that last struggle. Well, he did manage to win the match even if he received a surprise attack from Suvia, but seriously, he just barely won. The people in the audience watching the match were all drenched in sweat because the climax of the fight was really close and the winner was not decided, not until the last moment. It was a match where the results could change and the advantage could reverse at any given moment. I wish I could have an enjoyable battle like that. You did that with me though. Well, that will be a story of a human fighting an ancient red dragon, you know. Well, the next game today will be the last for this group. I already know that the hero will win, so I think it would be much better for us to go home now. By the way, Master, have you found out what the inherent characteristics of that hero's sword are? What's that? It's part of the hero's inherent skill. The Holy Sword skill has different effects depending on the hero. The 10x stat boost is only a secondary effect when the skill is activated. Well, that's what Oji-sama told me. Your grandpa sure knows quite a lot of things. Maybe it's worth paying him a visit. And now for the last bout of the first group. Did you all get impatient? Exclamation mark. Now let us present you, the hero Aiane-san. Aiane. After being called by a loud cheer, the hero Aiane emerged with her holy sword already activated. Looking at her brilliant display, the crowd further cheered for her. Because neither of us were showing ourselves while flying around, we could not speak, so we used synchronization to talk to each other instead. For the holy sword that the hero Aiane holds, even the power of an SS adventurer won't stop it and get purged in just a moment. Right now let us witness that power and be sure to pass it down for future generations. Next is the appearance of the participant Largo. It was a man who looked like a giant, twice as big as Baldy in size, armor made with thick iron plates, and was holding a huge sword and shield. Is that really a human? I mean that size. I wonder just how heavy that equipment is. Largo is an S-rank adventurer whose selling point is his power that could take out a giant in a single strike. If Largo's attacks hit, even a hero might suffer from it. Let us see who will reign victorious in this match. The cheers towards Largo were loud, but he didn't pay any attention, keeping his focus on the hero in front of him. Even if it was the first time he met a hero, he was already at the point where his veins was about to burst out, like that of a rabid animal wanting to tear off the enemy in front of him. He focused all his strength into his hands, even intending to kill his target. Kosaka looked back at him without showing any expression. Today is just a work day for her, nothing more than that. She had no intention of prolonging this fight and wanted to finish it instantly. Well then, let the match begin. I will end it with this. The huge sword was swung towards the hero, and a strike that would be strong enough to shatter the stage headed towards her. Gakin. Largo felt a sense of incompatibility with his attack. If that attack actually connected, what he expected was the stage to be crushed along with the hero. But his huge sword was stopped midway as if touching something invisible. No matter how much strength he used, the big sword wouldn't go down any further. And then he heard words silently whispered to him. And from below his huge sword, he heard that whisper which sent shivers through his spine. Kosaka repelled the huge sword from that position and Largo fell back from the force that was expelled. He then noticed something flying towards him. It was obviously the hero. Largo could not help but shout, "Woo!" Largo took a defensive stance with his sword and shield. White edge. Kosaka swings her sword once, appearing due to that action was a huge white slash wave, slicing through Largo's shield as if it was paper. It cut through towards his arm and leg. That attack was only visible to Lavale, Adel and the other hero. A tremendous amount of blood was spilled on the stage, along with the impact of the damage done by the white edge. At the same time a dull sound echoed from Largo, who collapsed. Then an explosion of cheers arose the audience. Overwhelming, a too overwhelming way to win. Largo's sure kill deadly strike was easily repelled, and then he was sliced along with his shield in an attack so fast that it couldn't even be seen. As expected, Hero Ain will be advancing into the quarter-finals. The difference in status was too much, so she didn't even need to activate her sword's characteristics. Perhaps it would be meaningless if the user is a physical type. We might see it in the next match since her opponent will be a magic user, right? Let's get away from here before the entrance gets blocked off. Arena, where do you want to go this afternoon? Fishing by the lake. Fishing while watching the great scenery of the kingdom. That would be a good luxurious pastime. Alright, let's go. Sigh. Fairies. After that we went fishing on the lake with me and Arena having our own fishing rods. Lavale was in charge of cooking the fish we caught that we will be having for lunch. I saw a Senegal similar to the one offered to me before. It reminded me of the munir that was cooked for me by Pad's wife before in his home. Salt grilled is also great. Delicious, but you see, Master, can I also have some of it for a moment? You don't really have to continue blowing fire on it, you know. It was the first time for Lavale to include a fish dish into her favorite cuisines. Chapter 50. Chapter 50 Final Battle Second Round 3. TL, Yuki Ed, Philip. Compared to yesterday, the number of people today is bigger than what I've expected. The next day, the stadium was filled to the brim with people, making yesterday's emptiness feel like a lie. It seems like some people have talked about the events that happened yesterday to others who didn't hear about it. It had become a topic. That peach from the town of Blooming Ice, is it going to appear tomorrow? Since that was super embarrassing, can I go home now? Nope. I got another weird name. I can understand why the Blooming Ice part. But why did they add a town? Are they referring to my hair when they say peach? What did they mean by saying I came from Valhalla? From what I've heard, it seems that Master's beauty was way beyond what a human would ever possess. Adding the way you've created those ice blossoms. They added that, since you might have come from a phantasmal land or something like that. Why did they seriously have to think about that? Oh God, enough of this already. I'm already being called the goddess of white waters in Huville. It did not spread so far yet in this country, but news will probably reach here soon. If it will come to that, I will definitely escape as soon as possible from this country and go to other countries. Well, I wonder what surprises will they show to us today. Please stay calm for the time being. Must never jib up. Adel Dono. When I went to the waiting room, a participant immediately spoke to me. If I'm not mistaken, his name was supposed to be Genkaku or something. He looks like a samurai you could usually see in TV shows in my previous life, but seeing one in front of me now felt quite surreal. Not to mention about his sword, it was hung on his back. Well, if it isn't Genkaku, what business do you have with me? For the things that you have done during the first round, I would like to offer my thanks. Because of you, Adel Dono, more people came to watch today. The stadium became livelier and the cheering for the participants is stronger. Oh, I see. Well, I only did what I wanted to do at that time, seeing that there was no one else who tried doing something like that. I see. Then may we see each other once more on stage. After saying those words, he left and went to his designated area. I wanted a sword like that, so it would probably be good to hear more about his country. I will try and call out to him once again when the tournament ends. Today is the second batch of matches for the second round of the tournament. It seems that more people from the kingdom have visited us today, unlike how it was like 2 days ago. All of the audience seats have been occupied and there are even people standing to watch. As for the players, everyone is probably expecting of something amazing, right? Well then, for our first match, Honor was a person who was covered from head to toe with green armor along with claws on both his hands, probably as a main weapon. He seems to be quite excited and was displaying his horned helmet for all to see. In comparison, Genkaku appeared in a quite simple manner while holding his wakizashi. A few years ago, he came out from a certain forest with an outfit that made him look like a demon. How far will his claw attacks, which he relied on when protecting the forest, take him. It will be against the participant Genkaku, who is holding a never-before-seen sword. Who of the two will be able to climb up? Now then, for the second batch of the second round's first match. Let the game start. Genkaku stayed in place while taking a EAI stance. Ono, who didn't know about that, rushed towards Genkaku while roaring and pointing his claws towards his target. The distance between them was around 30 meters, but that distance was easily closed in, taking only about 2 seconds. Genkaku moved when his target was within his reach. Gakin. The sound of something being pulled and slashed was heard. But to the audience who was watching, it only looked like Genkaku was only in a stance and didn't move. But that flash reflected by the blade was certainly noticed by the audience, even if only for a bit. But they didn't see which direction the attack was delivered, but immediately after that they understood what happened. It was all sliced. The claws that Ono was using were all cut from their roots. Impossible. Ono, who lost his weapon, tried attacking using his horn after recovering from his shocked state, but that's already useless, eh? Even though he tried to thrust his head, he noticed that his helmet felt weird and touched it. Then he found out that the horn that was supposedly stuck on his headgear was now missing. And then he noticed the horn that already fell on the ground. Ono, who lost any means to attack, raised his hands to surrender. The victor has been decided. Between the exchange of Genkaku and Ono, all of were not even aware of what exactly happened. Still, with overwhelming strength, Genkaku has shown us proof that he is qualified for the quarterfinals. The victory was overwhelming. Genkaku sure was strong. That's something that status alone won't be able to achieve, and is probably a characteristic of his skills. It seems that it gives a boost to him when he is equipped with specific equipment. Iaido's skill then can only be used with specific sword equipment. The right stance, timing, and precise positioning will increase or decrease the power depending on the quality of the weapon used. Specific skill. Iai Kasumi. Is that supposed to be a type of unique skill? It seems like it would be really difficult to master. Not to mention imitating it would be impossible. I'm not really using a sword of that type anyway. Let's absolutely visit Wado in order to buy a sword like that. Let's move on to the next match. Participant Sylvester and participant Jasper come on stage. Hey Jasper, be sure to stay firm. Because everyone is watching, don't show your nervousness. Shut up, don't bother me, Senil. Laughter was released from everyone on the venue when Jasper was mentioned. The young man that entered was yelling at the announcer, intervening with her announcements. As Jasper went into the stage, his face was clearly flushed. There were also a lot of cheers from adult women, but when the announcer noticed them, she puffed up her cheeks in anger. HMMPH. Then let's ignore Jasper and introduce the next participant. The next participant is Sylvester, who is a longsword user. How will you deal with fighting against a longsword user? The announcement somehow turned into one that was concerned about Jasper. Sylvester, who climbed up the stage, only gave off a wry smile. Jasper, who bathed in sympathy and compassion, ignored his surrounding and only focused on his opponent. Well, hang in there. Hi, then begin the match. Oi, you're blushing, shut you up. Just hurry up and fight. A voice filled with coldness and mockery came out of Jasper's mouth, but the audience only laughed at him. After that, the two participants prepared their weapons. A long sword, you say? Isn't that thing way longer than a short spear? Not to mention its weight should be quite considerable. But won't his movement be dulled by such a ridiculous weapon? He's also holding it with only one hand. I should probably probe his skills by attacking him for a moment. Exclamation mark. The long sword he was holding was quickly swept close towards Jasper's neck. Barely avoiding the attack with a momentary dodge, Sylvester delivered a kick towards his stomach. While rolling on the ground after dodging, he soon got up and rebuilt his posture. You are still within my range. Pursuing Jasper with his long sword, another quick attack was delivered. Jasper, who crouched once again, barely avoided the attack and was trying to find the pattern from that attack. Attacking from afar, I will face the long sword. Closing in, I would face the kicks. Still, there's no other way for me but to close in on him somehow. If I can do that, that long sword would be useless. When approached, Sylvester tried delivering a kick. Jasper prepared his sword to deliver an attack straight towards Sylvester's face while responding to the kick. "You see, I don't like playing fair, just so you know." "What?" Although he got hit, Jasper managed to grab Sylvester's feet then locked it in a grappling move. It is a typical move used by fist fighters to lock their target. Although Sylvester struggled to escape, he wasn't able to because of Jasper's higher skill level on joint lock skills. Back in Gaewak, he broke his bones without hesitation. He then picked up his sword and points it to Sylvester, who was still suffering from his broken injury. As long as his enemy didn't give up, he didn't pull away his sword that was aimed at Sylvester's head. "Now this I won't be able to properly stand up or counter with this intense pain. I surrender. Phew. I will call a recovery magician immediately. Sorry for breaking your leg, don't mind it. I just didn't realize how strong the pain of having your bones broken is. Sorry, and thanks." He actually woon. E2 Superb battle performance. Being able to take down Sylvester, who is a strong opponent. It's Jasper's victory. He will be advancing to the quarter-finals. Ups. Do your work properly, stupid announcer. I wonder if they were acquainted. Maybe they were from the same party. I'm thinking that they might probably be lovers though. Just look at that innocent smile. I might only be imagining things, but I have witnessed people who are also like that. Mama? I will be Arena's mama. But I want to be a mama too. Part 2. Let us begin the next bout. The participants of the third battle, please enter. The silver-haired Grandpa Alid was walking slowly using his cane. Matthew, also an old man, was seemingly excited while approaching the stage at the same pace as Alid. Participant Alid proved to be a wonderful magic user, using precise shots when executing magic. Just as his age would suggest, he has accumulated a great amount of experience to back up his magic skills. Grandpa is surely a strong competitor. You sure are an energetic child. Alid, who was listening to the announcer, was full of smiles. As his mind was filled with something else, he wasn't really focused on the competition anymore. However, there was still something that he wanted to confirm, so he planned to compete until the last minute and was prepared to go all out. And now we present to you participant Matthew. Is there something wrong? Hello, participant Matthew, are you okay? Oh, I'm fine. I was just sleepy from hangover, you see. I see. Well then, participant Matthew is a local A-rank adventurer. There isn't anything special to mention about him, but it is still a fact that even in his late 50s he is still quite powerful. But just to be sure, recovery magicians, please take care of his hangover. Sorry about that, it's just old age. Because something like that happened, I was really depressed and have been only drinking in the past 2 days. I wasn't even expecting that a lot of people would come today though. Well, it was something like that. That can't be helped. I also did that after all. Well, can't you just do that without being too much intoxicated? We are already at an age where our youth have passed after all. Are the both of you ready? Then for the third match. Game start. Clasp. Ooh. With Alid's no-cast magic, Matthew's leg was quickly buried up to his ankles. Water, fire, earth, wind. A number of different elemental attacks were generated with Matthew as the center. Everything was turned into sharp objects. I sure got myself quickly in a pinch and pierce him. Both sides smiled despite having their advantages both in an opposite directions. Then, Matthew started executing moves that knocked down all flying projectiles coming towards him. Alid continued his assault while increasing the pace, but Matthew was repelling all of them with a nonchalant face. The barrage of attack and defense lasted a while. It was Alid who first stopped attacking. Matthew also took a deep breath, and then shattered the stone constricting his leg. Seems like I've underestimated you. What great coordination. It was quite impressive. Jisan is also the same, so strong that calling you a monster would fit. If I was an ordinary adventurer, I would have probably been defeated 9 times over, you know? Is that nonchalant face of yours a habit? I wonder which one of us is the real monster though. The audiences were quite excited at the spectacular fight of the two, especially to all adventurers who came to see the height of pure skill of Matthew. They were amazed. Matthew was famous for quite some time now. He was a man known to not move to fight. From some other adventurer's perspective, he was thought to be just a stupid man, an adventurer who doesn't go adventures, or a hawk with no claws. The only reason Matthew participated on today's match was that I already ran out of funds, and he was in fact planning to lose early in the game. But right now he was having fun with his fight against Alid. Well then, it's my turn this time. I will proceed with attacking. Intercept. However, in this battle, Alid was his opponent. He is a master of magic, whose power might even reach that of heroes. He did not achieve the title of sage for no reason. In the short amount of time Matthew moved to attack, bringing himself behind Alid. Ah, damn. I guess this is it for me. I cannot go on any more than this. At the moment Matthew approached, Alid covered himself with a thick layer of ice with spikes that pierced through Matthew. Since he moved too fast, Matthew regretfully wasn't able to dodge and got skewered, but he still managed to avoid fainting. After confirming Matthew's defeat, Alid quickly removed the spikes and healed him without even waiting for the healers to come. Strong. As expected of the old men, they were too strong. Still, the victory goes to Alid. He will be moving into the quarter-finals. While listening to the loudest applause being given that day, Alid raised one hand and then moved back to the waiting room. I wonder if I will have a hard time dealing with that. It's kind of regretful that we didn't witness their full power until the end of the match. As I have expected, I might end up like that Vandalba. It's that, I have to be at least much stronger than that one. Well, Master seems like she's having fun. I wonder just how much difference is there between us. Alright. Lavale will be fighting the hero soon. But it's okay whatever the result may be, because I will surely defeat her. It will be fine. Come now, it's finally your turn now. Ooh, eating bread while watching the match at the same time will be great. You are getting spoiled. Two people were playing at the audience area. Then Bulldog, with this, it will be my win. Fluffy then, here a bit, there a bit, draw a circle, and done. Now that was priceless. After they finished they were cheerfully smiling at each other.